Volume 20. Chapter 1901, The Secret is Out. Chapter 1901, The Secret is Out. As Lin Feng reached the periphery of the celestial country, Lin Feng realized that the battle had already reached every corner of this realm. He still saw some people with imprints in their third eye, which meant they came from the continent of the Nine Clouds. In the distance, a new silhouette appeared. Lin Feng found that he had arrived at the very edge of the celestial country. The strong cultivators of hell had gathered near the boundary. Random groups from the continent of the Nine Clouds couldn't attack so many people gathered together. Lin Feng. At that moment, a strong cultivator from Jalakandra Fairyland flashed forwards and landed in front of Lin Feng. He said, "You came even later than us, I was meditating in seclusion in our territory. Nobody disturbed me. How's the situation?" Lin Feng asked. "Not sure. There are battles everywhere in the celestial country. It's been a tragedy for hell. But soon 1 year will have passed, and we'll have the opportunity to get our revenge. The outsiders are about to gather together, I guess, to fight against us." "I see. The next year won't be calm, either. Another terrifying battle will happen," agreed Lin Feng. The other man laughed. "Not only next year, the years after it as well. Such terrifying wars can't be that short." "You're right." Lin Feng nodded. As he did, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Golden threads flowed into existence, dazzling to the eyes. The golden lights started dispersing as everyone watched. A meteor fell from the sky. A year had passed. The passages of the celestial country were going to open once again. "Everybody, let's go out at the same time, then let's tell our clans and so on, and come back with the most heroic and talented cultivators of hell within 3 days. Then, we'll need to conquer the celestial country again," cheered someone. Everybody nodded, calling out in return. Some people flew forwards as quickly as they could. In hell at the entrance, dazzling golden lights had appeared as well. There was a big crowd there waiting, and finally, the passage was open again. However, at the same time, people frowned. They were surprised. So many people, how come so many people were coming out at the same time? What's going on? The people in the crowd didn't understand. So many people coming out together at the same time was very unusual. As an incredible number of people came out, the crowd heard a voice calling out, "In the celestial country, there is a great war against the cultivators from the other side of the Milky Way battlefield. I hope that everybody can come to help conquer the country again." A great war over the Milky Way battlefield? The crowd was shocked. Many of them naturally didn't understand what it meant, and asked their teachers. Many people's expressions changed drastically and their conversations soon reached a healthy buzz. Some of the strong cultivators who had just left the celestial country stayed, while some others immediately left to go and inform their clans. "Everybody, I'm sure many ministers are among you in the crowd. Please go and inform the 10 cities of hell about that. Tell them to make many strong cultivators come here to form an army. We don't have much time. We must act as soon as possible," someone else declared extremely loudly. The passage between hell and the celestial country was only open for 3 days. They had to find extremely strong cultivators and get them to the celestial country's entrance within a very short length of time. Lin Feng rose up into the air and gazed into the distance. He saw a silhouette come up to him and smiles. It was Vice Minister Sichuan. Lin Feng floated over to him and smiled. "Minister Sichuan, have you been guarding the area the whole time?" "I haven't been here for such a long time." "Lin Feng, come, we're going back to the great Imperial Song City," said Minister Sichuan, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled. Had Vice Minister Sichuan been waiting for him in particular? Back then, many people had gone to the celestial country along with him. Why wasn't Vice Minister Sichuan waiting for them? Minister? Asked Lin Feng. He remained motionless. Vice Minister Sichuan turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Minister Sichuan, I hope you can tell Minister Uptala that I want to stay here and continue practicing in the celestial country. I might never come back to the great imperial Song City," Lin Feng said to Minister Sichuan. He wanted to go back to the continent of the 9 clouds. Even if it didn't happen within a year, he would wait and become stronger in the celestial country. He would try his luck every year. "You're not coming back?" asked Vice Minister Sichuan, surprised. But then he smiled. "Lin Feng, why would you stay there? You will have many opportunities to go back there." Vice Minister Sichuan put his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, and Lin Feng's expression changed. He had told Vice Minister Sichuan that he wasn't going back. He understood something wrong was going on. "Minister, what's that supposed to mean?" Lin Feng asked. Vice Minister Sichuan released some strength which started flowing into Lin Feng's body. He was a great emperor. He could kill someone like Lin Feng in the blink of an eye with the power of his mind. However, Lin Feng had never thought Vice Minister Sichuan would ever mean him harm. "Lin Feng, come back with me to the great imperial Song City. Minister Uptala wants to see you," Vice Minister Sichuan gravely. Lin Feng pulled a long face and said, "Minister, why can't you tell me the reason? When we arrive in the great imperial Song City, you'll know." "I didn't want things to happen this way either," said Vice Minister Sichuan. Without another word, he dragged Lin Feng with him and left the area. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale. What was going on? Would he be able to go back to the celestial country? Would he have to wait for a year? If he missed the next opening, he wouldn't be able to reach the continent for 2 years. He'd miss the moon group with whom he had agreed to meet within 3 years. Lin Feng saw Minister Sichuan's solemn and respectful expression. What had happened? Minister Uptala had asked Sichuan to come and pick him up personally, so he understood that it was about something serious. Lin Feng thought of something. It probably had something to do with Wang Zhuo's death. The secret was out. Maybe Minister Uptala was asking Lin Feng to explain his crime. "Minister Sichuan, I respect Minister Uptala. I hope you can tell me what this is about. Otherwise, I won't go back to the great imperial Song City with you," Lin Feng said calmly. Vice Minister Sichuan's grave face looked both perturbed and pensive. Vice Minister Sichuan didn't realize that Lin Feng had already thought of a plan. If Vice Minister Sichuan kept forcing him to go back, then Lin Feng would risk his life and imprison him in his small world. "Lin Feng, do you remember Jian Mang?" asked Minister Sichuan. Lin Feng frowned and nodded. Of course he remembered Jian Mang, the extremely strong blind swordsman. Initially, Jian Mang also wanted to go to the celestial country. However, he didn't leave the great imperial Song City before he was kidnapped by someone, explained Minister Sichuan. Lin Feng didn't look surprised. It matched what he thought was going on. Wang Xiao is as strong as Minister Uptala, and he's one of the descendants of great Emperor Song. Of course, he has another position. He's Wang Zhuo's father. Lin Feng had already understood. Back then, he had noticed that some people were spying on him in the city. Vice Minister Sichuan had taken him to the celestial country, so it was Jian Mang that was kidnapped. Jian Mang and you aren't really close friends. He knew why Wang Xiao captured him. Besides, Wang Xiao also knows a technique to read people's memories. Therefore, Jian Mang didn't wait for that and told him how you had killed Wang Zhuo back then. Otherwise, Wang Xiao would have killed him. Now he says he will release him only if he gets you, said Minister Sichuan. Minister Uptala doesn't want to see me just because Jian Mang is in danger, right? Lin Feng asked, feeling there was more to it. Of course not. Minister Uptala really likes you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me to pick you up, said Vice Minister Sichuan, sighing. The kings of the 10 Yama courts have many ministers, and there are tensions between some of them. The relationships between Great Emperor Song and his descendants are complex. You probably can imagine what I mean. You're a guest in the city, and there are tensions between Wang Shao and Uptala. Therefore, Wang Shao is using you to get Minister Uptala involved. Minister Uptala can leave the great imperial Song city, Lin Feng pointed out. Indeed, Minister Uptala can leave the city. Wang Shao knows that perfectly well. Therefore, when Minister Uptala was away, he also captured Qingcheng. They knew that you had gone to the celestial country, but they didn't come to capture you themselves because they knew that if you saw them you might just go back to the celestial country and hide there. And if Minister Uptala and I attack them, we'd certainly lose, explained Churchuan slowly. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds. Minister Uptala could offend Wang Shao and Wang Jin because he was a minister. However, Lin Feng had killed a descendant of Great Emperor Song, which was completely different. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1902, The Exchange. Chapter 1902, The Exchange. In Hell, there were 10 main cities and 10 Yama courts. Yama City was controlled by King Yama. Just like Great Emperor Song, very people had ever seen him, including his descendants. However, there were some exceptions. 2 people had just arrived in Yama City. These people were both extremely strong and had reached the top of the Hell Huang Qi layer. In comparison with King Yama, they weren't strong, but they could still see King Yama. This young man and woman were extremely famous in Hell, especially that young man. Yama Hua was a descendant of King Yama. She was a princess in Yama City, a high-level Hell Emperor, and understood Tao strength. She was monstrously strong. In Yama City, everybody knew about her, and many young men wanted to marry her. However, she didn't get married to a young man from Yama City, but to someone from another clan. Many young men from Yama City were furious, but nobody dared say anything because she had gotten married to a member of the ancient demon clan. Juzi. The ancient demon clan was legendary, and had existed for generations. Juzi was the strongest cultivator of his generation. But that wasn't sufficient reason to explain why King Yama received her. Juzi had another position. He was a member of the mysterious Hell Shrine. He had become a disciple of the Hell Shrine and had benefited a lot from it. At that moment, in the main hall of a palace, King Yama was seated upright and looking at Yama Hua's big tummy. He smiled and said, "Ordinary women are pregnant for 10 months, but your pregnancy has lasted for 3 years. The baby will probably become an incredible cultivator." Everyone heard King Yama, and they didn't think he was exaggerating. They already knew Juzi was the father, and he was an incredible cultivator. The crowd could already imagine how strong Yama Hua's baby would become. "I really don't deserve so much praise, master," replied Juzi. He was wearing a black robe and his eyes were completely black. "Juzi, I just learned that the continent of the 9 clouds had invaded the celestial country. We've lost the first battle already. It's an opportunity for you," said King Yama calmly. He looked like an ordinary old man. Juzi looked at Yama Hua with love in his eyes and smiled. "Our baby will be born soon. She needs me at her side. I won't leave little Hua before our baby is 3 years old, especially for a full year." Juzi sounded calm and serene, but also firm. What a romantic guy. King Yama smiled. "I'm happy for you. When the baby is born, come and visit as often as you want." "We will." Juzi nodded. However, at that moment, he frowned. Yama Hua looked at him. He looked stupefied, and she asked, "Juzi, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Juzi said, smiling broadly. "The ancient demon clan just informed me that all the cultivators of the ancient demon clan who were in on the Milky Way battlefield have been killed. They're also asking me whether I can go to the celestial country or not. So what will you tell them?" asked Yama Hua in a low voice. I don't need to accept. I know they won't dispute me, Juzi said indifferently. He had a very high status in the ancient demon clan. In the great imperial Song city, in Uptala's ice world, Minister Uptala was standing at the top of an iceberg. His skin was as white as ice. Some people were in front of him, all wearing armor, troops of Uptala. Everybody, I might be forced to leave Uptala Hell, in which case I wouldn't be your minister anymore. The great imperial Song city will send another minister to take care of Uptala's zone. I hope you will take care of yourselves if that happens, said Minister Uptala calmly. Since Qing Qing had been kidnapped, and Wang Xiao and the others had threatened him, he had no reason to stay on as a minister anymore. Leaving was a logical consequence. Minister, you've been ruling over Uptala Hell for so many years. We know that Wang Xiao is threatening you because of what happened with Lin Feng. However, if you leave, we are willing to leave with you. We can't let you down. Indeed, Minister. We want to stay with you, said many people. Minister Uptala looked gravely solemn as he said, Everybody, it's not as simple as you think. If you want to follow me, you'll just give Wang Xiao and the others a reason to say that Uptala Hell's peoples are traitors, and they'll destroy you all. I don't want anything to happen to you. I'm not staying in the great imperial Song city then. Many people sighed. When Minister Uptala saw their expressions, he said, If you don't want to stay here, then wait for Vice Minister Sichuan to come back and leave with him. Go to another city. I'm sure the great imperial Song city won't harm those who want to stay. Minister Uptala then left and went back to his ministry, where he closed the door and waited patiently. Someone finally arrived near Minister Uptala's office, and not someone he wished to see. It was Wang Jin. He opened the door rudely and saw Minister Uptala seated cross-legged in a pond. He sneered, Minister, did you capture him or not? Maybe that Lin Feng didn't want to come back to hell and stayed in the celestial country, snorted Minister Uptala after opening his eyes. Minister, no matter how long Lin Feng stays in the celestial country, he will come back someday. And I've heard that Vice Minister Sichuan has already captured Lin Feng. Wang Jin smiled darkly. Minister Uptala looked surprised, but he had already expected that Lin Feng would come out. He wasn't reassured since he had sent Vice Minister Sichuan alone to pick up Lin Feng. If I had news from Sichuan, I would tell you, said Minister Uptala calmly. Wang Jin sneered again, I hope you're not plotting anything dodgy. If you betray Great Emperor Song, Cheng Cheng will be considered a traitor, too. Wang Jin turned around and left, slamming the door behind him. Minister Uptala's eyes were glittering daggers. He looked after Wang Jin with murder in his eyes. 3 days later, Minister Uptala brought some people outside of the city. They arrived in a boundless mountain range with very few inhabitants. After a short time, Sichuan and Lin Feng also arrived. Lin Feng calmly looked at Minister Uptala and greeted him softly, Minister. It was impossible to understand what Minister Uptala thought when he saw Lin Feng. He looked at Sichuan and said, Sichuan, bring all of those people who wish to go to Yama City. Find Minister Yugong there, he will help you. Minister, I want to stay here, said Sichuan. He was stunned at the command. Go. They're here already, said Minister Uptala, waving his hands. In the distance, a terrifying army appeared, led by Wang Xiao. He was holding onto a chain Ching Chung. Minister Uptala, you're ordering the Uptala army to leave? Doesn't that prove that you're a traitor? Shouted Wang Xiao furiously, his strength rising in challenge to the minister. After I hand Lin Feng over to you, I will take Ching Ching away with me out of the city. If they don't want to stay, it's their problem. I won't force them to leave or to stay, but I still have to guarantee their safety. Besides, they have nothing to do with me. If you attack them, it will prove you are traitors. Minister Uptala replied scornfully. I don't care about them, they can leave or stay. Sneered Wang Xiao icily. Then he looked at Lin Feng. That man had killed his son. Minister, we'll be waiting for you. Vice Minister Sichuan knew that he couldn't afford wasting time, so he took Uptila's army away. Wang Xiao didn't mind. He wanted Lin Feng. If Minister Uptila did anything dodgy, he'd kill them all. They're gone. Give us Lin Feng, now, demanded Wang Xiao icily. He wanted to show Lin Feng how cruel hell truly was. Only Lin Feng is left. Give me my daughter Cheng Cheng, Wang Xiao. We can exchange at the same time. Wang Xiao agreed slowly. Minister Uptila nodded and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I, Uptila, am very sorry. Seems like I'm doomed, Lin Feng sighed as he walked forwards. Wang Xiao smiled coldly. He was surprised, he hadn't thought this would be so easy. Go, said Wang Xiao, and freed Qing Qing, before releasing a terrifying strength which surrounded Lin Feng like a web. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1903, Difficult to Escape. Chapter 1903, Difficult to Escape. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xiao icily. Wang Xiao smiled coldly and looked at Minister Uptila. I wouldn't have thought that things would happen this easily. If you want to stay, you can go back to your headquarters, we are not cruel people. Inside, Wang Xiao was annoyed. He had thought that Minister Uptila would cause troubles, and that way he would have been free to kill him. His Wang Zhuo was dead. He hated Minister Uptila just for that. If Minister Uptila had paid attention, Wang Zhuo wouldn't have died. In any case, he had just captured Lin Feng, things were far from over. Why would I go back there? I'm off. See you, said Minister Uptila calmly. Then, he departed as quickly as he could. Go? Wang Xiao looked at Lin Feng evilly and sneered icily, I will show you how cruel hell can be. Then, he waved his hands and everybody else left. However, after a short time, Wang Xiao's expression changed drastically and he shouted extremely loudly, Stop! Everybody stopped. Wang Xiao looked at Lin Feng icily. He had just obtained some pieces of information. Apparently, Vice Minister Sichuan and the people he had taken away had divided into two groups. Qing Cheng and a young man were leaving together, and that young man looked like Lin Feng. Wang Xiao released a terrifying energy which converged on Lin Feng's brain, but suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared right in front of him. Wang Xiao's expression changed drastically. The others were dumbfounded. How's that possible? Asked Wang Jin. Cloning? How could Lin Feng's clone look so real, though? He wasn't nearly strong enough. Minister Uptila, I will teach you what pain is, shouted Wang Xiao furiously. Luckily, he had taken his own precautions. Lin Feng and Vice Minister Sichuan were heading in different directions. Lin Feng had come back with Sichuan. When they saw him, it meant it was his clone already. Actually, at that moment, Lin Feng and Cheng Qing were on a boat and were flying quite low to be discreet. Vice Minister Sichuan and the others were trying to draw people's attention away. Qing Qing, I'm sorry for the troubles I caused to you and your father. I hope they didn't do anything bad to you? Lin Feng said to Qing Cheng. Qing Cheng looked at Lin Feng and smiled gently, then shook her head, they wouldn't have dared harm me before capturing you. They just prevented me from traveling. If you're safe and sound, then it's good. I hope we still have time. Lin Feng replied, staring at her beautiful white skin. At that moment, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. How fast? They found us. Qing Qing's eyes flashed with fear. However, Lin Feng still looked calm. He said, Qing Qing, keep calm. They won't find us. Qing Qing nodded, but at that moment, death strength flew past them, and her face turned gray. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned. Why was Qing Qing turning gray? Life. Lin Feng put his hands on Qing Cheng, and the death strength turned into life strength. However, Lin Feng progressively realized that there wasn't only death chi involved. Qing Cheng's beautiful face was also distorting. Lin Feng's heart started pounding. He understood what was going on. Qing Cheng was being possessed by someone who had a strange skill. Uptala, bring him back or she'll die. Qing Cheng's lips said icily. Lin Feng was terrified. Qing Cheng's face then became white again and she whispered, Lin Feng, let's keep going. At that moment, Lin Feng stopped the boat. There was a destructive strength in Qing Cheng's body, and with what she had just said, Lin Feng wasn't reassured at all. Bastard! Lin Feng said icily. Those people were from the same city as Qing Cheng, and they dared use such spells on her. Someone shouted out. It was Minister Uptala, who had established a connection with his daughter to find her easily. Qing Cheng. Minister Uptala realized that Qing Cheng was acting strangely and his face turned deathly pale. Dad, I'm all right. Let's continue. Qing Cheng smiled. Lin Feng looked glum and said, Minister, go back with her. She's been cursed. Lin Feng. Said Qing Cheng to Lin Feng. She shook her head and said, Dad, they cast a spell on me, which means that they fully intended to kill me. If we go back, they'll kill me as well. Minister Uptala was devastated when he saw Qing Cheng smile. How could he let his daughter die? Minister, I can go back with you if it's my destiny, Lin Feng said. He was furious and releasing death chi. Minister Uptala looked at Lin Feng guiltily and said, Lin Feng, you're right. We must accept our fate. I can guarantee you something, even if we're doomed, you will die after me. Minister. Lin Feng was stunned. The minister was a celestial emperor, and surprisingly he was ready to die. I wouldn't have thought that the great imperial Song city would be such a place. Qing Cheng, I'm sorry, my daughter, said Minister Uptala, caressing her face in remorse. Qing Cheng smiled, Dad, I'm worthless. I don't want you to give up. Life. Lin Feng said. At the same time, Minister Uptala stretched out his hands and embraced Qing Cheng. Little girl, we have to try. How could I let you die? Said Minister Uptala gently. He would never let his daughter die for him. Let's go, said Minister Uptala, waving his hands. The three of them turned around. Wang Xiao and the others were naturally going to wait back there. Wang Xiao smiled coldly when he saw that Uptala was coming back. Minister Uptala is a traitor. He's protecting the one who killed my son. Very good, said Wang Xiao icily. Minister Uptala was furious and said, Wang Xiao, I've already brought Lin Feng back. You better release my daughter, she has nothing to do with that. First, show me that this is the real Lin Feng. Jin Nang, go, ordered Wang Xiao icily. A blind man came out of the crowd. Checking whether I'm real or not? Lin Feng suddenly rose up into the air. His eyes were all black and contained life and death strength. Die! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. Whistling sounds cut the air, and Jian Nang frowned. A death sword was shooting towards him. Dazzling lights streaked across the sky and collided with Lin Feng's invisible sword. Lin Feng jumped and released destructive strength, which made space itself bend violently. Dad, Lin Feng is very strong and talented. Qing Cheng told Minister Uptala. She was stunned to see that Lin Feng controlled Dao strength. Jian Mang released his own sword energies. They cut through the black water in the air in straight waves. He pierced through the black water and threw himself at Lin Feng. Light cosmic energy, his sword moves as fast as light. He's so fast, Lin Feng thought. Jian Mang landed in front of Lin Feng and his sword energy shot out at Lin Feng. Lin Feng released Culpa sword energies and didn't move back a single inch. He used his Nihility sword and attacked Jian Mang. A blinding light stabbed in the direction of Lin Feng's eyes. Jian Mang suddenly opened his eyes, and brilliant lights emerged from them. Lin Feng couldn't open his eyes in the face of such a powerful burst of light. "Lacerate!" shouted Jian Mang furiously. The lights thrust at Lin Feng's eyes. "They're both insane." Jian Mang's eyes. Those watching were stupefied and shaken. Those two people were incredibly strong. "Die!" shouted Wang Jin, and he jumped forwards, releasing death chi. Oppressive energies surrounded Lin Feng and Jian Mang. "Freeze!" shouted Minister Uptala. In a flash, the atmosphere around them started freezing, including Lin Feng and Jian Mang's bodies. Minister Uptala stretched out his hands and took Jian Mang and Lin Feng out of the ice. "You guys are not enemies and you are both extremely strong. You don't need to fight to death." "Jian Mang, you probably understand that as well," said Minister Uptala. Jian Mang's eyes returned to normal again, losing the light within. They were just empty white, the sign of his blindness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1904, A Lotus. Chapter 1904, A Lotus. Wang Jin waved and his army moved. They surrounded Minister Uptala and the others. Minister Uptala sighed and said, "Let Lin Feng and my daughter off, and I'll be your servant forever." "Dream on, Minister," spat Wang Xiao, smiling coldly. "My son was the most precious thing to me in life. Lin Feng killed him, you think I would let him off? You're ridiculous." Lin Feng looked furious. But then Minister Uptala said, "You want all of us to die here, then?" "Indeed." "Now, Minister Uptala, I will show you what it feels like to lose your children," said Wang Xiao icily. He suddenly turned around and looked at Qing Cheng as some chi surrounded her. Her white arms turned black, followed by her face. "Qing Cheng." Lin Feng and Minister Uptala turned around and looked at Qing Cheng. Minister Uptala started crying. "Dad, don't cry, promise me that you'll live on, and don't stay here, leave," smiled Qing Cheng sadly. She reached out and wiped her father's tears away. She was far more worried about her father than herself. "It's my fault." Death chi appeared in Lin Feng's eyes, but life chi started flowing throughout Qing Cheng's body. He could eliminate the death chi in her body, but he couldn't destroy the destructive strength. "Lin Feng, it has nothing to do with you. I bear the consequences for my actions. You are extremely talented. You can't die." Qing Cheng smiled. Then, she looked at Minister Uptala and said, "Dad, freeze me, at least, I won't die ugly." "All right." Minister Uptala released an ice-cold energy, which surrounded his daughter. She slowly froze and the destructive energy did as well. Qing Cheng was still smiling within, like a statue. At that moment, Lin Feng released a special chi, and Qing Cheng disappeared from where she was. Minister Uptala looked at Lin Feng strangely. "Die." A terrifying chi dashed to the skies, a punch appeared, an immortal hell river appeared and moved towards Minister Uptala. At the same time, Jian Mang and Lin Feng sensed a terrifying death strength surround them. Their willpower was being corroded. Lin Feng released life stamps. He released chilling death energy and glanced at Jian Mang, wondering whether to save him or let him die. Jian Mang suddenly opened his eyes, now filled with rare light intent. Jian Mang had always hidden some of his special powers. If Wang Xiao hadn't tried to kill him a moment before, he would have continued hiding his special powers. Jian Mang had no reason to hide his powers, unless Wang Xiao was controlling him. "So you should go into a cage," Lin Feng said. A second later, Jian Mang disappeared. The crowd frowned. Did Lin Feng have a special treasure? He could even store away people who were alive. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't mind revealing his trump cards anymore. He couldn't die here. He didn't want to die. He wanted to go back to the continent of the 9 clouds. Now, showing what he was capable of didn't matter much anymore. He should have made Qing Qing go to his small world much sooner. Minister Uptala took out a lotus and said to Lin Feng, "Go inside." Lin Feng jumped onto the lotus, which closed itself around him and wrapped him up. At the same time, a terrifying immortal strength moved towards Minister Uptala, carving fissures in space. A terrifying fire started burning on Minister Uptala's body. A terrifying chi rose to the skies and protected the lotus around Lin Feng. Minister Uptala looked extremely determined. He had said it, even if they both died, he would be the first one to die. The fire continued burning Minister Uptala, growing rapidly more intense. His expression changed drastically. Nobody knew better than he how powerful the path of the lotus was. At that moment, Minister Uptala was using his own soul for the benefits of his path. He was changing his path. "Wangjin, you'll be the first one to die," said Minister Uptala icily. People realized that the situation was extremely dangerous. Minister Uptala was a great emperor. Wangjin looked terrified. There was a huge difference between him and Uptala. Minister Uptala was going crazy. Suddenly, the earth started giving birth to blue Uptala lotuses, appearing one after another. Minister Uptala's full strength existed in those lotuses. Dazzling lights bloomed everywhere, and a gigantic lotus appeared and moved towards Wangjin. Wang Xiao was initially standing next to Wangjin, but at that moment he retreated, abandoning Wangjin. Fighting against Minister Uptala was useless at this moment, he was too dangerous. "Break!" shouted Wangjin furiously. He released energies and pulses and broke Uptala's ice energies first. An ocean of death chi appeared in the space and moved towards the blue Uptala lotus. However, at that moment, the blue Uptala lotus expanded greatly in size, and enveloped all the death chi, and Wangjin with it. "No!" Wangjin screamed, his soul fleeing his body. However, the blue Uptala lotus became even larger and enveloped his soul as well. Some strong cultivators who weren't far enough from Wangjin didn't have time to escape and were absorbed by the blue Uptala lotus as well, but the blue Uptala lotus petals then closed. Destructive strength saturated its interior, and Minister Uptala's blue Uptala lotus broke apart into 1,000,000 lotuses. Wangjin and all the others had disappeared. The ice-cold hellfire burning on Minister Uptala's body was getting stronger. There were many great emperors in the crowd, but they all dispersed, not daring to get close to Minister Uptala. At that moment, Minister Uptala was risking his life, but they didn't want to risk their own lives against him. That was Wang Zhao's responsibility. Who wanted to risk their life for him? "You sacrificed your body for the Tao, you want to die," sneered Wang Xiao icily. He had never thought Minister Uptala would be this crazy. Boom, dot. Minister Uptala suddenly turned around, and an ocean of strength moved towards Wang Xiao at the same time Minister Uptala charged him. Millions of lotuses appeared, each lotus a terrifying killing weapon. Wang Xiao waved his hands and a light of red fire appeared before him, moving to block the lotuses. Minister Uptala continued charging, not caring at all about its terrifying strength. Everybody was shaken, fully able to see that Minister Uptala didn't care about dying anymore. He had killed Wangjin first, and now he wanted to kill Wang Xiao. "Humph!" Wang Xiao snorted coldly. He waved his hands and a curtain appeared between them. It was a silver web, looking extremely sharp and could seemingly cut apart people's bodies and souls. However, Wang Xiao's smile disappeared instantly. Minister Uptala charged right through the silver web, getting cut, but it was as if he hadn't sensed anything. Minister Uptala landed in front of Wang Xiao, bearing one blue Uptala lotus in his hand, one blue Uptala lotus of the earth and sky. He wanted to plant it in Wang Zhao's body. Wang Zhao's expression changed drastically. He retreated instinctively while releasing terrifying energies. Minister Uptala didn't stop, however, ignoring everything as he put the blue Uptala lotus on Wang Zhao's body. A destructive death strength burst out. No, Wang Zhao's soul turned into a cloud and dispersed, his physical body falling limply down from the sky. A few strong cultivators landed in front of the corpse and stared at Minister Uptala icily. Minister Uptala was insane. He had killed Wang Zhao's physical body. Someone will kill you, sooner or later. Minister Uptala sighed, as his body then slowly turned into a blue Uptala lotus. He brought Lin Feng's blue Uptala lotus along with him as a vortex appeared amid dazzling golden lights, before disappearing into the ground. The crowd was astonished and shaken by the sight. Minister Uptala had surprisingly decided to turn into one of the earth and sky's blue Uptala lotuses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1905, Turning into a Blue Uptala Lotus. Chapter 1905, Turning into a Blue Uptala Lotus. In hell, a blue Uptala lotus was surrounded by golden lights as it moved along. When people saw it, it sometimes just disappeared before their eyes. Many people sighed. What kind of incredible spell was that? The blue Uptala lotus drifted through the air for 2 days. Finally, it landed in the middle of an ocean, many other lotuses appearing around it. In a short time, the ocean was covered with blue Uptala lotuses, a special and mysterious chi surrounding them. One of the blue Uptala lotuses, larger and brighter than the rest, opened itself up. After that, another blue Uptala lotus opened itself, and a young man appeared inside. At that moment, he was surrounded by an ice-cold chi, as well as death chi. The young man's eyes were closed. A first layer of the lotus broke, and then a second, shining lights penetrated into his body. The lotus had borne Lin Feng far away and now it was lending him strength. The lotus was surrounded by strange lights, all sorts of strength were changing. The will of that blue Uptala lotus surrounded all the energies. The young man's silhouette flickered. He had already woken up. Of course, he didn't even need to open his eyes in such circumstances, he just had to sense the incredible energies around him. Everything was natural and peaceful. A strong wind was blowing and causing gigantic waves to form. However, in that ocean, there was a great black demon mount, gigantic and filled with an incredible demonic chi. Many mysterious people were waiting atop of it. At that moment, on the demon mount, a strong cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly stood up and left his meditations. After a short time, he arrived in front of an ancient demon sacrificial altar and jumped atop it. There was a demon pond next to the altar, all black and containing demonic strength. Have you sensed the strange chi of the ancient demon clan? Asked the person who had just arrived. From inside the demon pond, many people opened their eyes, which were all fully black. They had sensed a demon imprint, but it was very far away. Only strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan could wield such imprints. I sensed it. That person must be quite strong. A medium-level Hell Emperor or a high-level Hell Emperor, at least, replied someone. Indeed. Have any of you used the ancient demon imprint? The crowd remained silent for a few seconds. They hadn't planted any ancient demon imprint on anyone. Who is willing to go and bring him back? Asked the strong cultivator on the sacrificial altar calmly. A few people who were in the demon pond rose up into the air. We'll go. All right, you three can go. There won't be any problem if you stay together, agreed the strong cultivator on the altar. Then, he sat down cross-legged and said, remember, if anything goes wrong, come back. We've lost enough people on the Milky Way battlefield. We can't afford to lose any more people of the same generation. We understand, said the three confirmed, before leaving the small island. Lin Feng was still on the blue Uptala lotus. After a short time, he slowly opened his eyes. He was surrounded by an incredible melange of energies. Cosmic energies floated in the air: death, life, earth, and empty space. Cosmic energies. I'm bathing in Tao strength. My will is being cleansed. I can now borrow Tao strength, thought Lin Feng solemnly. He obviously couldn't understand the blue Uptala lotus intent easily, but he was bathing in it and could borrow it. Minister, are you still alive? Lin Feng was stupefied. A lotus was slowly opening. The great emperor appeared within its petals. If Minister Uptala hadn't transformed, they would have died. Lin Feng released a special qi, transferring to his small world. Jian Mang was seated cross-legged there, his eyes closed. Lin Feng watched Jian Mang coldly. I know that you're not blind. Why do you continue pretending? Lin Feng asked coldly. I am blind. What you saw weren't my eyes, but my path, Jian Mang said calmly. After being imprisoned, he had tried to leave this place using strength, but had failed. He couldn't destroy this small world with his strength. He knew he'd need much time to break free, so he had decided to stay there and practice, not wanting to waste time. You may think I betrayed you. However, I had already been captured, and they didn't care about my explanations. If you had killed me to keep me silent back then, this wouldn't have happened. Of course, back then, maybe you couldn't have killed me. I did not think that you would become so much stronger in the celestial country. Unfortunately, I couldn't come with you before I was kidnapped. And now I won't have the opportunity either, sighed Jian Mang. Lin Feng knew that Jian Mang wasn't lying. He didn't talk much, but when he talked, he usually spoke the truth. I was unlucky from birth. I was born blind. However, I refused to complain. I decided to become strong. I studied the rare light strength. As a blind person, understanding light cosmic energy was extremely useful. I also studied speed strength. That's my path. My cultivation replaced my sight. My cultivation is like my eyes. I won't fight against you here, though, continued Jian Mang. He inherently sounded cold and detached, and he always remained calm, maybe because he understood light energy. Such people were rare. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He took Qing Chang, who was still frozen, away. He took her home to Shuiyu. Even here inside his spirit, Lin Feng could still sense the special power of the blue Uptala lotus. An incredible Tao strength was flowing throughout his body. Outside in the real world, Lin Feng raised his head and gazed into the distance. He saw 3 people getting closer. Those 3 people were wearing black robes and were surrounded by an unfathomable and enigmatic demon qi. They looked like extremely strong demon cultivators. The 3 people paused after arriving close to him and examined Lin Feng calmly. When they saw the blue Uptala lotus and its mysterious qi, they were surprised. Come with us. One of them ordered Lin Feng coldly. A demon cultivator from the ancient demon clan had planted an ancient demon imprint in his body, and they wanted to take him back to the ancient demon clan. Lin Feng looked back at them emotionlessly, his eyes full of death intent. Who are you? Lin Feng asked grimly. Ancient demon clan, replied the speaker icily. Then, he dropped towards Lin Feng and released a suffocating aura of energy. Lin Feng slowly rose up into the air to meet him. Death strength filled the air, embodied as seals of energy, racing towards the newcomer's eyes. The speaker sensed the terrifying energies first, as his face turned gray. A ebony-black kulpa sword streaked across the sky with a whistle of speed, and he suddenly collapsed and fell from the sky, his body crashing onto the blue Uptala lotus. Lin Feng then flashed towards the other 2 cultivators. Those people grimaced and retreated quickly. However, Lin Feng wasn't going to let them off. A black river surrounded them. Their faces turned deathly pale when they realized that it was Tao strength. One of them took out a talisman, which immediately exploded. Black water started flowing and one of the two fell into it. A deadly sword then shot towards him. The other one wanted to escape, but he sensed the terrifying sword energy move towards him. He could only wail in terror as he died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1906, Ancient Demon Clan's Great Emperor. Chapter 1906, Ancient Demon Clan's Great Emperor. Lin Feng's eyes were all black. Uptala had turned into a blue Uptala lotus and had taken him so far. They were probably a great distance from the great imperial Song City already. Maybe the ancient demon clan wasn't far from his present location? Lin Feng picked up the loot before landing again on the blue Uptala lotus. He looked grave and solemn as the blue Uptala lotus disappeared. The small world of his spirit was improving as Lin Feng became stronger. He had already started creating new lands around Xueyu. The only thing was that nobody lived there yet. Lin Feng came back with a blue Uptala lotus, arriving at the foot of the Heavenly Grace Ancient Tree. Minister, this tree is similar to your path. I will plant your lotus here, Lin Feng said hoarsely. He put the lotus he was holding down into the soil at the foot of the Heavenly Grace Ancient Tree. Instantly, many small other lotuses appeared, a special energy surrounding them. I've heard about the transforming teachings and about marks of the path. The minister has turned into a blue Uptala lotus. That lotus is a mark of the path. In the future, Minister Uptala will also be illuminated by this beautiful tree, as will the people of Xueyu, whispered Lin Feng. He slowly walked away before raising his head. He saw Fei and Xiaoya. Brother, that lotus. Xiaoya's eyes twinkled with delight when she saw the blue Uptala lotus. An elder grows lotuses. Its Tao determination will reach every corner of Xueyu. In the future, it'll be helpful for you, you'll be able to study Tao intent. Lin Feng said with a smile. Xiaoya walked up to Lin Feng and hugged him with a smile. You're becoming stronger and stronger. Xiaoya, we'll go and look for your grandfather soon. Lin Feng said, hugging Xiaoya back. Even though Xiaoya was now slender and elegant, Lin Feng still thought of her as a little girl and not as a woman. Lin Feng, I'll get you some drinks and food, offered Lu Fei, also smiling in welcome at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. Fei, I have things to do. I'll come back when I have time. All right, said Lu Fei with a nod. Lin Feng came back regularly now. They were already happy to be able to see him more than before. When the ancient demon clansman broke the talisman, the strong cultivator on the sacrificial altar suddenly turned furious. Gigantic waves appeared in the demon pond. The cultivators who were in the water looked up at the strong cultivator on the altar, who stood up and said, they died. I really want to see who dares kill people of the ancient demon clan. The cultivator turned into a black light beam, vanishing towards the horizon. Many of the strong cultivators rose up into the air. Lin Feng was actually heading in the opposite direction of the ancient demon clan, but he sensed some demon chi moving towards him. That chi was more powerful than imperial chi, it was great imperial chi. He turned around, and saw demon chi pulsing out behind him. He was astonished. A dazzling sun appeared in his hand and streaked across the sky. At the same time, Lin Feng released fire energy to follow the sun disk. He had several great imperial weapons, but he mainly used those he had modified already. Boom boom! The earth and sky shook violently. A gigantic wave of demon energies rolled towards him. Lin Feng couldn't even see it all clearly. 8 suns suddenly appeared and collided with the demon wave, the force of their meeting hurling Lin Feng away violently. A gigantic hand appeared in front of him. Explode! Shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. The 8 sun discs moved towards the cage-like hand and attacked it. However, the demon light beam behind it continued moving towards him. Lin Feng was driven backwards once again and coughed up blood. He had the sensation his body was going to explode. Finally, Lin Feng saw a silhouette of someone in black clothes. This person was much stronger than those who had attacked him before. Lin Feng had inspected the corpse's precious items and had realized that those people had impressive physical skills. Most of them studied 2 ancient books. One of them was to modify one's physical form and develop a Devamara body, which allowed them to control demon energies better. Because that skill was too powerful, sometimes it made people's veins explode and killed them. Thus, many of them practiced that skill in a demon pond. It helped them survive the process. Lin Feng had realized that their strength rose to the skies when he fought against them. They were extremely brutal and aggressive. And now he was facing a great emperor. This guy was terrifyingly strong. My people died on the Milky Way battlefield. Does that have anything to do with you? Asked the strong cultivator, watching Lin Feng icily. He looked like a demon king as he floated there, arrogant and imperious. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. An ebony black demonic hand appeared in his grasp. Its strength rose to the skies and the air shook. The strong cultivator from the ancient demon clan was surprised at Lin Feng's reply. That demon hand was from a very strong cultivator of the ancient demon clan. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan obtained those hands and legs to assist them in their cultivation. They were precious treasures. Those items should have been in Juxiao's hands, but now this outsider had them? It meant that Juxiao had died before Lin Feng. I killed them all. A boat appeared under Lin Feng's feet and started humming with power. He suddenly shot away. You think you're leaving? The great emperor hissed icily. He waved his hands, and energies rolled in waves towards Lin Feng. Ahead of Lin Feng, demon stones appeared and rained down from the sky. His boat wouldn't be able to move forwards. 5 fingers as heavy as mountains were falling towards him. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At least this person wasn't using Dao strength, he was just using strength. As long as that person didn't understand Dao energy, there was hope. Lin Feng waved his left hand, and a terrifying hand imprint slammed out. Lin Feng didn't flinch. His boat charged straight towards the great emperor of the ancient demon clan. His 8 sun discs were dazzling and pressing down on the great emperor. The great emperor released demon chi and more demon mountains appeared, moving towards the sun discs. Explosions rang out loudly. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were filled with towering death strength. Hand imprints filled the air. At the same time, death swords cut the wind. Lin Feng looked like he had gone berserk. Death Dao! The demon cultivator's eyes went wide. His soul strength turned into an ancient demon, as indestructible as a mountain. The boat suddenly rose up into the air. Lin Feng continued filling the air with terrifying demon hands. As he rose up into the air, his left arm cracked. It was like all his bones were about to be crushed. What a terrifying strength, thought Lin Feng. If he hadn't had 2 great imperial weapons, he would have died already. And this great emperor hadn't understood Dao strength yet. The difference between great emperors and medium-level emperors was astonishing. Lin Feng couldn't even make his enemy's soul shake. At that moment, a new group of people appeared in the distance. Lin Feng frowned. Blinding lights appeared, and his boat moved towards the people who were arriving. Come back! Shouted the great emperor of the ancient demon clan when he saw Lin Feng move. He knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. These young people couldn't do much against him. Maybe someone like Juxiao could compete with him, but surprisingly, Juxiao had been killed too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1907, Hostage. Chapter 1907, Hostage. When the young man moved towards the cultivators who were arriving, the great emperor was petrified. They saw Lin Feng come towards them on his boat, his eyes filled with death chi. Lights emerged from his eyes. A gigantic hand moved towards them, bearing a pressure as if it weighed millions of tons. Thunder rolled, and one of the younger cultivators immediately exploded. Lin Feng was extremely fast on his boat, arriving near them in the blink of an eye. A black energy moved towards them, and some silhouettes disappeared inside it. "Asshole!" shouted the great emperor behind Lin Feng explosively. He released his soul strength, shooting it towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked emotionless, his eyes all black and cold. He threw himself at the two remaining young people and deathlights filled the air as he released Culpa strength. The two people were terrified. They were strong young people from the ancient demon clan, they were already high-level Hell Emperors, but Lin Feng was too frightening. Some subtle resonating sounds spread out in the air, terrifying the two younger cultivators further. Lin Feng's understanding of Dao strength was improving at the speed of light, being wielded ever more freely. However, a terrifying oppressive strength appeared around Lin Feng before he could kill them. He turned around as his soul shook violently. The strength of a great emperor was astonishing, much stronger than Lin Feng. A hand struck out towards him. At the same time, a sun appeared to counter it. Lin Feng was still on his boat and moved away very quickly. Even with great imperial weapons, he couldn't compete with a great emperor. Now that he had the imprint of the ancient demon clan in his body, he couldn't escape from them either. He felt a little bit desperate, but he was still determined to fight as hard as he could. At that moment, two people appeared in front of him above the gigantic waves of the sea, a young man and a woman. They were the married couple, Yamahua and Juzi, on their way back from Yama City. At that moment, Juzi looked at those two black eyes and both of them sped towards Lin Feng. A member of the ancient demon clan was also chasing this person. An ancient demon imprint? Juzi glanced over Lin Feng and said to the woman, "Hua, you go back." "All right," Yamahua agreed. Juzi flashed forwards and blocked Lin Feng. He looked invincible, as if nobody could defeat him. Lin Feng frowned as he paused before Juzi. Juzi looked extremely strong. However, Lin Feng had no choice. He raised his left hand and punched out. A gigantic demon hand appeared. Juzi flickered forwards. More punches thundered out to counter Lin Feng's. His punches destroyed the energies and moved towards Lin Feng. This strength, Lin Feng trembled. Lin Feng didn't understand, this guy was a high-level Hell Emperor, but he seemed stronger than the great emperor chasing him. Subbursts flared, however, his enemy destroyed them instantly. They were already close to one another. Invisible sword energies whistled as Lin Feng saw terrifying demon energies emerge from his opponent's body. A gigantic hand appeared and moved towards Lin Feng, space-bending around it. Lin Feng's attack turned gray and broke apart. He immediately released life energy to flow throughout his body. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale as he stared at Juzi. He realized how strong Juzi was. He hadn't thought that the ancient demon clan would have such terrifying cultivators. Juzi was stronger than Ji Chang. He was even stronger than the great emperor who was chasing him. If Lin Feng had known Juzi's position or his reputation in Yama City, he wouldn't have been surprised. In Hell, it was difficult to find more than 5 people of the same generation who could compete with him. Behind him, she pulsed and grew. Lin Feng didn't dare fight further. He moved in another direction, but Juzi chased him and released demon strength to pound him and his boat. If Lin Feng hadn't been releasing life strength the whole time, he would have been badly injured or even died. Juzi stared at Lin Feng proudly. Nobody had ever escaped from him in Hell, even great imperial weapons were useless against him. What kind of Dao strength is that? Lin Feng was astonished and felt great pressure. Juzi, the great emperor of the ancient demon clan, finally arrived. He was behind Lin Feng and Juzi was in front of him. They didn't hurry to attack Lin Feng. He nodded at Juzi and said, "How was your trip to the city?" "It was good. King Yama and I talked about cultivation. he's very nice. But since Hua is pregnant, we couldn't spend too much time there, Juzi replied calmly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. King Yama? This guy had met one of the 10 Yama court's kings, King Yama? Your baby will become insanely strong someday. The shrine, King Yama, and the ancient demon clan will raise your child together. He will become terrifyingly strong, laughed the great emperor. Then, he looked at Lin Feng icily and said, this guy killed many young cultivators of the ancient demon clan. He has killed so many of them that a whole generation has almost entirely disappeared. I'll use him as a ghost then. Juzi declared calmly. Alright, do whatever you wish with him, said the great emperor slowly. They both looked at Lin Feng icily. Lin Feng looked emotionless. He took out his sun disk and demon hand and threw them out. The great emperor was startled, but he still caught the two items. He looked amused. I'll come with you to the ancient demon clan, Lin Feng said coldly and withdrew his qi. The great emperor was amused as he smiled. Great, give me your boat and let's go. Lin Feng threw his boat at the great emperor and started flying. Juzi and the great emperor stayed behind him, so he wouldn't be able to escape. Without the boat and the great imperial weapons, they could easily kill him. But to use him as a ghost, they couldn't kill him or cripple his cultivation. Lin Feng had killed so many strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan, he knew what it meant to be used as a ghost by them. They needed extremely strong cultivators if they wanted to use them as ghosts. The three of them quickly arrived in front of a demon island. It looked like a gigantic demon stone. The qi inside was mysterious. Yama Hua was standing on a gigantic stone there, looking extremely beautiful as she waited for her husband. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly took out a talisman. It contained a strange qi. Juzi frowned. Then, he heard a strange sound. Lin Feng broke the talisman and disappeared. He threw himself at Yama Hua. You want to die? Shouted Juzi explosively. His voice made Lin Feng shake violently. However, he didn't attack. He dashed ahead, but his wife was there too, near to Lin Feng. However, Juzi wasn't worried about his wife. Yama Hua was a proud woman, and even though she was pregnant, Lin Feng probably couldn't defeat her easily. But this time, Juzi made a mistake. Indeed, Yama Hua was extremely strong. She released her soul strength and Lin Feng sensed how terrifying her power was. At the same time, she released terrifying Dao strength. However, she failed to stop him. Some strange qi appeared, and she disappeared. Juzi was astonished and furious. He didn't dare attack Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng could have put Juzi in his small world, but he was too strong. He could have caused trouble in his small world. When he saw Yama Hua there, however, he didn't hesitate. You would dare attack a pregnant woman? A terrifying qi emerged in the air. Juzi's instant fury made him look exactly like a raging demon. In return, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death. He said to Juzi, a great emperor, a high-level emperor, and all sorts of strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan tried to kill me, and now hope they can make me turn into a ghost, you fool. If I die, your wife will die too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1908, Devamara Body Technique. Chapter 1908, Devamara Body Technique. Juzi's face twisted into a terrible grimace. He had fought against Lin Feng, and knew how strong he was. With his great imperial weapons, Lin Feng was extremely dangerous. He even understood Dao strength. However, how come he was strong enough to capture his wife? Even if she was pregnant, she was extremely strong, and was a descendant of one of the 10 Yama court's kings. Juzi didn't understand. Yama Hua was definitely strong. He couldn't know that Lin Feng had a small world in his spirit. Even Juzi couldn't escape from Lin Feng's small world. The saddest thing for Juzi was that he didn't know where his wife was. "Release my wife and I'll let you go," Juzi demanded icily. His wife was bearing their child, he couldn't let her die, no matter what. Lin Feng's eyes were all black and piercingly cold, filled with a thick death qi. "When I die, your wife will die too. Therefore, you better ensure that I'm safe at all times," Lin Feng answered evenly. Then, he turned around and surprisingly headed towards the ancient demon clan. Juzi and the great emperor were astonished and gaped after him. Some strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan appeared, strong qi on display. However, at that moment, Lin Feng continued walking as if nobody were there. "Nobody can touch him," shouted a voice explosively. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan looked at Lin Feng icily, as if they understood what was going. Nothing could happen to Yama Hua, especially now that she was pregnant. Lin Feng continued walking. Finally, he arrived at the depths of the ancient demon clan and saw an altar. There was a gigantic demon pond in front of the altar. Many young men were bathing in it. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. A young man suddenly stood up, but not in time. Lin Feng released a terrifying qi and waved his hand. Instantly, black water started flowing, and that young man drowned inside it and died. "Bastard!" shouted someone explosively. Lin Feng's soul shook violently. A stronger cultivator appeared above the altar, looking furious. "If you try and touch me, I'll kill her," Lin Feng said coldly. Nobody dared touch him. Juzi rushed over and demanded, "Release my wife. I promise nobody will touch you, we'll let you leave, safe and sound. If anything happens to my wife, I will kill you, no matter what." Juzi swore furiously. The demon pond started churning from his agitation. Lin Feng looked back at Juzi icily, his eyes expressionless. "I also have something to say, everybody piss off and nobody can disturb me. Otherwise, I'll kill her. If you do that, I won't kill her. I will go back to the celestial country, and before going there, I'll release your wife. That way, even if the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan want to kill me, they won't have the occasion to. I don't need you to promise me anything that way, either," Lin Feng said icily. Juzi was going crazy. His demon energies exploded wildly around him. "All right, as you wish," Juzi said, then he snarled, "If my wife doesn't feel well or is injured, I'll kill you. Now, you guys, move away." People in the pond looked unhappy, glancing at Lin Feng as they hurriedly left. They all looked at Juzi, but he couldn't do anything. The more Juzi seemed to care, the more Lin Feng pushed his limits. Juzi withdrew as well. He wasn't confident, but he couldn't take risks. He had no choice. Lin Feng had his wife, who was pregnant with their child. After the crowd left, Lin Feng looked calm and serene. After a few minutes, he said, "If anyone continues spying on me, I may take back what I've just said." An eerie silence took over. The clan was definitely furious. Lin Feng had killed so many of their people, but they had no choice. Now Lin Feng was now bathing happily in the demon pond. After that, the atmosphere stayed very calm. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged in the demon pond and enjoying the demon strength there, becoming stronger. Nobody knew what he was really doing. Today, in the demon pond, it was like a beast was shouting with pain. At this moment, only Lin Feng's head was showing at the surface. His silhouette was distorted, his face ferocious. Demon lights twinkled around him, exploding constantly. His bones were crackling and rupturing. People who had never tried to study the Devamara body skill couldn't understand how painful it was. The whole body had to break to become a Devamara body. "Arg!" Lin Feng screamed. He roared like an animal in pain. Many people in the ancient demon clan didn't understand, especially the great emperor who had chased Lin Feng. He knew what Lin Feng was doing. He was studying their technique, the Devamara body technique. Ordinary people couldn't practice that ancient and mysterious technique. There were too many criteria. People had to be incredibly strong physically, and their blood strength had to be powerful, too. They also had to understand life and death chi before they could study that mysterious technique. Besides, it was also a technique they practiced over many years. They even started learning the basics when they were children to be able to understand it when they were adults. They also needed the help of the mysterious demon pond. With all those criteria, not many people had ever understood the full extent of that mysterious book. Who would have thought that someone would kill Zhu Xiao, and that his murderer fulfilled all the requirements to have a Devamara body? For the ancient demon clan, it was a humiliation. They hadn't had such a problem in tens of thousands of years. Even though Lin Feng had been prepared, the pain was still unbearable, especially during the first minutes. He had never suffered so much. He roared again. The demon pond was boiling around him, and a mysterious strength rose up into the air. That demon pond had been created by the ancient demon clan's ancestor. The demon pond Lin Feng had seen in the celestial country had been made with samples of this one. A mysterious demon strength started flowing throughout Lin Feng's body. He was recovering, but he was still in pain. It felt like he had been born again. He clenched his fists and loud crackling sounds spread out. He had the sensation that he had an endless reserve of strength in his body now. Lin Feng suddenly moved, smiling indifferently and standing up. Devamara Kalpa strength glittered around him. It was the third wave of Devamara Kalpa strength to cleanse his body since he had become a medium-level emperor. Just like the first 2 times, the waves of Kalpa strength bombarded his physical body 6 times, then his soul 3 times. However, this time, they were even scarier than the previous time. The threads of energies also contained some terrifying explosive energies. Even before seeing the Devamara Kalpa strength, the demon clan wanted to capture Lin Feng and steal his skills, but they could only look on powerlessly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1909, Going Back to the Celestial Country. Chapter 1909, Going Back to the Celestial Country. After understanding the Devamara body, Lin Feng felt alive again. However, he didn't leave the demon pond. He understood why the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan loved this place, especially after having obtained a Devamara body. They could absorb the energies of the demon pond far more easily. Time passed again. In the pond, a new illusionary body which looked the same as Lin Feng appeared. Lin Feng opened his all-black eyes and looked at his clone. He could already understand the basics of the 3 live scriptures. It meant that he would have no problem fully understanding them in the future. At that moment, the Lin Feng clone who was practicing cultivation in a mysterious room in Champion University also opened his eyes, and dangerous lights filled the air. The Lin Feng illusion went back into his body and disappeared. Lin Feng closed his eyes again and dove into the demon pond. Juzi was getting impatient as he sat there cross-legged on a gigantic stone. He gazed into the distance and looked at the demon pond. He couldn't hold it in anymore. The situation was having an impact on his cultivation. He could only hope that Lin Feng would honor his promise and wouldn't kill his wife. Juzi was furious when he thought that someone could kill his wife on a whim. Juzi called out someone at that moment, and a silhouette came over to him, landing before Juzi. He was wearing black clothes and was surrounded by black demonic intent. Ancestor, Juzi greeted him. The silhouette's demon intent dispersed. He looked clean and young, no older than Juzi, but he was much, much older. Juzi, if you want, I'll go and kill him, said the ancestor. Juzi knew that it was easy for his ancestor to kill a cultivator of the Huang Qi layer. But the problem was, he didn't want to take that risk. If they killed Lin Feng, his wife might really die along with him. He would feel guilty for his entire life if that happened. Ancestor, I'll take care of him, Juzi said. The man remained silent for a few seconds before softly saying to Juzi, all right. He can't escape anyway, we're in hell. I'll let you deal with him then. He disappeared from Juzi's field of vision. Juzi remained silent for a few seconds and closed his eyes to keep waiting. Finally, it was the last day. Lin Feng rose up into the air. Juzi instantly arrived next to him. Lin Feng glanced at him coldly. Silhouettes rose up into the air all around. Lin Feng smiled icily and said indifferently, give me back my things now. He had given them a demon hand, a sun disk and a boat. Everything appeared before Lin Feng and he jumped onto the boat. I know that some of you want to kill me. But don't try, otherwise 3 people will die at the same time. His boat shot across the sky. The demon pond slowly disappeared, only a mere puddle was left. Everybody frowned and pulled long faces. What's going on? Asked someone. They couldn't stand it anymore. Someone said icily, he took the demon pond away. More people began shouting in outrage. I'll kill him in the celestial country. I'm coming too. Nobody can go, said the great emperor icily. A year ago, he killed Juxiao and the others. Now he has taken our demon pond and has practiced our Devamara body technique, and he's also been cleansed by Devamara Kulpa strength. He must have become much, much stronger. Only Juzi can kill him now. At the entrance of the celestial country, there were still some people waiting. There were even more people this time than the previous. People from everywhere in hell had gathered there. The last year had been terrifying for hell in the celestial country with the great war over the Milky Way battlefield happening. Therefore, hell had to send even more people now, and reclaim it. When Lin Feng arrived, he had already put on a mask. The last time, he had escaped from Wang Xiao thanks to Minister Uptila, but this time Wang Xiao wasn't going to let him off if he saw him. Lin Feng didn't dare to gamble. Juzi closely followed Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng had his wife, he wouldn't be able to relax. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and suddenly looked surprised. He's here too. Does he want to go to the celestial country too? Thought Lin Feng. He noticed Minister Kalasutra and his daughter Qinyao. Apart from them, there were also many soldiers in armor. Those people were probably members of the Kalasutra army. Qinyao had also become a medium-level Hell Emperor. Back when Lin Feng had just arrived in Hell, she was already at the top of the lower Huangqi layer. Now, she had become stronger. It was normal after a year. But it was dangerous for someone like Qinyao to go to the celestial country. There were many strong cultivators in the celestial country. Even though Qinyao was strong, there were an endless number of people there who were stronger than her. Qinyao, you should wait until you're a high-level Hell Emperor to go to the celestial country, advised Minister Kalasutra. He was worried for her. Dad, Lin Feng went to the celestial country even though he had just become a medium-level Hell Emperor, and he also came out much stronger than before. How could I flinch? I've already modified the Hellfire. At the very least, I can protect myself, I won't die, replied Qinyao, looking very determined. Wang Xiao and the others had chased Minister Uptila and Lin Feng, everybody knew about that already. They also knew that Jin Mang had always hidden his real strength, and Wang Xiao and the others had prevented him from going to the celestial country and kidnapped him. Minister, this time, we'll go to the celestial country and protect the princess, a young man said to Minister Kalasutra. Minister Kalasutra remained silent for a few seconds. As long as they didn't encounter a terrifying cultivator, there should be no problem. Everybody had been waiting for such a long time. Finally, the lights were twinkling, but people were still waiting for some people to come out. Finally, the scouts came out. They were soaked with blood. They were high-level Hell Emperors, but they weren't extremely strong. "How's the situation in the celestial country?" asked someone. The lead scout replied, "This year, the strong cultivators of hell resisted against the outsiders, but everything changed. The Milky Way battlefield isn't a border area anymore, there are strong cultivators everywhere, on both sides of it." That person didn't sound so sure because he hadn't been able to go to the Milky Way battlefield. He had just heard about those things. "It's chaotic. Everything is chaotic there," thought the crowd. Some people continued coming out of the celestial country. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That was a perfect opportunity. "Don't forget your promise." Juzi groaned icily. Lin Feng replied, "When I go in, I'll release your wife. If you do anything dodgy, I'll kill her." Lin Feng then flashed in the direction of the entrance. Just before he entered the celestial country, a woman appeared, and he entered the celestial country alone as she fell. "Little Hua!" Juzi exclaimed, flashing up and catching Yama Hua gently. He was so relieved. Lin Feng had released his wife, otherwise, he would have followed Lin Feng in and killed him. Yama Hua was bewildered as she asked, "Where is he?" "He's in the celestial country," replied Juzi. Yama Hua looked stunned for a moment, before turning furious and demanding, "Kill him, Juzi. You must kill that asshole." Juzi said gently, "Little Hua, did he do anything to you?" Yama Hua shook her head, but said, "You must kill him." "I'll take you back to the ancient demon clan first," Juzi replied coldly. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1910, Celestial Being. Chapter 1910, Celestial Being. Lin Feng was back in the celestial country once again. When he appeared there, many people looked over at him. The air still felt tense and dangerous. People had been fighting over this territory forever, after all. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he flew away. The strong cultivators from the continent of the Nine Clouds weren't here. After all, this was the entrance from hell. They couldn't be here the whole time, otherwise it would have meant that the whole celestial country belonged to them. Suddenly, a cold chi surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly turned around. He looked at the cultivator with his obsidian eyes, and that person shivered. How scary! Lin Feng ignored him and continued flying. After a short time, he arrived in a mountain range and found a cave. A light beam had come from the sky and created a crater in that place. The hole had appeared when Lin Feng was practicing cultivation the previous time here. It was also where the entrance of the Jalakandra fairyland was. There was nobody inside. Lin Feng found a cave and started meditating in seclusion. He needed to become stronger during this year. Thus, he needed to kill many people. Even though Lin Feng had become quite strong, he still thought he wasn't strong enough. Many people here could possibly defeat him there, such as Ji Chang. Lin Feng's main advantage was that he was walking on the path of life and death. However, Ji Chang understood Dao strength better than him, and Juzi was even more terrifying. Even with great imperial weapons, Lin Feng couldn't defeat him. However, Lin Feng was more confident than people who didn't understand Dao strength at all. Few people of his generation could actually defeat him. At that moment, in the continent of the Nine Clouds, in the Dark Night region, in Champion University, the people from Tiantai sensed some oppressive energies. In Tiantai's courtyard, a few people had gathered: Ho Changlin, Tianqi, Yin Changyan, Tantai, Jingshou, Huang Fulong and someone else, Ruoxia. During the past year, Emperor Wu Tianjian had returned to Sword Mountain. After he became a great emperor, he had started meditating in seclusion, studying the celestial evolution holy scriptures and improving his nihility sword scriptures. In the end, he had managed to understand the path of nihilism. He had defeated Emperor Tai Jian, killing him. Emperor Wu Tianjian had become the new leader of Sword Mountain. The elders had then explained the secrets of Sword Mountain to everyone in Sword Mountain. Ruoxia knew Emperor Wu Tianjian. Emperor Wu Tianjian had told Ruoxia about Tiantai and everything, so Ruoxia had gone to the holy city and had found Tiantai there. Tiantai occupying the territory of the 9 great celestial castles was a symbol for Tiantai. Qingdi Mountain was friends with Tiantai, so nobody could attack them. Tiantai's core disciples were all extremely talented. They had all studied the celestial evolution holy scriptures by now. However, a strange gloomy energy surrounded them. How are Qiu Ming's injuries? Ho Chenglin asked to Yun Changyan. Yun Changyan looked glum and pulled a long face, very severe. Many days are required to recover. That wasn't a good way to practice. 6 people from Tiantai have died already. 8 are severely injured. It's all my fault, sighed Ho Chenglin. The Moon Group used some evil techniques to spy on us and attack us by surprise. It has nothing to do with you, rebutted Yun Qingyan. Brother, don't say it's your fault, added Tianqi. Everybody nodded agreement. 3 years have passed. We've all become stronger. Many of us have already become medium-level emperors. Ji Wuyo is the strongest cultivator they have in the Moon Group. He doesn't need excuses to fight against us, though, said Qinwu, pulling a long face. Indeed, the Moon Group was becoming stronger than Tiantai again. In Champion University, many people considered Tiantai weaker than the Moon Group. Many people in the Moon Group were extremely strong, especially Ji Wuyo. One had already become a high-level emperor. Because of the agreement between Lin Feng and the Moon Group, many people were trying to become high-level emperors. Ho Chenglin remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he looked at Jing Shou, who was the same as before. He was wearing white clothes and his hands were still in his sleeves, like always. Jing Shou, how are your disciples doing? Ho Chenglin asked Jing Shou. No problem. I have a group of assassins already, Jing Shou said calmly. During these years, Jing Shou was in charge of teaching people how to become assassins in Tiantai. Alright, even if we lose, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, we'll surpass the Moon Group. We just need more time. The most important thing is to avoid being ambushed by the Moon Group, said Ho Chenglin slowly. Everybody remained silent for a few seconds. They understood that Ho Chenglin was saying that for their own good. Tiantai had changed a lot. They had all become much stronger, and had lots of heroes. The battle between Tiantai and the Moon Group was going to be incredible. Even if they lost, it didn't matter, they would learn from their mistakes, like back when they had defeated the Star Group. How's Lin Feng doing? Tiantai asked Ho Chenglin. Ho Chenglin replied, let's not think about Lin Feng. Alright. Tiantai nodded. He understood what Ho Chenglin meant. Maybe Lin Feng's real body wouldn't be able to make it back. In the Holy City, 3 months passed and new exams took place at university. People took the exams of the 4 universities. At that moment, in Champion University, near the territory where medium-level emperors were taking the exam, there were many strong cultivators. They were all incredible geniuses of the Holy City. The Yuan clan is here. Yuan Ting is another princess of the Yuan clan. She is even younger than Yuan Jing of a few years ago. She is extremely strong, and she's also very beautiful. I wonder if I could become her boyfriend, wondered a young man staring at the object of his words. Do you think you will have such an opportunity? Stop dreaming. Yuan Jing will get married with Ji Wuyo. Yuan Ting is probably as strong as her sister, and she'll find an amazing husband too, someone else rebutted him heartlessly. So many outstanding women. The Ji clan's young men are incredible strong. Ji Chang, Ji Wuyo, they're all astonishingly strong and talented. Even though the students of Champion University were incredibly strong, Yuan Ting was even better than most of them. She was a dazzling woman who always looked arrogant and proud. In the distance, someone else in white clothes appeared. She was wearing a veil which covered her face. Phew! What an incredibly beautiful woman! Sighed a young man. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but this one was extraordinarily beautiful. Many people looked at her and couldn't look away. She looked like a goddess. She's so stunning, she's bewitching. Someone else blurted out. Everybody sighed. Such beauty. They wished they could see her face, whisk away the veil covering it. In a short time, everybody stopped looking at Yuan Ting and looked at the new woman who was arriving. She landed gracefully on the ground, surrounded by a celestial qi. Everybody could sense how cold her qi was. People wanted to get closer, but they couldn't. She was already a medium-level emperor. Everybody had one thought: this woman had to be a princess, but from which influential group? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1911, Yuan Jing's Embarrassment. Chapter 1911, Yuan Jing's Embarrassment. This time, those who were in charge of the medium-level emperor's exam weren't a faction, but some strong cultivators from the higher ranking list. Yuan Jing was one of them. During these last 3 years, Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing had cultivated really hard, whether in their clans or with ancestor Zhu Tian. They had become much stronger. During these 3 years, both of them had made great progress. Yuan Jing had become a medium-level emperor, and acquired powerful new spells and techniques. She had become really strong. She had also stepped into the higher ranking list as the 17th student. Accomplishing that in less than 3 years was a really good performance. Yuan Jing looked at one of the women sitting the exam. It was Yuan Ting, her younger sister. Yuan Ting is really strong. Passing the exam shouldn't be an issue for her, Yuan Jing smiled. She's indeed really strong. She will definitely pass the exam, someone next to her nodded. They pointed at someone else and added, that girl there is extraordinary, she's extremely strong. Nobody can stop her. She's even stronger than Yuan Ting. Yuan Jing looked over at the girl, who looked like a celestial being. Many people around here were staring at her. Humph. Yuan Jing groaned icily. Women could be very petty at times. When a man complimented a woman in front of another one, the latter couldn't help but be jealous. Let's see if she will pass the exam or not, said Yuan Jing, staring at that celestial woman. The others frowned, but Yuan Jing's social status was too high, so they just smiled wryly in the end. Poor girl, she was extremely strong, but Yuan Jing would probably try her best to prevent her from passing the exam. However, after a short time, they remained motionless and stared at the contestants in astonishment. Yuan Jing was attacked by someone and forced to the ground. She was surrounded by an ice-cold layer of energy and shivering. She pulled a long face and stared at the beautiful girl with the veil, who was surrounded by a celestial qi. Yuan Jing's heart was pounding. She felt humiliated. She initially wanted to block that girl, but now she had been beaten down by her. Her pride and ego had been crushed, she couldn't even compete with this fellow contestant. How painful! Besides, that girl was even more beautiful than her. Who are you? Yuan Jing asked icily. She couldn't think of any clan in the holy city which this girl could have come from. The woman in white clothes looked at Yuan Jing, a picture of calm and serenity. Yuan Jing felt even worse. She couldn't see her eyes, but that girl was looking at her in a disdainful way. Everybody was staring at that beautiful woman, and she was looking at Yuan Jing as if the fact that she had defeated Yuan Jing was just normal. The woman in white clothes passed next to Yuan Jing and continued walking on. Yuan Jing felt even more humiliated, turning her head and asking, "You're from the Snow Clan?" Yuan Jing had sensed the woman's qi. She looked beautiful, had an extraordinary chi, and was really strong. She could only be from the Snow Clan. She had fought against members of the Snow Clan in the past. Even though she had never seen this woman in particular, she was reminded of people from the Snow Clan. The woman in white clothes paused, but in the end she ignored Yuan Jing and continued walking away. Everybody had seen their meeting, and were astonished at the results. Everybody was convinced that the new girl would pass the exam and rise quickly in Champion University. As expected, the woman passed the exam. The woman in white entered Champion University, those in charge of the exam leading the way. They were all curious about that mysterious girl. At the same time, everybody in Champion University was talking about that girl who had defeated Yuan Jing easily, some of them not believing the rumor. After the woman in white joined Champion University, she did only one thing: she asked about Tiantai and headed there. When the girl arrived at Tiantai's buildings, some people stopped her. When Yun Qingyan saw this beautiful woman, she rose up into the air and was on the defensive. "You want to join Tiantai?" asked Yun Qingyan with a careful smile. This young woman was beautiful. Yun Qingyan didn't feel good in front of her. Since when did this woman join Champion University? Qingyan had never seen her before. The woman in white studied Yun Qingyan and then looked behind her, seeing some other people. Her eyes twinkled and she immediately ran past Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan was astonished. She turned around and saw the woman in white already in the distance. She was speechless. That woman hadn't looked threatening, and didn't seem to want to attack. "Ho Qinglin," said the woman in white when she arrived at the courtyard. She rose up into the air slightly and everybody looked at her, surprised by her sudden presence. Many people had the same thoughts as Yun Qingyan. When Ho Qinglin heard someone call his name, he was also surprised. He raised his head and was astonished. Yuan Fei, Huang Fulong, and the others were astonished too. The woman removed her veil, and they all sort of gaped at her breathtaking beauty. How beautiful, thought Yun Qingyan, also catching up at that moment. What a beautiful woman. Qing Feng was astonished too. She was the princess of the animal world. She was already extremely beautiful, but this young woman was even more beautiful than her. When the woman in white saw Ho Qinglin, Tianqi, Yuan Fei and the others, she smiled resplendently. Only Wu looked back at her in a cold and arrogant manner. "What about him?" asked the woman in white. She smiled only because she was thinking of him. "He's traveling abroad," Ho Qinglin sighed back to the woman in white. He was excited to see her. Unfortunately, that guy hadn't even left a clone of his in Tiantai. The woman in white suddenly stopped smiling, looking very disappointed. "I'll prepare a residence for you. You'll see him when he comes back," Ho Qinglin added quickly. "Yes, sister, he also misses you," added Yuan Fei loudly. Yuan Fei, Ban Ruo, and Xingzhan were also students at Champion University these days. The woman in white was naturally Meng Qing. She wasn't used to seeing all of them together, so she shook her head and smiled. "Nah, the university will get something sorted for me. Just tell me when he comes back." She put her veil back on and left gracefully. Meng Qing had grown up in Black Wind Mountain, then she had met Lin Feng and had explored the world, but she didn't like commotion, especially when Lin Feng wasn't there with her. She wasn't used to dealing with so many people at the same time. "She hasn't changed, she's still the same," laughed Yuan Fei. Ho Qinglin and the others understood that was her personality. They were happy to see Meng Qing finally make it to Champion University, though. "Who was that beautiful woman?" asked Yun Qingyan. Her heart was still pounding. Lin Feng's wife, Ho Qinglin, told her. Yun Qingyan was astonished. She smiled and said, "That guy is really lucky." Wu and Cheng Feng were astonished, too. Wu looked at Cheng Feng, who appeared quite calm, wondering what she thought about Meng Qing. "No need to tell everyone about this. She doesn't like it when people disturb her, Ho Chang Lin reminded them. Everybody nodded. If Ji Chang's club learned that Meng Qing was Lin Feng's wife, they would bully her. Ho Chang Lin didn't want anything bad to happen to Meng Qing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1912, 3 years have passed. Chapter 1912, 3 years have passed. In the celestial country of Lin Feng's small world, there was a mountain range. A demon pond was there now, the water black and containing a terrifying demon chi. It was the demon pond Lin Feng had stolen from the ancient demon clan. He had practiced the ancient demon clan's technique and had a Devamara body. He had become much stronger physically. Now, he was practicing cultivation in the demon pond. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, black demon lights twinkling within them. He disappeared and reappeared somewhere else. Jian Mang was seated cross-legged there. He was practiced cultivation calmly and patiently. Since Lin Feng had put him in there and he couldn't get out, he had nothing else to do. Maybe if he became strong enough, he'd be able to leave someday. Jian Mang sensed something and raised his head. He couldn't see, but he sensed Lin Feng's presence. If I'm not wrong, we're in another world. How did you do that? Asked Jian Mang. He could sense that he was in a different world. People who were alive could only be captured in other worlds. Lin Feng didn't reply, staring at Jian Mang. Jian Mang asked mildly, "What are you going to do with me?" A terrifying chi suddenly rose up in the air. A demon appeared in Lin Feng's mind, and then appeared behind him like an illusion. In the ancient demon clan, there was a spell. Cultivators could condense their souls to create a demon fire and burn people's souls, and then wielding a mysterious power, they could create 81 demon imprints. With those 81 demon imprints, they could create a demon. It was a very complex and mysterious spell. People who were not talented didn't even need to attempt to learn the demon puppet technique. Even though Lin Feng couldn't learn it, he had learned a spell to spy on people. With the demon puppet spell, cultivators could plant a demon puppet seed in someone's soul and spy on them. The members of the ancient demon clan didn't use it because it wasn't as powerful as the ancient demon imprint. However, Lin Feng could use it on Jian Mang. "Jian Mang, I'm going to plant a demon puppet seed in your soul, and then I will release you." "My actual body is in the celestial country," Lin Feng said coldly. "What do you want me to do?" asked Jian Mang. He didn't refuse, of course. What could he do, anyway? Lin Feng had everything under control. "Follow me to the Milky Way battlefield. We'll kill people and get out from there," Lin Feng proposed. Jian Mang frowned. He understood, killing people on the Milky Way battlefield was a good thing, but getting out from there? Dark lights sparkled and a demon puppet seed penetrated into Jian Mang's brain. He didn't resist. "Let's go out," said Lin Feng indifferently. A short time later, two people appeared in the air above a mountain range, Lin Feng and Jian Mang. They immediately turned into two light beams and headed off. The celestial country was still chaotic. People were fighting everywhere. Xin Yao and the others had encountered some extremely strong cultivators. A terrifying fire had filled the air. It was hellfire, and Xin Yao was inside. "You're a strong little girl, aren't ya?" said someone, smiling evilly. Then, he did some hand seals and a terrifying chi shot towards Xin Yao and the strong cultivators who were protecting her. The black chi turned into light beams. "Burn!" An ebony flame countered, shooting back towards him, Xin Yao's hellfire. Thunder rumbled in the air, and a gigantic mountain fell down from the sky. The air became thick and heavy. "Princess Xin Yao, move back!" shouted a member of the Kalasutra army. These peoples were all outsiders, their third eyes had imprints, and were all very strong. Xin Yao nodded and continued retreating. The ancient mountain continued falling down from the sky, emitting sonic booms. Everybody fled. Around Xinyao, everything was burning. Soul-stirring. Shouted an icy voice. Xinyao gazed into the distance and saw a darkness waiting in the air. Her soul started shaking and her hellfire started weakening. Xinyao! Shouted someone explosively. Xinyao shook violently. Some people wanted to save her, but the mountain was falling. The enemies were heroic figures, too. Xinyao and the others were unlucky to have encountered them. Here! Shouted someone at Xinyao. She turned around and saw an evil-looking person. It felt like he started absorbing her soul. Two silhouettes appeared, moving so fast the air was screaming around them. When they saw Xinyao, they were both startled. Lin Feng lunged towards the man who was attacking Xinyao. The man frowned and glared at Lin Feng. He tried to use his soul-stirring spell on him, but all he saw was a pair of pitch-black eyes filled with death strength staring back at him, and death chi started flooding into his body. Lin Feng waved his hands and a death kulpa sword appeared. In a flash, the sword pierced through that man's head in just a blur of motion. Jian Meng attacked at the same time as Lin Feng. Sword lights moved everywhere invisibly quick. If the surrounding people hadn't seen that speed with their own eyes, they would have never believed that a medium-level emperor could be that fast. Jian Meng's sword attacks were also dazzling to the eyes. He used light strength. When Xinyao saw all this, she was stunned and disappointed. Lin Feng and Jian Meng had become so strong. She remembered back when Lin Feng had defeated her on the battle stage. Back then, she had thought she'd get her revenge someday, but now the difference between her and Lin Feng was even greater. Lin Feng could easily kill her, and could even easily kill the strong cultivators who were guarding her. He killed like an emotionless murderer. After a short time, the battle was over. Lin Feng looked at Xinyao. "Why did you save me?" Xinyao asked Lin Feng. She had always been hostile to Lin Feng. "Tell Wang Xiao that I haven't forgotten about him," replied Lin Feng, before he and Jian Meng continued on their way. Xinyao felt like trash. Lin Feng didn't even pay attention to her, a princess of hell. Lin Feng and Jian Meng moved invisibly fast through the Milky Way battlefield. Nobody could stop them, their hands and clothes were soaked with blood. They had already killed a great number of people on the battlefield. The Milky Way battlefield was still very mysterious. The yellow springs were under them, people couldn't go down there without dying. There were only corpses in the yellow springs. Lin Feng and Jian Meng continued flying towards the edge of the battlefield, carefully keeping track of their surroundings. The 3-year period will soon be over, Lin Feng said to himself. Because of Wang Xiao, he might miss the date of the agreement. What would Ho Qing Lin and the others do? At the same time, in the dark night region of the continent of the Nine Clouds, Lin Feng's clone flew towards Champion University, intending to uphold the agreement, of course. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1913, Foil. Chapter 1913, Foil. In Champion University, the Holy City, the Dark Night region. The atmosphere was very tense. 3 years before, in Champion University, a new group had risen, Tiantai. Some incredible cultivators had risen with it. They had defeated the star group of Ji Chang's club. After that, they had agreed on a date for a battle between the Moon Group and them. Now, it was about to happen. Ji Wuyo is back. Someone called out. They had seen him flying in the sky, dressed in fine clothes. The strong cultivators of the Moon Group have already come back. They've gone to the battle stage of the higher ranking list. And Lin Feng has disappeared, we rarely see him at university. We'll see what Tiantai intends to do against the Moon Group, said someone, looking in Tiantai's direction. The Moon Group had been rising these last few days and were pressuring Tiantai. Yes, well, Tiantai is still a new group. And during these 3 years, the Moon Group has become much stronger. One of them even become a high-level emperor and left the Moon Group. Some people didn't break through on purpose, just because of this battle. Those who joined Tiantai 3 years ago are still low-level emperors. Defeating the cultivators of the Moon Group will be very difficult. The cultivators of the Moon Group were also very talented. Tiantai's cultivators couldn't possibly have broken through within 3 years, that was much too difficult. By the way, a new celestial girl has joined our university, have you seen her? Only once. She really looks like a celestial being. I wonder who she is. I've heard that she defeated Yuan Jing during the exam. Yuan Jing went back to meditate in seclusion and hasn't come out since. Yuan Jing is the princess of the Yuan clan and Ji Wuyo's woman. She has a very high social status. Some people wanted to avenge Yuan Jing and went to find that celestial girl. However, after seeing her, they were very polite to her, exchanged a few words, and just left. Haha, how could you attack such a beautiful woman? Impossible. They say she's a celestial woman from the Snow Clan. I wonder if it's true or not. In Champion University, people talked a lot about Tiantai and the Moon Group, as well as the celestial woman. Many people wanted to get to know her, but she was very distant. In Tiantai's buildings, in a secret room, Ho Changlin was releasing reincarnation cosmic energy. He frowned and kept attacking. Arg, this is frustrating. What is my path? Thought Ho Changlin with a long sigh. Ji Wuyo already understood Dao strength. Even though the Ji clan helped him a lot, he was also quite strong and very talented. But Ho Changlin also had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, so he couldn't be weaker than Ji Wuyo. He had to understand his own path, his own Dao. Otherwise, even if he became a great emperor, he would be weak, and stronger great emperors would oppress him. After a few minutes, Ho Changlin took a deep breath and stood up. It was time to fight against the Moon Group. Even if he hadn't managed to understand Dao strength, he had to respect the agreement. Even if they lost, it didn't matter. There was an ocean of people at the battle stage of the higher ranking list. There were even some high-level emperors. The cultivators of Tiantai and the Moon Group who were going to fight were heroic, and a lot of people paid attention to them. Ji Wuyo and the other members of the Moon Group had already arrived. Ji Wuyo looked angry. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, trying to forget about the outside world. But he couldn't hide his chi, he was too furious. He wanted to get his revenge, it was time. Ji Wuyo has become so strong already. Maybe he will become the first cultivator of Champion University someday, just like Ji Chang. Exclaimed a young man wearing blue and green clothes. There were many people behind him, including many high-level emperors and medium-level emperors. Zomke, Ji Wuyo is a little boy who doesn't like it when people compare him with his brother, said someone next to him. He was an ordinary and simple-looking man named Lu Yen. They were all excited to see the battle. In Champion University, the most powerful groups were usually created by high-level emperors, just like Ji Chang's club had been created by Ji Chang. Since he was the first student of Champion University, Ji Chang's club was also very famous and had a good reputation. The stronger the leader of a group, the better the reputation of the group. The Stone Group and the Wind Clan were two other powerful groups in Champion University. The strong cultivators of the Stone Group all controlled Earth cosmic energy. They exchanged a lot in terms of Earth cultivation. Their leader was Zone K, the fifth cultivator of the Celestial Champion ranking list. The Wind Clan had been created by Lu Yen. He was the seventh cultivator of the ranking list, and controlled wind strength. People from the Wind Clan were all extremely fast. 1,000 years from now, they would become terrifyingly powerful, and could become an ancient clan. The founder of the Wind Clan was from an ancient clan. In the Dark Night region, many people from ancient clans created new clans, sects, and other organizations. Zhong Ke and Lu Yan came to watch the battles. It seems that the fighting will be incredible. Many public figures from Champion University are here. I wonder where the great emperors are, mused someone who had recognized Lu Yan and Zhong Quebec. When people became great emperors, they rarely showed up at the university. Great emperors liked to travel everywhere in the continent. Great emperors could be considered genuinely strong. They could create sects, clans, and travel anywhere. Little boy? He now understands Dao strength. He'll probably soon be on the list of potential champions, replied Zhong Ke, smiling indifferently. Zhong Ke, since you came back from the celestial country, do you understand Dao strength now too? Asked Lu Yan when he saw Zhong Ke's smile. Many people who were on the celestial champion ranking list and gone to the celestial country had died. Many other people had already replaced them. Some people had also decided to stay in the celestial country to continue practicing. Lu Yan had heard that Zhong Ke had obtained some mysterious things and had been meditating in seclusion during the previous days. What do you think? Said Zhong Quebec. He almost looked evil. The crowd looked solemn and gazed into the distance. A group of people was coming over. They were very young and looked extraordinary, the people from Tiantai. Zhong Ke and Lu Yan studied the group. Zhong Ke said, they are still new in Champion University, but they are really strong. As I see it, Tiantai is just a new group, but they are already powerful. In 10 years, they'll become really terrifying. 10 years is too long. I've heard that even the Sun Group even wanted to oppress Tiantai. Ji Cheng's club won't let Tiantai rise that easily. They won't let Tiantai suppress the Star Group and the Moon Group that easily either. Ji Cheng's club already feels humiliated. You don't understand the temper of those people, Lu Yan said indifferently. Many people thought that it was too late. Tiantai had oppressed and humiliated the Star Group, but they wouldn't be able to defy the Moon Group. They had been lucky the first time, but now they weren't going to be able to rise anymore. They were under too much pressure. Ji Wuyo was seated cross-legged in the air, and suddenly opened his eyes, which glittered with sharp lights. His chi started rolling around him, the energies destructive and oppressive. They're finally here. Ji Wuyo slowly stood up and looked over at those people. Finally, after 3 years. That celestial girl is here too. Many people noticed Meng Qing in her white clothes. She was mysterious, so many people just called her the celestial woman or celestial girl. I wouldn't have thought that she would be interested in the battle too, thought the crowd. People knew almost nothing about her, just that she rarely went anywhere. Yuan Jing, who was standing next to Ji Wuyo, looked over at Meng Qing angrily. She hadn't shown up publicly for a while precisely because of Meng Qing. Everybody in Champion University knew that Yuan Jing had been defeated by that woman during her exam, and she was also much more beautiful than Wen Jing. She had turned into a mere foil in other people's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1914, Aggressive. Chapter 1914, Aggressive. Tiantai's people were under pressure. Where's Lin Feng? Shouted Ji Wuyo furiously. He had been waiting for 3 years, Lin Feng had humiliated him, they had to come back, all of them. He will come when he's ready, said Ho Ching Lin calmly. He raised his head, the sun was in the middle of the sky, it was noon. Lin Feng's clone was probably going to arrive at any minute. He's hiding? Since it's that way, I'll crush you all and we'll see if he doesn't show up, swore Ji Wuyo furiously. Today, we'll fight on 3 battle stages at the same time. If you come onto the battle stage, you cannot jump off. If you are forced off the battle stage, it means you lost, otherwise you can't jump off. We'll fight like that until nobody's left. Will you dare or not? 3 years had passed. This time, nobody could jump off the stage, they had to fight until the end. Why wouldn't we dare? Said Ho Ching Lin calmly. Since it's that way, let's fight. Said Ji Wuyo. 3 different people landed on the battle stages, all of them strong cultivators from the Moon Group. These people are quite weak in the Moon Group. They just want to see how strong Tiantai's people are, thought the more knowledgeable observers. Ho Chang Lin's silhouette flickered. Lin Feng still hadn't come back. It didn't matter. If they lost, Lin Feng's clone wouldn't be able to save the situation anyway. Huang Fulong, Tiantai, Qin Wu, you start, said Ho Chang Lin calmly. They nodded and jumped onto the battle stages to start the fights. Lin Feng didn't know about what was going on there. His clone was in the Holy City and racing towards Champion University. His real body was on the Milky Way battlefield. Dazzling swords streaked across the sky and he cut apart an enemy. He also captured items which fell in the form of meteors. They could already see the boundary between the Milky Way battlefield and the other side. Lin Feng and Jin Mang ran towards that celestial border. Their third eyes twinkled and a new imprint appeared. Let's avoid the crowd and get out of here, Lin Feng said to Jin Mang. They were flying so fast that whistling sounds followed after them. After a short time, they arrived on the other side of the Milky Way battlefield. When people noticed that they had an imprint, they wanted to kill the two. Lin Feng was convinced he could defeat many people, but he couldn't defeat an army. He wasn't strong enough yet. Intruders! Shouted someone icily. His eyes were as bright as suns and dazzling, a fire burning in them. He immediately started running towards Lin Feng and Jin Mang. Kill! Said Lin Feng. Jin Mang moved invisibly fast, his eyes became dazzling with light strength. Instantly, their enemy had the sensation he was going blind. Jin Mang looked like a dazzling light beam, a sort of pure light. In comparison with Jin Mang's swords, the sun actually looked quite pale. Lin Feng's eyes were all gray as he watched Jin Mang's amazing speed. At the same level, it was difficult to compete with Jin Mang in terms of speed. After killing that person, they continued flying on their way. In the distance, many people saw them and raced towards them, attempting to surround them. Intruders, kill them! Shouted someone explosively. Lin Feng pulled a long face. That person had shouted so loudly that many people probably heard him. During the year which had passed, the two worlds had been fighting constantly on the Milky Way battlefield. Each time they noticed intruders, they didn't hesitate and joined hands to slaughter them. They wanted to protect their side of the Milky Way battlefield. 3 high-level emperors, said Lin Feng to Jin Mang coldly, you kill the one on the right, I'll block the 2 others. Jin Mang nodded as those people drew closer. Dazzling lights illuminated the atmosphere again. Jin Mang threw himself at the one who came from the right. One of the cultivators coming from the left also sensed those whistling sword energies. He was startled and suddenly stopped in place, releasing his soul strength. Lin Feng moved towards the one in the middle and released Death Culpa strength. That cultivator was surrounded by green earth strength, and Lin Feng's strength couldn't pierce through. Such a powerful defense, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng accelerated and his black water appeared. Death Dao intent. His enemy was astonished. Lin Feng landed in front of him and punched him violently while releasing Devamara Culpa strength against the dazzling green lights around him. Crackling sounds spread as his green armor cracked. Still, Lin Feng frowned. What kind of armor was that? His defense was terrifying. Earth cosmic energies were great for defense. Death strength could easily corrode people's lives and kill them, but his opponent's defense was so great that the death strength couldn't pierce through. Lin Feng's attack seemed inefficient. Break! Shouted Lin Feng explosively, releasing immortal strength. Deadly cosmic energies filled the air. Lin Feng attacked his enemy dozens of times, and the armor kept crackling from the impacts. Lin Feng's physical strength was overwhelming, finally blasting apart the green lights. Lin Feng's fist crashed onto his enemy and his head exploded. Even though the enemy had incredible defense skills, he wasn't that strong at all. After his kill, a deadly strength appeared behind Lin Feng, but flickers of swordlight glittered and destroyed it. Jian Mang continued on to attack the last one. Lin Feng turned around and used his Nihility sword, but Jian Mang killed him first. "Hurry up and run!" shouted Lin Feng when he sensed more energies converging on them. Lin Feng's soul was shaking violently. After all, they were on the Milky Way battlefield, and the people who came there were extremely strong. Roar! Dragon chants arose, and bestial chi pulsed. Lin Feng saw a silhouette coming towards him. That person's third eye was dazzling. It was someone from hell. Ao Xiu. Lin Feng was startled when he saw the new arrival. Surprisingly, it was Ao Xiu. 2 years before, they had been to the Pathfinder Peak together, and now Ao Xiu had come back. He seemingly understood the basics of Dao strength now, as well. "Lin Feng, here we meet again," said Ao Xiu, frowning and laughing at the same time. In the distance, some strong cultivators from the continent of the Nine Clouds had arrived too. "Those guys don't let anyone from hell come here. Lin Feng, let's go and kill them together, alright?" said Ao Xiu cheerfully. A gigantic and terrifying hand imprint appeared and hurtled out. Ao Xiu laughed loudly. He was from the Dragon Clan. His physical body was astonishingly powerful. The enemy could feel Ao Xiu's oppressive energies. "Die!" shouted Ao Xiu explosively. He punched out, shaking the sky. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. His target's body instantly exploded, pieces of flesh and viscera flying everywhere. The other outsiders around were astonished and stopped moving. "Ao Xiu, I see that you also comprehended Dao strength after you went to the Pathfinder Peak, but what kind of Dao is it?" Lin Feng asked him. "Aggressive, the path of aggressiveness. You can also call it the path of strength. Dragons are aggressive and physically strong. I am from the Dragon Clan. I must be brutal, violent, and aggressive," Ao Xiu declared. He seemed extremely enthusiastic. "Indeed, it suits you perfectly. You are even more aggressive, indeed." Lin Feng nodded. Dao strength was very mysterious. It was not just about one's way, but also about one's personality. Lin Feng was walking on the path of life and death. Officer Uptala had walked on the great path of the Uptala. Ao Xiu was walking on the path of aggressiveness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1915, World of the Living Imprint. Chapter 1915, World of the Living Imprint. There were many strong cultivators around Lin Feng and the other two. Lin Feng glanced at them icily and released a lot of death strength. The strong cultivators shook. This guy looked ordinary, but a single glance and he could kill people. "Lin Feng, you started walking on the path of life and death, how's it going?" asked Ao Xiu as he released oppressive energies. Ao Xiu was a dragon cultivator, terrifyingly strong, and he had a high cultivation level too. He was far from ordinary. Lin Feng and Jian Mang were fighting too. Jian Mang had turned into lights, his silhouette kept flickering here and there. Lin Feng was cutting apart people one after another with Culpa sword attacks. At the same time, death strength surrounded him like an ocean. Many of his foes died when the black water reached them. Those three people understand Dao strength. The expressions of the people who were coming to attack them changed drastically. They were frightened and dispersed quickly. "Die," said Ao Xiu. Dragon claws attacked one of them. Blood splashed and he was torn apart. Another man shouted in alarm and looked at Ao Xiu come towards him, his face ferocious and bloodthirsty. Aoshu brandished his claws, a blood dragon appeared and grabbed that man's body and ripped him apart violently. Many strong cultivators tried to stop the three of them, and died. Silhouettes fell from the sky one after another. However, more and more strong cultivators were alerted when they heard the sounds of fighting and headed towards them. A mysterious chi spread out from the Milky Way. The crowd was startled to see a mountain range fall from the sky. It contained an incredibly oppressive chi. The wind started blowing, clouds appeared, and blotted out the sun and the sky. It looked apocalyptic. That's when Lin Feng saw that ancient mountain. He was astonished. It was the same thing as when the man with the immortal king body type had appeared. Was there someone in this mountain too? But this ancient mountain was different from a celestial mountain. This ancient mountain had an incredibly oppressive strength. Dazzling lights shone all around it as it turned into a gigantic ancient imprint. It felt like it could destroy this world. That ancient imprint didn't have earth or empty space strength, it was a pure imprint. Maybe something great is going to happen this time, whispered Aoshu when he saw the ancient mountain. The mountain descended from the sky and moved towards the Yellow Springs. It didn't drown in the Yellow Springs, but just like a paper boat, it started floating atop the Yellow Springs, an incredible sight. But what kind of ancient mountain is that? Surprisingly, it doesn't sink, thought Lin Feng with an astonished frown. When the mountain had descended from the sky, it looked small, but now it looked gigantic. There was a flatland in it too. It looked like a gigantic hand imprint with a terrifying chi which rose to the skies. Many people came over quickly. Even the people who had been looking at Lin Feng and his allies were now staring at the mountain. Let's go and see, said Aoshu suddenly, and he raced ahead. He quickly landed at the front of the mountain, and a terrifying strength dashed to the skies. Dazzling lights emerged from Aoshu's eyes, and the crowd saw him stomp the ground beneath him with his right foot. The whole mountain shook violently, the shockwaves sending the closest watchers tumbling as everyone clutched at their ears. There was an eruption beneath him, and Aoshu was hurled away bleeding. What a terrifying imprint technique! The world of the living imprint. Aoshu was astonished and frowning. The crowd was staring at Aoshu, trembling after his display. That mountain's imprint was terrifying. Does it have Dao power? Lin Feng asked Aoshu. The mountain had to contain Dao power, otherwise it couldn't have thrown Aoshu away and injured him. Apparently. I can't recognize what strength it is. It's an ancient imprint. It probably doesn't contain any kind of strength, said Aoshu. The crowd was astonished. Someone else went up to the mountain and jumped down on it. The same thing happened to them as to Aoshu. But that man didn't even manage to walk on it as long as Aoshu and was hurled away even more forcefully. Lin Feng's eyes glittered before he took his own chance to jump to the front of the mountain. When he landed, he sensed an oppressive strength pulsing towards him. Those were ancient imprints, coming from the earth and sky. That wasn't any type of strength behind them, it seemed. The ancient imprints alone surged towards him violently. That strength comes from nowhere. Does it have Dao power? Lin Feng frowned as he moved back. He didn't persist. However, Lin Feng was running backwards but moving forwards. There was a mysterious gravitational force coming from that mountain. Quickly, the mountain disappeared from people's field of vision. They were all astonished. Lin Feng just looked at the traces of oppressive strength. Aoshu was astonished too, but he looked at Lin Feng, whose eyes were obsidian. He jumped up and said, "Let's get out and kill." Aoshu's eyes twinkled and he burst into bold laughter. They wanted to kill these people and reach the other side. Lin Feng was more than daring and bold enough to go with him. His purple tank appeared and rolled in the air, full of deathlights. Lin Feng and the two others moved invisibly fast. Lin Feng did a knife hand strike and a death river appeared before them. Who would dare to block them? However, some people moved towards them, trying to kill them. Lin Feng released dazzling Devamara Culpa strength. Some pitch-black death swords appeared and shot out in all directions. Lin Feng stared at one cultivator who sensed death strength invading his body. Lin Feng didn't stop, he continued racing forwards. Ao Shu's eyes were filled with flames of fury. Dragon chants spread in the air, he raised both his fists and suddenly, hundreds of blood dragons appeared and moved towards his target. The dragons grabbed him with their claws and shredded him. Nobody could stop them. Jian Mang was behind Ao Shu and released dazzling sword lights. Ao Shu worked with him as easily as Lin Feng. Those three people understand Dao strength. They're really strong. The outsider crowd was appalled, and many people ran away from the three of them, not daring to fight. Lin Feng and Jian Mang's attacks were dangerous. One of them could kill people by glancing at them, and the other one was as fast and swift as light. Ao Shu's attacks were overwhelmingly brutal. The Milky Way started crackling, and another mountain descended from the sky. Many people noticed it, and attacked the mountain, trying to break it. However, a terrifying demon cultivator appeared out of it and began killing. He looked in the direction of the continent of the 9 clouds on the other side of the Milky Way and his eyes glittered. He then rose up into the air, and nobody dared to stop him. That demon cultivator was Juzi from the ancient demon clan. He had missed the 3-day opening period and was descending from the sky, just like the young man with the immortal king body back then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1916, Oppressing Ji Wuyo. Chapter 1916, Oppressing Ji Wuyo. In Champion University, on the battle stage of the higher ranking list, the Moon Group and Tiantai were fighting violently, especially since they couldn't give up. They had to lose to leave off the battle stage. Nobody would get away unharmed. The audience were astonished and amazed by Tiantai's progress. In only 3 years, they had become so strong. They could even compete with the powerful Moon Group. Tiantai's cultivators were really talented, especially since so many of them were low-level emperors, and most cultivators of the Moon Group were medium-level emperors. However, if the crowd knew that Tiantai's cultivators had all studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, they wouldn't have been surprised. With the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, coupled with their talent, they could only be very strong, especially since Ho Ching Lin had taken them abroad to gather experience. They hadn't wasted a single minute during those 3 years. Those bastards, the Moon Group recruited some strong cultivators again. They definitely have an advantage, said Tiantai. He was furious. He had participated in the first round of battles. He had faced 3 strong cultivators, but the last one was terrifying and he had forced Tiantai off from the battle stage. On another battle stage, Ji Wuyo defeated Tian Qi. Brother, Ji Wuyo really understands Dao strength, destructive Dao strength. He even destroyed my sentient being's Buddhist enlightenment and indestructible golden body with his Dao strength. Be very careful when you fight against him, said Tian Qi. He was very strong, but Ji Wuyo had defeated him, and he was still bleeding. Even though he couldn't continue fighting, he was still proud of himself. I understand. Don't worry and focus on healing your wounds now, nodded Ho Ching Lin. Then, he looked at Ji Wuyo and released reincarnation strength, his expression furious. So Lin Feng is a coward? Said Ji Wuyo icily, while releasing ice-cold and oppressive energy around Tiantai's cultivators. However, a silhouette in white clothes landed in front of Ji Wuyo. Some ice-cold chi appeared and snowflakes swirled around. The atmosphere started freezing. Eh? The crowd frowned. What was the celestial woman in white clothes doing on the battle stage? Besides, she looked furious and the atmosphere was freezing around her. The crowd didn't understand. Were there tensions between Ji Wuyo and the celestial being? Ji Wuyo was astonished too, and said politely, "This is a battle between Tiantai and the Moon Group. It has nothing to do with you. Please get down. Ho Chang Lin was astonished. His silhouette flickered as he moved to intervene. He wanted to make Meng Qing get down from the battle. What could he say to Lin Feng if Meng Qing got injured? However, Meng Qing started attacking. She disappeared and reappeared right before Ji Wuyo, striking out in Ji Wuyo's direction. The atmosphere around her fist froze. Ji Wuyo had the sensation his blood was going to freeze. How strong! Fought many people, shooting to their feet in the bleachers. Teleportation, freezing Ji Wuyo. This woman who had been at Champion University for such a short time was so strong? Collapse! Shouted Ji Wuyo, releasing dazzling cyan dragon totems. At the same time, terrifying destructive Dao strength suddenly appeared and the ice exploded. However, Meng Qing released awe-inspiring ice energies once again and the destructive Dao strength itself started freezing. Ji Wuyo suddenly looked petrified as his arms started freezing as well. Dao intent. Zhong Ke and Lu Yan in the bleachers suddenly stood up. They were all astonished. What was going on? Tiantai's cultivators were too impressive. Those people had been in Champion University for what, 5 years? Ji Wuyo was extremely strong, he understood Dao strength, but now a new student was overwhelming him and surprisingly, she also understood Dao strength and was walking on the path of ice. Ho Chang Lin had stopped moving, stunned. Meng Qing was incredible. Ho Chang Lin smiled inside. He hadn't thought Meng Qing would be so strong. His teacher had told him that Xue Ling Long was from the Snow Clan and was extremely powerful. However, in the small world, they couldn't imagine what that meant. Ho Chang Lin was still slowly starting to understand the outside world. He raised his head. The battles had already gone on for a while. Half of Tiantai's cultivators were injured. 4 hours had passed already. A strong wind started blowing. Some people started whispering. Ho Chang Lin turned around and saw Lin Feng arrive. It was Lin Feng's clone. He had been traveling for a while and now he was back. He was shocked, he hadn't thought the battles would have started. Meng Qing. Lin Feng looked at her as she was battling against Ji Wuyo. Even though she was wearing a veil, Lin Feng could recognize her qi. Brother, what's going on? Lin Feng asked Ho Chang Lin. Ho Chang Lin rapidly explained everything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, brother, you go on the farthest battle stage and I'll go on the right one. The Moon Group can't win any battle stage. That's what I wanted to do, said Ho Chang Lin, nodding. He headed towards a battle stage. A strong cultivator from the Moon Group was already waiting for him there. Reincarnation lights twinkled. Ho Chang Lin was already angry, and surged to the attack. His enemy was shaking violently. He had the sensation the reincarnation holes were absorbing him. Ho Chang Lin jumped. His reincarnation strength turned into a vortex, it was going to absorb the man, but he started to understand Dao strength, how insane. Ho Chang Lin didn't even realize what was going on in his body. He pummeled his enemy and blasted him away. Zhong Ke and Lu Yan were stupefied. Ho Chang Lin was so furious that he was starting to use Dao strength. He started charging. His enemy's face turned deathly pale. Reincarnation strength surrounded him and turned into a vortex. The strong cultivator of the Moon Group was terrified. Arg! The trapped man shouted furiously. He was hurled away and driven from the battle stage. The crowd was astonished. The strong cultivators of the Moon Group were stupefied. Crackling sounds kept spreading in the air as they all clenched their fists. Lin Feng's clone was on the battle stage too. Even though he was just a clone and couldn't use the strength of his real body, his soul was connected to his real body and kept progressing. His physical strength was explosive. He pummeled his foe with his punches, and his opponent's bones instantly broke. Lin Feng's clone also knew the same cosmic energies as he did. Lin Feng is progressing so quickly. The crowd exclaimed in amazement. His cosmic energies had become much more incredible, and so had his physical strength. Piss off! A voice drew people's attention. Ji Wuyo and Meng Qing were still fighting. Initially, they didn't know how strong Meng Qing was, but now Ji Wuyo was injured. However, he had become furious and was doing all he could to stop Meng Qing. He used his full strength, but it didn't work. Meng Qing could teleport and her ice energies were terrifying. That girl is incredibly strong. She can oppress Ji Wuyo. The crowd was astonished. Was she really from the Snow Clan? What does the battle between Tiantai and the Moon Group have to do with you? Asked Ji Wuyo, staring at Meng Qing. 3 years had passed. Now a new girl had become a student at their university and she was humiliating him again. Humph. A stranger dares get involved in Tiantai and the Moon Group's battle. If she doesn't piss off, don't blame me for being impolite, said a strong cultivator standing in the bleachers icily. His energies were fearsome, and the crowd frowned. It was a strong cultivator from the Sun Group, someone from the Celestial Champion ranking list. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1917, Killing Lin Feng. Chapter 1917, Killing Lin Feng. However, some strong other cultivators were staring at Lin Feng, not Meng Qing. Zhong Ke and Lu Yen were staring at him and frowned. They didn't understand something. They had seen Lin Feng before, but they didn't recognize him this time. There was something different. His chi was different, too. His chi was terrifying, but it was like he had come from the celestial country or hell. He controlled hell death strength, and his eyes contained death chi. He looked like a demon. Is it really him? Thought Zhong Ke and Lu Yen. They weren't sure. Ho Qinglin looked at the one who had just threatened Meng Qing and said icily, "And how dare you get involved in the Moon Group's affairs?" "Bastard!" shouted back Shi Hao Tian. His voice made everyone shake as his voice resonated in people's brains. Shi Hao Tian from Ji Chang's club. 4th on the Celestial Champion ranking list. He's terrifying, the second strongest cultivator of Ji Chang's club. He must have come here to watch. The bystanders were shocked to see Shi Hao Tian, 4th on the Celestial Champion ranking list. It also meant that he was the 4th strongest student of Champion University. They could imagine how strong he was. Since the Moon Group doesn't want to fight, why come here and fight? They're just humiliating themselves, said Lin Feng icily. His silhouette flickered and he moved over to Meng Qing, landing in front of her. Ji Wuyo released a wave of chi towards Lin Feng. He shouted icily, eyes going red, "Lin Feng." Ji Wuyo jumped and threw himself at Lin Feng. Dragon lights dazzled around him as he released a terrifying destructive strength. Meng Qing turned around and released ice energies. The ancient dragon immediately froze and so did the destructive strength. At the same time, Meng Qing disappeared and snowflakes appeared, a graceful hand imprint among them. Ji Wuyo sensed a mysterious strength surround him. He released more destructive strength and dragons chanted louder. Meng Qing did a knife hand strike and a celestial king chi invaded the atmosphere. She was suddenly surrounded by a holy celestial halo, and looked like a real goddess. That celestial woman in white has an amazingly powerful body type. She probably has a king body type, thought everybody. Meng Qing looked like a celestial goddess, extraordinary and untouchable. Ji Wuyo's strength turned into snowflakes. At the same time, he was violently forced backwards. I wonder what kind of man could marry her, thought the astonished crowd, shaking at this display. That woman was like a goddess, so unbelievably beautiful. Ji Wuyo looked like a buffoon in front of her. Lin Feng, go to another battle stage. The battle between Tiantai and the Moon Group is not over, said Ji Wuyo to Lin Feng coldly. Not over? Lin Feng smiled icily. How do you want to fight? A group battle or one-on-ones? The remaining people can fight in a group battle, replied Ji Wuyo coldly. Alright, so a group fight, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He looked at Meng Qing and she looked back at him, smiling resplendently. When she smiled, her snowflakes almost melted in homage. Lin Feng slowly walked over to Meng Qing. Back then when he had gone to the small world, he hadn't gone to the ancient world to see Meng Qing because he didn't want to disturb her. The ancient world had helped her become stronger. Lin Feng wasn't disappointed. Meng Qing was incredibly talented. After having spent some time in the ancient world, she had become extremely strong. Lin Feng was very happy for her. When the crowd saw Lin Feng walk towards Meng Qing, they didn't understand what was going on. They looked at Meng Qing. She was smiling at him brilliantly. It made everyone shiver. Before Lin Feng showed up, she didn't smile and now she did? Lin Feng walked up to Meng Qing and put his hands on her shoulders. He even caressed her face. Meng Qing looked incredibly warm and gentle. The onlookers' brains felt as if they were going to explode. They were starting to ask themselves questions. Why had Meng Qing shown up in Champion University, and why was she on the battle stage? Lin Feng put his hands down and touched her hands. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, how come you didn't tell Lang Yi to message me? I would have come and picked you up." Meng Qing had found Champion University, probably thanks to Lang Yi. "I didn't want to disturb you, so I came here alone," said Meng Qing gently. The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and looked at Ji Wuyo. "Are we not having a group battle? What are you doing staring at me like that?" Ji Wuyo looked frozen and said rather emptily, "Are you inviting outsiders to help you?" Outsiders? Lin Feng glanced at Ji Wuyo coldly. "Ji Wuyo, are you saying that my wife is an outsider? So your wife isn't a member of the Ji clan?" His wife. The minds of the crowd were instantly blown. The celestial woman who could defeat Ji Wuyo was Lin Feng's wife? Married to the one who had defeated Ji Wuyo in the past. The crowd was completely dumbstruck. Yuan Jing pulled a long face and stared at Meng Qing. Lin Feng's wife. Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing had been humiliated by Lin Feng in the past, and now, 3 years later, his wife had humiliated them. In the celestial country, Lin Feng and the two others continued traveling invisibly fast. They had already managed to escape from the strong cultivators and Lin Feng's eyes weren't filled with death energy anymore. He was smiling indifferently and warmly. Years had passed, and finally he could see Meng Qing again. What a great thing! "Lin Feng, did something happen?" asked Daoshu when he saw Lin Feng's smile. It looked quite strange, given their circumstances. Jian Mang looked as emotionless and expressionless as before. "Something great happened, of course," said Lin Feng with a broad smile. His two bodies were interconnected. His clone was happy too, but he was looking at Ji Wuyo icily. Lin Feng's clone hadn't noticed that Shi Hao Tian had gone over to Zhong Ke and Lu Yan. He whispered, "Did you notice?" Zhong Ke and Lin Feng smiled. They understood that he was talking about Lin Feng. "Maybe they are different people," whispered Zhong Quebec. "I don't care whether they're the same person or not. The consequences will be the same," said Shi Hao Tian coldly. Zhong Ke and Lu Yan smiled at him meaningfully. Lu Yan said, "This battle has nothing to do with us." Shi Hao Tian looked quite calm. They started talking using telepathy. At some point, Zhong Ke and Lu Yan looked angry. Zhong Ke also looked angry and nodded. On the battle stage, the strong cultivators of both sides gathered. Gigantic waves of qi pulsed in the sky. Then, suddenly, gigantic waves of oppressive energies rolled in waves. It was Zone K. Lin Feng raised his head and looked over at Zone Quebec. He didn't understand. "You, come," said Zone K, pointing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and rose up into the air. He said coldly, "What do you want? You asked for people's help and you want to kill people from Champion University. You must die," shouted Zone K explosively. He waved his hand and strength surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the sensation his bones were going to be crushed, earth strength. His expression changed drastically and he shouted furiously, "You are getting involved in Tiantai and the Moon Group's battle on purpose? You're going to die," shouted Zone K explosively. He waved his hands and suddenly, a terrifying strength bore down on Lin Feng's chest. He groaned with pain and released his qi. The pressure was too intense though, and he was driven away. The crowd was astonished. What was going on? "The Moon Group is shameless," said Ho Chang Lin, looking at Shi Hao Tian. Shi Hao Tian said icily, "The battle between the Moon Group and Tiantai can start for real." Instantly, the strong cultivators of the Moon Group attacked. Waves of strength pulsed. Meng Qing rose up in the air and flew towards Lin Feng. However, suddenly, some cyan dragons moved towards her. Ji Wuyo prevented her from going to his aid. Zone K ran towards Lin Feng, releasing even more strength. Lin Feng started suffocating. Lin Feng saw a gigantic ancient soul bell moving towards him, and his face turned deathly pale. This was his clone, and it was a clone Lin Feng had made 2 years before. Even though Lin Feng's real body had progressed a lot, his clones couldn't compete with people like Zone K, who was a strong cultivator of the Celestial Champion ranking list. Lin Feng felt powerless in front of him. The ancient bell rang and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew he was going to die if the bell crashed onto him. "Brother, let's cancel the battle," shouted Lin Feng. The bell rang again. Lin Feng's brain shook violently. Will Zone K kill Lin Feng without having signed a contract? The crowd was stunned. What was going on? Why did Zone K dare attack Lin Feng like that? Even though Zone K was on the Celestial Champion ranking list and had privileges, it didn't give him the right to kill other students as he wished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1918, That's How It Is. Chapter 1918, That's How It Is. Snowflakes invaded the atmosphere. Meng Chang disappeared and reappeared in front of Zone Quebec. She raised her hand and the space around Zone K started freezing. "Humph." Zone K groaned icily. He shook his right hand and a mysterious strength rose up. The atmosphere started shaking and the ice started cracking. "Piss off," shouted Zone K explosively. The sound waves of his voice and his bell fused together and resonated in unison. The crowd started having auditory hallucinations. The sound waves seemed like a mountain pummeling their brains. Meng Qing's brain started shaking violently. Even though she understood Dao intent, her soul wasn't as powerful as her opponent's, so she couldn't do much. She had the impression her soul was going to collapse. Blood splashed out of her mouth and stained her white clothes and veil. "Meng Chang, get back!" Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death. He looked at Zone K icily and released as much strength as he could. He was furious it wasn't his real body, otherwise he would have crushed Zone Quebec. Death intent? Surprising. Zone K looked at Lin Feng and withdrew. His soul turned into threads of ancient bells which all moved towards Lin Feng and rang in unison. Lin Feng had the sensation his soul was going to break apart. "Die!" shouted Zone K explosively. Millions of bells rang out in unison. Lin Feng's silhouette became distorted. His clone was made of part of his soul. The most terrifying kind of attack for a clone was that kind of soul attack. Thunder rang out, and the crowd saw Lin Feng's body crack and explode. Suddenly, the air became completely silent. The crowd was astonished. The battle between the Moon Group and Tiantai had already exceeded all their expectations. If the rest of Ji Chang's club hadn't gotten involved, Lin Feng and that girl would have crushed the Moon Group, thought a few high-level emperors looking coolly, understanding what was going on. He had really learned Dao strength. Lu Yen was staring at Zone Quebec. This guy had learned about Dao strength in the celestial country. The ancient bell attacks were too terrifying. The snowflakes in the sky became colder and colder. Meng Qing was still bleeding. The space around her became colder and colder and froze. The crowd started shivering. The crowd was scared just glancing at her. Zhong Ke frowned and eyed Meng Qing. This girl was strange, her chi was terrifying. Tiantai's people looking furious. Ho Chang Lin was going insane. His reincarnation strength turned into a tornado. No, Lin Feng was right, we have to end this battle. Meng Qing cannot get injured again. Ho Chang Lin ground his teeth so hard that blood dripped from his mouth. He tried to calm down gradually, and looked at Meng Qing. Meng Qing was going insane. Meng Qing started crying, her face turning deathly pale. She looked crushed and desperate. Many people started feeling extremely sad when they saw such a breathtakingly beautiful woman like that. She looked crushed, her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Tears even appeared in some people's eyes. They felt very sad for her, too. Sister, Lin Feng is not dead, said Ho Chang Lin to Meng Qing using telepathy. Meng Qing shivered and turned around, staring at Ho Chang Lin. It was only one of Lin Feng's clones. His real body is not here, Ho Chang Lin told her calmly. Lin Feng had shouted out before dying, it meant he wanted Ho Chang Lin to handle the situation. Ho Chang Lin understood that he had to control himself and that he had to take care of Meng Qing. Nothing could happen to Meng Qing. Trust me, said Ho Chang Lin, nodding at Meng Qing. She shivered, but tried to calm down. She coughed and blood fell down onto her shoes. She felt ice cold. That blood came from her heart. Sister, go back. Nothing can happen to you before Lin Feng comes back to university, said Ho Chang Lin to Meng Qing. Meng Qing didn't say anything and jumped back onto the ground. Ho Chang Lin looked at Zone K icily and said, there are rules when it comes to battles in Champion University. Today, you killed one of my fellow disciples out of hand. Don't the law enforcement officers care about the rules? The Moon Group and Tiantai's cultivators had already stopped fighting. People from Tiantai looked furious and shouted, I'm Tiantai, I'm also a student in Champion University. Aren't there rules in this university? Nobody cares about them? Law enforcement officers just watched a student get killed and didn't react at all? Anyone can get involved in battles? Is it allowed to kill students as one wishes? Are there no rules in the end? Are there no rules after all? All the cultivators of Tiantai started shouting in unison. They were furious. Someone slowly rose up in the air. That person was wearing golden clothes. He looked at the crowd furiously. He looked majestic and domineering. Ho Chang Lin realized that Shi Hao Tian wasn't far away. He asked outsiders for help and they came here to kill our people from Champion University. Killing them is fine, said the person in golden clothes. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng had called in outsiders? When did that happen? Asked Ho Chang Lin icily. Do I need to explain? Said that person indifferently. Tiantai's people were stupefied and pulled long faces at the farcical words. I'll report to the leaders of the university. If I made any mistake, then I'll bear the responsibility, said the law enforcement officer in golden clothes icily. Bear the responsibilities? How can you bear the responsibilities for killing my fellow disciple? Will you kill yourself? Said Ho Ching icily. His eyes were filled with reincarnation strength. Insolent! Shouted the law enforcement officer of the university explosively. Then he smiled coldly. The Moon Group and Tiantai can continue battling. I will take care of the higher ranking list. I will also start a legal procedure within the university. No need to worry about that. After that, he rolled up his sleeves and left. That law enforcement officer is on Ji Chang's club's side. Lin Feng from Tiantai died, but because Ji Chang's club has such a high social position in Champion University, nobody can do anything. The crowd was stupefied. Even in Champion University, strength was still the most important thing. In that world, rules could always be violated. But Lin Feng's wife was so strong, the university was probably going to attach importance to her and the law enforcement officer would have to punish the killer. Since the university is against us too, this battle has become pointless, declared Ho Changlin. Then, he looked at the other members of Tiantai and said, Tiantai's people, come back with me. Tiantai's cultivators looked furious and followed Ho Changlin as he left. The battle was over. Ji Wuyo didn't look happy at all. He looked furious. We had agreed on a battle 3 years ago and you think you can leave now? Shouted Ji Wuyo icily. Ji Wuyo didn't intend to let them off. Zhong Ke came next to Shi Hao Tian. He wanted to say something. Brothers, from now, join hands with us to oppress Tiantai. If anyone refuses to help, they won't stay in the university for long, said Shi Hao Tian icily. Zhong Ke smiled and nodded, of course. The crowd dispersed, but they felt sad. They had compassion for Tiantai and for Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Zhong Ke had killed him, and the university didn't do anything for him. He was such a genius. It was such a tragedy. But very quickly, they heard something and understood why things were happening that way. The astonishing news was that the Holy City had invited all of the influential groups and the 3 universities to come to Champion University. This time, it was going to be Ji Chang's ceremony as a champion. The crowd started thinking that Lin Feng had maybe been Ji Chang's first victim. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1919, Juzi is here to kill. Chapter 1919, Juzi is here to kill. After Tiantai and the Moon Group's battle, at university, many people also said that they had been astonished by Tiantai's progress. They were actually able to compete with the Moon Group. That was incredible. The celestial woman in white was surprisingly Lin Feng's wife, and terrifyingly strong. She could oppress Ji Wuyo. Unfortunately, Lin Feng hadn't been able to fight against Ji Wuyo. Zhong Ke had killed him. Many people felt sad for Meng Qing. She was so talented, and now she had lost her husband. There were also many people who didn't care, as it might clear the way for them. The crowd sighed. Lin Feng had died, it was a pity. Now Ji Chang was going to become a champion. Ji Chang's club was going to become the most powerful group of Champion University once again. If Tiantai wanted to rise within the university, it would be extremely difficult. Lin Feng had died because Tiantai had tried to oppress Ji Chang's club. At the same time, Ji Chang's club now had an alliance with the Stone Group. They were going to oppress Tiantai together. However, they probably wouldn't kill Tiantai's people within the university again. They had killed Lin Feng because Ji Chang was going to become a champion. He was the pride of the university. His name would be carved in the champion stone and they would make a statue of him. He would have incredible privileges within the establishment too. They had killed one person, but it didn't matter that much. Suddenly, Tiantai had lost its reputation. Everybody was hiding and didn't come out anymore. They knew that if they came out, the Moon Group and the Stone Group would harass them. It was as if they had disappeared from Champion University in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere in Champion University, the atmosphere was lively because of Ji Chang's ceremony. He would become Ing Cheng's successor, the new champion. However, the date hadn't been determined yet. Some people said that the university was already making Ji Chang's statue, however. Ji Wuyo wasn't excited at all. He wanted to dazzle more than his brother. He had gone back to meditating in seclusion. In the celestial country, Lin Feng and the two others had already crossed the Milky Way battlefield, and were on the side of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Currently, they were resting in a hidden cave. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged. His soul filled the cave, and a terrifying vitality kept undulating in the air. The cave had turned into a holy life place. The life energy was even spilling out of the cave. Grass and trees became even greener, and started growing much faster. Jian Mang was outside of the cave. Aoshu was far away in the distance and came up to Jian Mang. He asked, "Has he recovered yet?" "I don't know," Jian Mang replied indifferently. He was annoyed. He didn't know what was wrong with Lin Feng either. Lin Feng's soul had suddenly been severely damaged, and his qi had become really weak. That's why he was in a cave. He was trying to heal his soul. A terrifying vortex suddenly appeared and filled the air. It suddenly turned into a terrifying death strength, and grass and trees started dying. The death strength then moved towards the cave as if that cave had become the entrance of hell. A silhouette slowly came out of the cave. He was surrounded by death lights and looked scary. A single glance at him sufficed to make someone's soul shake. "Lin Feng, what's wrong?" asked Aoshu to Lin Feng. He didn't understand why Lin Feng had been suddenly injured. "I had a clone, and my clone was killed in the outside world, so my soul was damaged," replied Lin Feng. Aoshu was shocked. Lin Feng had a clone. How incredible! "And have you recovered yet?" asked Aoshu. "I'm alright." "The injury wasn't that bad," replied Lin Feng, looking indifferent. He had created that clone over 3 years before, and it had progressed really quickly. Therefore, his clone's death hadn't had too much of a big impact on his real body. Of course, Lin Feng was also able to recover that quickly because he understood life and death strength. It was extremely useful for his soul. The passage of the celestial country is soon going open again. "Aoshu, what do you intend to do?" Lin Feng asked Aoshu. "I don't have any plans." "What about you? You wanted to come here, but you don't seem that interested in fighting?" "I'm from the continent of the Nine Clouds. I accidentally ended up in hell. I decided to fight my way to the other side of the Milky Way battlefield because I want to get back to the continent of the Nine Clouds," said Lin Feng flatly, no longer bothering to hide the fact. Aoshu was astonished and laughed. "Interesting. You surprisingly ended up in hell? I'll come to the continent of the Nine Clouds with you then." "You want to go to the continent of the Nine Clouds?" asked Lin Feng, somewhat surprised. "Can you get to the Dragon Clan from the continent of the Nine Clouds?" "The continent of the Nine Clouds is all the same. We can also get to the Dragon Clan from there. Traveling and fighting a little bit would be a good thing. I could also become a great emperor there," replied Aoshu casually. Lin Feng nodded. "No problem." However, the earth and sky started shaking, and rumbling sounds spread in the air. Mountains starting breaking apart. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as gigantic stones fell from the sky. Mountains broke. A terrifying demon chi filled the air. Lin Feng raised his head, startled at what he saw. There was a silhouette waiting there in the sky. It was Juzi from the ancient demon clan. He came here too? Lin Feng stared at Juzi. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death energy. Juzi's eyes were filled with demon energy. Juzi looked calm and composed, majestic and dignified, like a king in his element. Damn ancient demon imprint, thought Lin Feng. Aoshu released dragon qi. Dragons started chanting as his qi rose to the skies. Stones kept exploding all around them, and a nearby hill even collapsed. Juzi just looked down at them loftily. What a powerful demon cultivator, said Aoshu. However, Lin Feng looked angry and was staring at Juzi. He said icily, since you came here, you will never go back. Aoshu, Jian Mang, I need some time, Lin Feng said to them. I'll give it a try, said Aoshu. He rose up in the air and threw himself at Juzi. He released terrifying dragon energies which turned into dragon claws and made the atmosphere shake violently. Aoshu was really strong, even for someone at the top of the Huang Qi layer. He understood aggressive Dao strength, and his physical attacks were terrifying. He was probably stronger than ordinary great emperors already. Juzi was expressionless and emotionless. A gigantic demon imprint came crashing down, looking like a gigantic hand. His black demon eyes twinkled with indestructible Devamara strength. The mountains around kept exploding and breaking apart. Die! Shouted Aoshu. An aggressive strength emerged. However, a gigantic demon word appeared in the sky, shining with terrible power. Both fighters' souls collided. Aoshu shook violently and was hurled back. What a terrifying fighter! Aoshu sighed. With his dragon body and aggressive Dao, he had just been forced backwards, as if this demon was invincible. Dragons chanted, and Aoshu turned into a gigantic blood dragon, staring at Juzi icily. Lin Feng came forwards, as a deployment spell appeared on the ground. A layer of illusion qi appeared, and Lin Feng slowly disappeared into the illusion. In his spirit's world, he took out his celestial evolution chessboard, and stepped aboard it. Life and death lights twinkled, pulling his world cosmic energies into the celestial evolution chessboard. Juzi had crossed the celestial country to find Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's small world, only his own cosmic energies worked. What would Juzi do in there? Lin Feng jumped onto the celestial evolution chessboard. A million of lights glittered and changed. Marks intertwined. Cosmic strength pulsed on the deployment spell. In the outside world, the earth and sky became red. Juzi's blood started boiling. Aoshu moved forwards, Jian Mang helping him. It was still too difficult for them to truly fight against Juzi, especially for Jian Mang. It was the first time Jian Mang felt so powerless in his life. Juzi was terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1920, Demonic Punisher. Chapter 1920, Demonic Punisher. Aoshu had turned into a blood dragon. He was extremely strong, especially after having turned into a blood dragon, with explosive power, and his blood cosmic energies was also terrifying. However, Juzi was also terrifyingly strong, his physical body was almost indestructible. The cultivators of the ancient demon clan all learned how to improve their physical strength. Break! A gigantic demon hand appeared and grabbed Aoshu. Aoshu shook violently, and his dragon scales started bleeding. His physical strength was incredible, but when facing Juzi, he seemed weak. Lights twinkled. Jian Mang's sword appeared again, moving unspeakably fast, but Juzi didn't even look at it. An ancient demon imprint appeared and blotted out the sky. The light strength made the demon hand move aside, but the demon word crashed onto his head. Juzi lunged forwards. His target was Lin Feng. He didn't care about Jian Mang and Aoshu. Aoshu's dragon blood steamed so hard it was shrieking. Juzi sensed his blood boiling. His muscles twitched as bloodthirsty dragons moved towards him. Juzi moved his hand away. Lin Feng! Shouted Aoshu furiously. He wanted to warn Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still seated on the ground. He looked up at Juzi with his death eyes. Juzi came slamming down from the sky. However, Lin Feng's silhouette penetrated into the ground and a terrifying strength crashed on the ground, forming a crater. There was a passage under the ground. Lin Feng had made it just now, and managed to go inside. Juzi just sneered, convinced he could still find Lin Feng inside the hole. Juzi continued moving down into the passage, but Lin Feng turned into a beam of light. He didn't dodge or flee, he moved directly towards Juzi. Juzi didn't look worried. Apart from his matters of his wife, nothing could affect him. A mysterious qi emerged. The earth and sky changed around Juzi. He frowned as Lin Feng disappeared. And then Juzi also disappeared. What's going on? Aoshu didn't understand. He realized that both cultivators had disappeared and a mysterious qi surrounded everybody. Don't go inside! Shouted Jianmang to Aoshu instantly. Aoshu was startled, and glanced at Jianmang. He will solve the problem himself, said Jianmang calmly, and his relaxed expression did more to convince Aoshu than his words. Lin Feng was inside his spirit world on his celestial evolution chessboard. Juzi descended from the sky and glanced around. He said to Lin Feng icily, "This is how you kidnapped my wife?" Lin Feng nodded. "You obtained a world?" asked Juzi. He was a bit surprised. This was rare. He knew that he had been tricked once already. Lin Feng had kidnapped his wife and brought her in here. Suddenly, the gigantic celestial evolution chessboard became dazzling, and she rose to the skies. Lin Feng and Juzi disappeared into a shattering deployment spell. A gigantic life and death pattern twinkled about them. Deployment spell? Juzi was astonished. What a powerful deployment spell! Break! Juzi punched out, ancient demon imprints shot towards the deployment spell. However, nothing happened. His strength had disappeared. That's an illusion-shattering deployment spell. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death strength. His life and death pattern contained a terrifying death qi. The death strength whistled and condensed around the deployment spell. Yet suddenly, the atmosphere became green and filled with vitality. Death strength moved towards Juzi. His expression finally changed. Even though he had an indestructible body, he was still immortal. Juzi rose up into the air. However, he realized that that place didn't contain death strength like hell, and he couldn't use the cosmic energies of the earth and sky like in the outside world. Lin Feng then disappeared from the deployment spell, reappearing outside as Juzi attacked the deployment spell. The air started bending, like it was going to break any time. Lin Feng's expression changed. Juzi was still terrifyingly strong. With his strength, even with the celestial evolution chessboard, inside his own world, with his deployment spell and so on, Juzi still managed to break the deployment spell. He was using physical strength to break the deployment spell. Besides, the death strength didn't corrode his body as Lin Feng expected. Let's see how long you will survive. Lin Feng took out his sun disk. Juzi saw a gigantic sun move towards him. The atmosphere shook, and Lin Feng's silhouette flashed. In Lin Feng's spirit, Juzi could only use his own cosmic energies, but Dao power was connected to the cosmic energies of the earth and sky, and his physical strength was simply astonishing. Of course, Dao power without cosmic energies wasn't very efficient. Juzi could resist, but it was going to be more and more difficult for him. 3 days later, Juzi was surrounded by a gray energy. He sat down cross-legged inside the deployment spell. His eyes didn't look as demonic as before. He was imprisoned and he couldn't do much. He had underestimated Lin Feng. He hadn't thought Lin Feng could be so terrifying. Even with great imperial weapons, Lin Feng wasn't supposed to be able to pose a threat to him. But Lin Feng had much more terrifying methods than great imperial weapons. Deployment spells were dreadful. Juzi stood up. He had to break the deployment spell, otherwise, he'd die in here. He started attacking, but he felt great pressure. A mountain was falling from the sky. Die! Juzi shouted furiously. He released ancient demon strength, but his attack was suddenly destroyed. After that, Lin Feng moved the mountain away. He took out a great imperial weapon and reappeared in the deployment spell, staring at Juzi. Since you came to the celestial country, you won't go back. Lin Feng waved his hands. Death energy surrounded Juzi. Juzi regretted everything. He didn't have great imperial weapons with him, he should have taken some, but he hadn't. He would have been able to break the deployment spell if he had. The problem was that in the celestial country he couldn't communicate with the outside world. Now it was even worse, he was trapped in Lin Feng's world. 10 days later, Aoshu and Jianmeng sensed a strange qi. Lin Feng still hadn't come out. What was going on? What's going on inside? Asked Aoshu to Jianmeng. Just wait, said Jianmeng calmly. If Lin Feng died against Juzi, he would be free. If Lin Feng didn't die, then Jianmeng wouldn't be able to escape. Nobody knew when Lin Feng would come out. If Jianmeng went to the continent of the Nine Clouds alone, it would be extremely dangerous. The mysterious qi disappeared and finally, Lin Feng appeared again. Lin Feng's eyes were still as black as a demon. Lin Feng, how did it go? Asked Aoshu. It's over, said Lin Feng calmly, as if nothing had happened. Aozu couldn't imagine how incredible the battle between Lin Feng and Juzi had been. The ancient demon clan would be devastated if they learned about this. In the ancient demon clan, some people were waiting outside of a palace. In front of them was a mysterious old man surrounded by an incredible demonic energy. A dazzling demon light turned into two light beams. Two pitch-black eyes appeared. The crowd raised their heads and watched the two demon lights penetrate into the palace. The strong cultivators of the crowd began to sweat coldly. Ancient demon vision technique. When Juzi was born, the ancestor's eyes didn't even appear. Now Juzi fell and the demon eyes appeared. Is this the will of heaven? Wondered the leader of the group. Juzi's talisman had broken not long ago. Someone cried inside the palace. People shivered. Their leader said, the ancient demon clan will do all it can to raise little Juzi, we have named him the demonic punisher. Indeed, ancestor. Everybody bowed. Someone continued, Ancestor, should we avenge him? Leave it to the demonic punisher, said the ancestor indifferently. Then, he flickered away and disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1921, Getting Ready to Go Back. Chapter 1921, Getting Ready to Go Back. Juzi the demonic punisher had died. People died, some others rose. Juzi's birth had been something special in the ancient demon clan. He had been nicknamed the demoniac punisher, and the ancient demon clan wasn't disappointed in him. He had started practicing cultivation when he was 2 years old, and was very talented. In both the continent of the Nine Clouds and Hell, he would be considered an extremely talented cultivator. When he was 5 years old, he had already broken through to the Zun Qi layer and understood abstruse energies. When he was 8, he had broken through to the Huang Qi layer and controlled cosmic energies. He hadn't been raised by just the ancient demon clan, he had also been raised in Yama City. When he was 10 years old, he comprehended Tao strength and he had been sent to the Hell Shrine, replacing his father. But everything had taken place secretly. People in the outside world didn't know the ancient demon clan had such a terrifying cultivator, otherwise, their rivals in Hell would have been scared. Of course, all of that wasn't important anymore. In Champion University, the atmosphere was becoming more and more lively. The date of the champion ceremony had already been determined. People from everywhere were invited. Amongst people of that era, Ji Chang was going to become the second champion of Champion University officially. Thanks to Ji Chang's power, Ji Chang's club was recruiting more and more geniuses, and kept growing bigger and bigger. Things didn't look good for Tian Tai. Some people talked of a tragedy. With their lineup and their alliance with the Stone Group, Ji Chang's club was becoming extremely powerful. Tian Tai was suffocating. Tian Tai's disciples were also getting bullied if they showed up at places. People didn't kill them or cripple their cultivation, but still, being one of Tian Tai's disciples wasn't easy these days. A few disciples even started leaving Tian Tai. Some even betrayed Tian Tai and joined Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group. Gotcha. In Tian Tai's courtyard, an explosion shook the air as a stone blew to pieces. Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group are bastards. Tian Tai's face was red from fury. Some other people from Tian Tai were around him, bleeding from wounds. Even when these core disciples went out, they got bullied. Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group wanted to put them in a dead end. "Why are you so noisy?" shouted Yun Chengyan at Tian Tai. She looked furious, too. She was losing patience. "Let's declare a war," snarled Tian Tai ferociously. "Declare a war? Why? The Stone Group and Ji Chang's club will crush us. Their leader Zone K is the 5th student of the Celestial Champion ranking list. He controls Dao strength. He might be stronger than people who are higher than him on the ranking list. He killed Lin Feng. They don't care about rules. Zone K has privileges, that's why he dares act that way. And you want to declare a war?" shouted Yun Chengyan. She had told her parents about all these things, so she knew more than Tian Tai. Yun Chengyan understood that Ji Chang's champion ceremony was extremely important. The university was proud of him, and was even erecting a statue of him there. He would probably become one of the leaders of the university someday. These days, Tian Tai couldn't declare a war against Ji Chang's club or the Stone Group, unless they wanted to be wiped off the map. In the courtyard, the other people remained silent. They were under great pressure. They all had lots of potential, had all studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, and were talented. They were real geniuses. But things weren't easy, and they couldn't be considered as extremely strong cultivators. "How is Lin Feng doing?" whispered Yun Chengyan. She missed him. His clone had been destroyed. How was his real body doing? If Lin Feng were here, he wouldn't accept this situation, said Tian Tai, clenching his fists so hard they popped. He was furious, yet felt powerless. In a hidden room, Ho Chang Lin was studying and practicing. There was reincarnation strength all around him, and the reincarnation strength in his eyes was evolving. "Path, what is my path? What is my Tao?" Ho Chang Lin's reincarnation strength was becoming more and more terrifying. The space around him was distorting. "If I don't understand the Tao, how will I destroy them?" Ho Chang Lin didn't look like a calm and detached young man like in the past. He looked insane. What was the point of being an emperor if he didn't understand the Tao? The Tao is mysterious. It's something you can't touch. It's something which you realize, it's about your own body, and your own destiny, thought Ho Chang Lin. Nobody could help him understand the Tao, especially since he understood a very mysterious kind of strength, reincarnation strength. He had to rely solely on himself. Nobody could give him any tips. Reincarnation, 6 paths, the earth and sky, reincarnation strength. Maybe my path has to change drastically, it has to reincarnate. Ho Chang Lin's eyes became ice cold. The air around him was twisting as he meditated. If I can't understand the wheel of reincarnation, how can I walk on the path of reincarnation? Suddenly, Ho Chang Lin understood something. He slowly sat down and closed his eyes. In the hidden room, the reincarnation strength started pulsing strongly. A vortex appeared and enveloped his body. Ho Chang Lin had to understand Tao power. Lin Feng understood Tao power because he was walking on the path of life and death. Ji Wuyo understood Tao power because he had been helped by his clan. Zone K was extremely strong. He was the 5th cultivator of the Celestial Champion ranking list, at the very top of the Huang Qi layer, and had obtained mysterious treasures in the Celestial Country. When people noticed Lin Feng and his friends in the Celestial Country, they were killed stealthily, so as not to draw people's attention. Lin Feng continued practicing cultivation secretly. During that year, Lin Feng was cleansed by Devamara Kulpa strength again. He also bathed in his demon pond sometimes. His Devamara body was cleansed a second time. It was extremely painful, but worth it. His physical strength improved considerably. His Devamara body was powerful. The cultivators of the ancient demon clan didn't study that technique carelessly. They usually waited until they reached a very high level, and even then, they cleansed their Devamara body at most 3 times per level, at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. Someone as astonishing as Juzi had cleansed his body 3 times when he was a low-level Hell Emperor, 5 times when he was a medium-level Hell Emperor, and 9 times when he was a high-level Hell Emperor. If a cultivator didn't wait long enough to cleanse their body, they could die. However, Lin Feng had been cleansed by Devamara Kulpa strength, and he had an incredible physical body. He had cleansed his body twice using the Devamara body technique, and his body had been cleansed 4 times by Devamara Kulpa strength. In terms of physical strength, he almost had the strength of a high-level emperor. It meant that any high-level, medium-level emperor couldn't do anything to him using physical strength. For many people, that was a dream, but for Lin Feng it wasn't enough. It was never enough. He didn't care about being able to kill medium-level emperors. He didn't even care about killing high-level emperors. He had so many trump cards, he could already kill some, for example with his deployment spells. He was happy to become stronger though, step by step. Lin Feng and the others finally started moving. 1 year had almost passed. They were going to be able to leave soon. The 3 cultivators moved fast and quietly, taking a path where there weren't too many people. When they encountered enemies, they joined hands and crushed them in the blink of an eye. Many people were going to leave the Celestial Country. How many strong cultivators were there? They had to be careful. How fast? In the distance, some people saw them and were shocked by their speed. When one of them saw the 3 dazzling lights, he frowned and shouted furiously, "Intruders!" How audacious! That shout drew many people's attention. Very quickly, many people noticed them and flew at them to attack. However, Lin Feng and the 2 others simply accelerated. Finally, someone managed to catch up with them. Die! Lin Feng suddenly turned around and released a terrifying death strength. That person's face turned black, a dazzling sword appeared and cut him apart. He fell from the sky, dead. Everything happened in a few seconds, but it was enough time for someone else to arrive. A death sword streaked across the sky. That person released soul strength, his blood boiled, and then gushed out. In the blink of an eye, 2 strong cultivators had died. The 3 of them continued on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1922, G Clan's Banquet. Chapter 1922, G Clan's Banquet. Those 3 cultivators were terrifying and all controlled Tao strength. They could kill almost any cultivator of the Huang Qi layer. They didn't look for people to fight, however, they just kept moving. More and more strong cultivators appeared in their field of vision despite that. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death qi. He did a knife hand strike and a river of death strength appeared. Stop! 2 people appeared in front of them, one of them charging forwards, and she pulsed out to attack. Aoshu's blood dragons roared, the air around them broke apart. Lin Feng released an ocean of black death strength. Those cultivators disappeared and drowned inside. The three continued on, and finally, more and more strong cultivators appeared in their field of vision. They understood that these people were waiting, that this was the right place. "Back," said Lin Feng, withdrawing. Someone moved towards them, but they didn't dodge. They just killed him. Many people rose up into the air and realized that the attacker had just disappeared. They looked at Lin Feng and the two others, and realized that they were extremely strong, so they didn't try anything dodgy. Those cultivators had spent a year in the celestial country, and now they were about to leave, so there was no need to risk their lives. Now they were waiting. Soon, they would be able to leave. Finally, the day arrived. The passage between the celestial country and the continent of the 9 clouds was going to open. Golden lights appeared, and in the sky, 9 passages appeared. They probably led to 9 different places in the continent of the 9 clouds. Gigantic letters appeared in the sky, the names of the 9 clouds: godly clouds, dark clouds, green jade clouds, red clouds, bright clouds, jade clouds, blue pale clouds, purple clouds, supreme clouds. There was only one passage between hell and the celestial country, but there were 9 passages between the continent of the 9 clouds and the celestial country. Many strong cultivators were present now. When the lights flashed, the strong cultivators rose up in the air and flew towards the passages. The 3 cultivators flew towards the passage which led to the dark night region. Nobody stopped them, they were too strong. "Imprints, those people are from the other side, how audacious! What are they doing?" People frowned when they saw the 3 of them. Some people flew towards them, but all they saw were bloodthirsty red dragons. Some people started bleeding, they could die at any time. "How strong, let's kill them." Many strong cultivators rose up in the air at the same time. Aoshu shouted furiously and turned into a dragon. The crowd was stunned, that was a real dragon from the Dragon Clan. "I'll block them, you kill them," shouted Aoshu. He descended from the sky and released powerful dragon energies. A black death-strength river appeared in the sky and people disappeared inside. When the river vanished, corpses fell down from the sky. They had been killed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng and Jin Mang jumped onto Aoshu's back, and the dragon flew through the crowd. Dazzling light swords and death swords kept streaking across the sky. The crowd split apart to dodge the attacks, staring after the dragon. The 3 quickly arrived at the end of the passage which led to the dark night region. "Let's get out," said Lin Feng. His eyes were black as Aoshu immediately crossed the golden lights. The crowd was stunned. Were those people insane? They were going to the dark night region? The passage which led to the dark night region was sealed, the universities managed that passage. At that moment, some silhouettes rose up in the air. A powerful dragon had appeared. People were startled and looked at that dragon. It was a blood dragon, but Aoshu turned into a human being again as a powerful chi appeared around him. In the distance, there was an old man on a mountain. He shouted in challenge, "Dragon, where are you from?" "They came from the Milky Way battlefield," said some people behind Lin Feng and the others. Since they had left the celestial country, the imprints in their third eyes had disappeared. They looked ordinary now. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He suddenly turned around and looked at that person with his death eyes. The person's body started decaying. Jin Mang released a light sword and cut apart that person, who died instantly. Instantly, the atmosphere became still. Everybody was staring at them in astonishment. Those 3 people were insane. "I'm from the dragon world. I was traveling in hell and now I want to travel in the continent of the 9 clouds," said Aoshu loudly and aggressively. The old man in the distance nodded. "Since you're from the dragon world, you can come." "Go," said Lin Feng, rising up into the air. They crossed the gigantic gate and disappeared from people's fields of vision. People would soon forget about them, there were so many strong cultivators in that world. Dark Night Region, the Holy City. The date of Ji Chang's ceremony had already been determined. He was considered a hero in the holy city, and the Ji clan was one of the most powerful clans in the holy city. They had organized a banquet, and everybody was invited, especially the young strong cultivators from the ancient clans of the region. The atmosphere in the holy city was lively. Many people from many ancient clans came to the holy city. It was also a good opportunity for young people to stand out and make friends with strong cultivators of the same generation. Many geniuses had risen in the different universities during those years. In the Celestial Godly University, Chu Chunxiu had risen. His cultivation speed was terrifying. He was famous even after having just joined the university, and was now a high-level emperor. He had started understanding sky-absorbing Tao strength. His strength was mysterious and enigmatic. Some people said that he had the potential to become a champion too, just like Ying Chang. Many people knew that when Chu Chunxiu was a low-level emperor, it had taken him only 6 months to become a medium-level emperor. He had the potential to become a king. Apart from Chu Chunxiu, many other people in the holy city who had special bodies rose, such as some people who had king bodies, or the world king body, or the godly imprint king body. All those people were terrifying cultivators blessed by the gods. The Snow Clan also had incredibly strong cultivators. Ji Chang was going to become a champion. It made many young people feel enthusiastic. Many people admired him, they wanted to become stronger and become like him. Many people were also trying to predict what was going to happen in the future, and many people wanted to fight to compare themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1923, All the Geniuses. Chapter 1923, All the Geniuses. Above the holy city, a boat flying towards Champion University. On the boat were 3 people. The red-robed man looked extremely aggressive and monstrously strong. He looked monstrously strong. Behind him was another man, 2 white balls in his eye sockets, the definition of a blind man. And behind them, there was a man who didn't look strong, but his every motion contained death strength. Champion University, Ji Wuyo, Moon Group. At this moment, Lin Feng was furious. His clone had been killed, Tian Tai had been humiliated. He had to get his revenge. However, at that moment, someone rose up into the air. He was wearing fine clothes, and looked handsome, confident, and at ease. He was surrounded by righteousness chi. When he sensed the death chi, he frowned and looked at those 3 people. As they moved closer, he recognized them and smiled. Lin Feng. Jun Mo. She flew over to them. He hadn't thought he'd see Lin Feng today. Lin Feng's eyes became normal again. Jun Mo. She landed on the boat and frowned. Lin Feng, your eyes, they looked piercingly cold. They contain a strange death intent. I accidentally ended up in hell and spent some time there. I crossed the celestial country to come back, replied Lin Feng. Jun Mo. She was stunned. Lin Feng had been to hell? Most people had only heard legends about hell. And he had crossed the celestial country. That was incredible. According to legends, hell is a world in itself. But most people have never been there, said Jun Mo. She, very impressed. He clapped Lin Feng's shoulder and smiled. Let's go, Lin Feng. You came back at the right time. Today is the Ji clan's banquet. They invited everybody. They also hope that the young people of the city can make friends. Let's go there and see how strong the young people of the holy city are. The Ji clan's banquet? Lin Feng was furious. The Ji clan was Ji Wuyo's clan. Indeed. Ji Chang, who is in Champion University like you, is going to become a champion. For your university, it means influence and glory. Before the champion ceremony, the Ji clan wanted to organize a banquet. Everybody is invited. Maybe the G-Clan want to see how strong young people in the holy city are in comparison to him, Animoshi said before adding, Lin Feng, someone you know, Chu Chunxiu, has become terrifyingly strong. He understands sky-absorbing Dao now. Even though Lang Yi and I have king-type bodies, we don't progress as fast as him. Junimoshi was a medium-level emperor and so was Lang Yi, but Chu Chunxiu was terrifyingly strong. He was stronger than almost anyone of the same level. His cultivation speed was incredible. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds. Chu Chunxiu was mysterious, enigmatic, unfathomable, and people didn't understand him. He was discreet and had few enemies. However, back then, in 6 months, from a new low-level emperor he had become a medium-level emperor. Let's go to the G-Clan then. Emoshi, lead the way, said Lin Feng with a hard smile. He recalled his death chi and put a mask on. Ji Chang and Ji Woyo both knew him. He had to hide if he wanted to go to the G-Clan. How's Xiao Dai? Lin Feng asked Junimoshi. Good. I took her back to the King of Hell Palace. She feels lonely. The King of Hell Palace isn't the celestial palace of the immortals, Junimoshi sighed. Lin Feng clapped his shoulder compassionately. The celestial palace of the immortals had been destroyed by the One Clan and the palace of the celestial kings of medicine. Because of that, Junimoshi felt guilty. Both of them suddenly looked a bit nostalgic. They had both gone through a lot. Now, they were becoming stronger and stronger. They had lost a lot for their improvements. It was the price to pay to become a strong cultivator. Jian Mang was still there. He looked as emotionless as usual. Nobody paid attention to him. Aoshu smiled next to Lin Feng and his friend. Real friends didn't need to talk a lot. Lin Feng and Junimoshi were like brothers. There were many people at the banquet. Most of the people were in a gigantic courtyard. There were many young people with an incredible chi, who looked proud and indifferent. Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing were in the crowd. Ji Wuyo greeted the guests. Yuan Jing was next to him and chatting with different people. Many people were watching them. 2 heroic cultivators from the Ruan clan, incredible determination and strength. They both are incredibly strong, 51st and 52nd in the imperial ranking list of the Holy City, spoke up someone. The crowd was surprised. The imperial ranking list of the Holy City was the ranking list of the whole Holy City for people of the Huangqi layer. There were many students and other people on it. 51st and 52nd, those 2 people were incredibly strong. The 2 cultivators of the Ruan clan smiled indifferently. Then they landed on the ground in the middle of the crowd. However, after they arrived, someone else arrived. For Seasons University, Lang Yi from the World Clan, he has the World King body. He's extremely talented and controls a very mysterious kind of strength, world strength. Said a voice again. Many people raised their heads. Even though Lang Yi wasn't on the imperial ranking list, he was a descendant of the World Clan, and had a World King body. That was enough to be respected. He would be on the imperial ranking list sooner or later. The G-Clan perfectly understands the balance of power in the Holy City, said Lang Yi. Each time someone arrived, the G-Clan knew who it was. Lang Yi, long time no see, said Dugu the winner to Lang Yi. They glanced at each other. Back then at the Ice Moon Lake, they had fought. Nobody had won. Now, Dugu the winner had become even stronger. He had the godly imprint king body. How many imprints did he have now? Chu Chunxiu from the Celestial Godly University. Descendant of the Chu King. He has studied the sky-absorbing celestial scriptures and the celestial evolution holy scriptures. He already understands Dao strength. He's 32nd on the temporary imperial ranking list. Another announcement drew the crowd's attention. People stared at Chu Chunxiu. He had never fought against someone from the temporary imperial ranking list, but he was already 32nd on it. It proved how strong he was. The temporary imperial ranking list was an indicator, but sometimes it meant more than the actual imperial ranking list. Chu Chunxiu had achieved many things, so he was on the temporary imperial ranking list. The temporary imperial ranking list was based on someone's strength and achievements. The actual imperial ranking list was based on battles. Even though the temporary imperial ranking list was sometimes more accurate than the actual imperial ranking list, most people hope to be on the real one. Celestial Godly University, Huojiu Yang, he has the innate Nine Suns King body, he studies the Nine Suns Sutra. His power is explosive. Another king body. The crowd looked at the newcomer. It was a young man walking slowly along, Huojiu Yang. Snow Clan, Xue Fan, Xue Bing. A woman and man arrived together. They were very good looking. The girl looked like a celestial being, pure as jade and clean as ice, pure and noble. As expected, people in the Snow Clan are blessed by the gods, thought the crowd when they saw how good looking those two young people were. Jun Emoshi, the Prince of Hell, from King of Hell Palace, Imperial Immortal Body. The crowd raised their heads and saw 4 people in the sky. They knew one of them, Jun Emoshi, the Prince of Hell from the King of Hell Palace. The 3 others were strangers, however. They had never seen them. Even the Ji clan didn't know them. Those 3 people are so strange. One of them is a low-level emperor, but his chi seems powerful. He must be dangerous. The others are medium-level emperors. One of them is blind. He doesn't look dangerous, but he probably is. The last one has an aggressive chi. He looks extremely proud too, thought the crow, looking at Lin Feng and the 2 others. Nobody recognized them. Why were they with Jun Emoshi? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1924, Humiliation. Chapter 1924, Humiliation. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. He could sense that all these people had an incredible chi. They were all geniuses. Prince of Hell, are those your friends? Asked someone. They were curious. Indeed. Jun Emoshi nodded and walked through the crowd. All the people there were extraordinary. The Prince of Hell's friends can make themselves at home, said Ji Wuyo to Jun Emoshi and his 3 friends. However, Lin Feng looked indifferent and detached. Ji Wuyo frowned. Lin Feng's eyes looked scary, but he was a guest. Ji Wuyo decided to forget about him and continued greeting guests. After them, ever more people arrived, all from the holy city. Some of them were on the imperial ranking list, some of them were just considered astonishingly strong. The atmosphere was getting more and more lively. Apart from those strong cultivators, there were elders in the main hall. A strong cultivator of the Ji clan came out and smiled at the crowd. Everybody, you're all geniuses from the holy city. Welcome to the Ji clan. It's an honor for us to receive you here. Some people say it's because we want to gain influence. However, it's not true. Ji Chang is going to become a champion, everybody knows that. It's not only an honor for us, the Ji clan, but for everybody in the holy city. Many people also thought that since Ji Chang was going to become a champion, the Ji clan didn't need to struggle to become more influential. We invited all of you so that you can make friends with one another and so that you can compare yourselves with one another. Ji Chang is going to become a champion, but in the future, who will become the king of the Dark Night region? Said the strong cultivator of the Ji clan. He didn't hide his real goal. He definitely hoped that Ji Chang would become the king of the region. Everybody can talk about cultivation. If you wish, you can also exchange views. I don't think people here would refuse, said the elder. He started putting tables aside. Then he smacked a table and laughed wholeheartedly. "Come on, everybody, have a seat. No need to greet all the newcomers now. They can just come and sit." The crowd looked at the lines of tables. More elders came out of the palace. They wanted to see how strong the young people of the holy city were. "Everybody, please make yourselves at home," said the elder of the G clan as he sat down on the leader's chair in a dignified manner. Everybody raised their glasses and downed them. Someone said, "There are many geniuses in the holy city these days. Apart from Ji Chang, only one has been proclaimed a champion, Ing Chang. He's first on the imperial ranking list, walking on the path of celestial disorder. He can destroy anything, the 10,000 things of creation. Maybe he will become the king of the Dark Night region." "Your statement is arbitrary and subjective. Ing Chang is the champion and he's the first one on the imperial ranking list, but it's not just because of his Tao. It's because he has the strength of the top of the Huang Qi layer and he has many special spells," said someone in white clothes while slowly sipping on their glass. "There's a huge difference between me and Ing Chang. But I can use clones to fight, like him, so when someone fights against me, it's like fighting against millions of people." Some Tao intent suddenly rose up in the air. The crowd looked at that cultivator. Many shadows appeared around the one who had just talked. "Path of the Thousand Illusions. Not bad indeed," said the elder of the G clan with. He raised his glass for that young man calmly. "Path of the Thousand Illusions?" Someone smiled coldly. A thread of Yin Qi appeared. A man in gray clothes lowered his head and said, "Ji Chang is walking on the path of destruction. He can destroy all your shadows in the blink of an eye. And you think that kind of person could become the king of the Dark Night region?" The young man who controlled the shadows looked at him coldly. "That's Xie Yu, he's the 10th cultivator on the imperial ranking list. He's supposedly extremely evil. He can eat any kind of strength. His physical body, blood, vitality and soul are incredible," Jun Mo, she said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. So many people were here, and they were all outstanding people in the holy city. As expected, the young man who controlled the 1,000 shadows was furious, but he didn't dare attack Xie Yu. He was only 30th on the imperial ranking list. How many of the people who are on the imperial ranking list understand Tao strength? Lin Feng asked Jun Mo Shi. From what I know, those in the top 40 basically all understand Tao strength. Many of them are also at the top of the Huang Qi layer. Half of them are here today, I think. Xia Yu is one of them, replied Jun Emoshi. Lin Feng nodded. The imperial ranking list was the ranking list of the whole city. It included the 4 universities and all the clans. Of course, some extremely strong cultivators aren't high-level emperors yet and understand Tao intent, therefore, they are at the bottom of the imperial ranking list. Some other people understand Tao intent, but are not known yet. People who have special body types are talented and understand Tao intent more easily. There are also people like Chu Chunshou. In the holy city, there must be around 50 people who understand Tao intent, and who only have the strength of the Huang Qi layer. The Ji clan invited us all because Ji Chang is going to become a champion. Why isn't he here? Asked Xia Yu looking at the elder of the Ji clan. Ji Chang appreciates his friend's suggestions. If you want to see him, you can, came a voice from the palace. The crowd suddenly sensed a destructive qi. It felt like the earth and sky were going to collapse. A silhouette flashed out. It was Ji Chang. Destructive Tao. I've heard that you could destroy entire worlds with that kind of strength. I wonder if it's true, said Xia Yu slowly. He stood up and released a fearsome gray qi. The earth and sky became gray. A terrifying gray wind swirled towards Ji Chang. However, the gray energy broke apart around Ji Chang. It couldn't get close to him. Brother Xia Yu, your Tao intent isn't enough, Ji Chang said loudly. He released a terrifying destructive strength. It felt like an ocean had started roaring. The gray energies in the area all disappeared. Xiaoyu was shocked, but he just smiled evilly and said, "No wonder you're a champion, Ji Chang." He sat down again. Both their energies disappeared. Destructive Tao, how strong! The crowd was impressed. The young man who was walking on the path of the thousand illusions was depressed. He couldn't compete with Ji Chang at all, but I've heard that Ji Wuyo also understands destructive Tao intent. He wants to be stronger than Ji Chang. I wonder who is stronger, whispered someone. Ji Wuyo from Champion University has lost 2 battles already, said someone at that moment indifferently. Ji Chang and Ji Wuyo's faces darkened. Lang Yi, the speaker, just raised his glass and took a sip. Ji Wuyo looked furious and pulled a long face. He had lost 2 battles, first, one against Lin Feng, and his second one against Lin Feng's wife. "Brother Lang Yi, would you like to try and battle against me?" said Ji Wuyo icily. Lang Yi raised his head, he looked indifferent. "We're here to talk about cultivation. Tao is important, but the person is even more important. You understand destructive Tao like Ji Chang, but your Tao is frozen. A cultivator stronger than you can easily defeat you." Ji Wuyo remained silent for a moment. Lang Yi was saying he was weak? Ji Wuyo stood up and headed towards Lang Yi. He said icily, "Please come and fight, brother Lang Yi." "No need. If I fight against you, I will be merciless and I will hurt you." "That wouldn't be good," said Lang Yi coldly. Everybody was staring at Lang Yi. He had the World King body and understood Tao, too. "Brother Lang Yi, you're right. I've heard that Tiantai had oppressed the Moon Group in Champion University, and then Ji Chang's club got involved. The Stone Group also attacked Tiantai, all of that inside Champion University. If you injured Brother Ji here in the Ji clan, then the consequences would be dramatic," spoke up Jun Emoshi. Ji Wuyo looked impotently furious. They were humiliating him. Everybody had heard about what had happened in Champion University, including Jun Emoshi and Lang Yi. They also knew that Lin Feng wasn't dead. He had given them a talisman with his godly awareness inside and it hadn't broken. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1925, Blind. Chapter 1925, Blind. Many people smiled when they heard Jun Emoshi and Lang Yi's words. Jun Emoshi was the Prince of Hell, he had an imperial immortal body, and Lang Yi was a descendant of the World Clan and had the World King body. They were both humiliating Ji Wuyo because of what had happened before at Champion University. "Brother Lang Yi and Prince of Hell, if you want to fight, just tell me. We can bet on the result of the battle," Ji Wuyo icily challenged Lang Yi and Jun Emoshi. Jun Emoshi looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's clone had been destroyed. If Lin Feng needed him to do anything, he wouldn't refuse. Asking for a battle after what happened in Champion University is shameless. And as Lang Yi says, if you are weak, even with destructive Tao, you remain a weakling. "Destructive Tao is shitty and useless if the cultivator is crappy," said Lin Feng, lowering his head. The crowd looked astonished and stared at Lin Feng, especially Ji Chang and Ji Wuyo. It was the first time that someone was criticizing both them and their Tao. "You're making impertinent remarks," said someone, rising up in the air. However, the elder in charge shouted, "Come back." That person was startled and stopped moving. Today, the Ji clan invited everybody. "We want to understand what the geniuses of the holy city think. We want to understand them, their cultivation, their views on cultivation. Even if someone despises or criticizes the Ji clan, so what?" said the elder of the Ji clan. The man withdrew, but he still stared at Lin Feng icily. "Prince of Hell, we don't know your friends. Which clan do they belong to?" asked the leader of the Ji clan, looking at Lin Feng calmly. I heard about the event, so I came with the Prince of Hell. I don't belong to any famous clan. If you think I shouldn't be here, I can leave, replied Lin Feng equally calmly. The leader didn't really believe it. A low-level emperor was there and acting that way in front of him. He had to be from somewhere. You're a guest here, we don't kick guests out. However, how do you explain what you just said? How could destructive Tao be shitty? Destructive Tao is good if a cultivator is strong. But for someone as weak as Ji Wuyo, then it's useless. I didn't mean the Tao was shitty, I meant it was a waste in the hands of a crappy cultivator, said Lin Feng indifferently. Ji Wuyo was furious. He clenched his fists with crackles of bones popping and shouted icily, "Damn it! So what do you mean? If Xiaoyu can't stand a single of my attacks, then is his evil corrosion Tao shitty too?" You're right, Wuyo. Your Excellency, don't exaggerate, agreed the leader indifferently. Exaggerate? Lin Feng smiled icily and looked at Aoshu. Aoshu, do you want to try and fight against the genius of the Ji clan? Let's see how powerful the destructive Tao is. All right, replied Aoshu happily. He rose up into the air. Come and attack, I won't strike back, said Aoshu to Ji Wuyo extremely loudly. Ji Wuyo pulled a long face and said, if you die, don't blame me. He rose up in the air and released his destructive Tao intent furiously. Rumbles filled the air as his fists turned into giant imprints. Boom! Ji Wuyo's destructive Tao crashed onto Aoshu, but it was like he had attacked a golden body. His destructive Tao intent destroyed Aoshu's clothes, but didn't affect him at all. Now piss off! Shouted Aoshu loudly. His aggressive energies surrounded Ji Wuyo, who grunted as he was forced backwards violently and coughed up blood. His face turned deathly pale. Your Excellency, your physical body is incredible. Your Tao intent is really astonishing. My brother Ji Wuyo couldn't withstand a single attack against you, but it doesn't prove anything, Ji Chang said sharply, staring at Aoshu. This guy's strength was incredible. He could definitely be in the top 30 of the imperial ranking list. And Ji Chang hadn't seen his full strength, he might be even stronger. Many other people's eyes shone in admiration. This newcomer was intriguing. Forget it. The Ji clan doesn't want to admit that destructive Tao is shitty. Just forget about it, said Lin Feng. Aoshu looked at Ji Chang, he really wanted to fight. He could sense that Ji Chang was extremely strong. Aoshu, don't be impatient, Lin Feng said to him using telepathy. Aoshu withdrew his qi and went back down next to Lin Feng. Ji Chang looked at Lin Feng and said calmly, Your Excellency, you're saying that destructive Tao is shitty, then what Tao is good? I don't feel like talking about it, replied Lin Feng indifferently. Ji Wuyo jumped forwards and released a fearsome strength which pulsed towards Lin Feng. He was furious. He had been humiliated twice in 3 years, he was going crazy. You're a shitty low-level emperor and you dare talk that way. I lost because of the difference in cultivation level. If we fought, I could crush you, would it prove anything? Shouted Ji Wuyo furiously. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head and stared at Ji Wuyo. He smiled coldly and said, Are you sure? Shut up! Shouted Ji Chang to Ji Wuyo, interrupting him. His brother kept getting humiliated. He wasn't as determined as before. People made him angry too easily. Lin Feng looked ordinary. What would happen if Ji Wuyo attacked him? Lin Feng looked at him mockingly and said, Ji Wuyo, in Champion University, people call you a genius. They give you face because of Ji Chang. Otherwise, people would have already crushed you like a mere insect. You lost twice in 3 years, that's pathetic. You're a member of the Ji clan, you're Ji Chang's younger brother, that's the only reason why people respect you. If you weren't from this clan and weren't Ji Chang's brother, do you think you would be here today? Of course, Ji Wuyo wasn't as ridiculous as Lin Feng was saying. Ji Wuyo was everything but weak. But Lin Feng sounded like a demon. He was trying to crush Ji Wuyo's self-confidence. And Ji Chang had just yelled at him. Ji Wuyo's facial muscles twitched and looked distorted. Jian Mang, an assassin. His cultivation level is similar to yours. I think he's weaker than you. He understands Dao intent too, but he has a bad habit. When he fights, he makes his enemies become like him, blind. Are you interested in fighting against him? Said Lin Feng slowly, pointing at Jian Mang who was next to him. Ji Wuyo looked at Jian Mang. Jian Mang's eyes were grayish-white. What will happen if I win? Said Ji Wuyo to Lin Feng. If you win, you can fight against me. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Of course, if Jian Mang makes you blind, the Ji clan can't get involved, right? If I lose, I won't say anything if I am blinded. Said Ji Wuyo, rising up in the air. His cyan dragon totems appeared behind him and his mighty chi surged forth. Ji Wuyo took a deep breath. If he lost against this guy who had the same cultivation level, he might lose his self-confidence forever. Lin Feng didn't say much. Jian Mang rose up in the air and darted towards Ji Wuyo. Die! Shouted Ji Wuyo explosively. A dragon tank appeared, as well as a road which led straight towards Jian Mang. Dazzling sword lights suddenly appeared, unbelievably fast. The sword light cut the dragon tank in two, and Jian Mang continued moving towards Ji Wuyo. How fast? Those watching were astonished. Ji Chang's eyes twinkled. Ji Wuyo was in danger. This guy was too fast. Ji Wuyo hadn't expected that Jian Mang would be so fast and would use light energy. He had no time to react. Boom! Ji Wuyo waved his hands, and cyan dragons surged towards Jian Mang. He also released destructive Dao. It was supposed to destroy anything, but Jian Mang hadn't attacked properly yet. Suddenly, Ji Wuyo saw dazzling lights moving towards his eyes. He closed them, and white lights glittered. Lin Feng had also noticed how terrifying Jian Mang's speed was back then. Ah! A horrible shriek rose. The crowd saw that Ji Wuyo's eyes had started bleeding. They all started shaking. Ji Chang and the members of the Ji clan looked stunned. Jian Mang was injured too. Ji Wuyo's attack had reached him. He coughed up blood, and his blood was boiling. Lin Feng knew that Jian Mang wasn't going to lose, though. He perfectly knew how strong they both were. Ji Wuyo was less determined than before and Jian Mang was cruel and ferocious, and always cold and detached, probably because he was blind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1926, Back. Chapter 1926, Back. That's destructive Dao when used by a piece of trash. How can he even fight against people? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Ji Wuyo heard Lin Feng. He was angry but also dizzy from his loss. Ji Wuyo had his hands on his eyes, and pulled them away. His hair was messy, he looked maddened as he started running towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't move. Ji Wuyo threw himself at Lin Feng in blind fury. When Ji Wuyo landed in front of Lin Feng, death strength penetrated into his brain and his face turned gray. Piss off! Lin Feng punched him. Death strength flew throughout Ji Wuyo's soul with a deadly rumble, and he was smashed away. Ji Chang looked more and more furious. He immediately started racing towards Lin Feng. A terrifying destructive strength invaded the atmosphere. Aoshu jumped up and released terrifying aggressive Dao intent which collided with the destructive Dao, and there was a huge explosion. People withdrew quickly, watching excitedly. Why were those people provoking the Ji clan? Same old stuff. I'm off. See you, said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he rose up into the air, Jian Mang following him. Lin Feng glanced at Ji Chang one more time, turned around, and left, Aoshu trailing after him alertly. Ji Chang grit his teeth in fury. The leader of the Ji clan said calmly, "Forget about it. Wuyo got what he deserved. I'm disappointed." Ji Wuyo's legs shook violently. Yuan Jing was furious, too. The Ji clan was an ancient clan, and there were many young and strong cultivators. Ji Chang and Ji Wuyo were direct descendants. But if they weren't strong enough, the clan wasn't interested in them. Ji Wuyo appeared like a humiliation and a disgrace for the clan. "I'm off too," said Lang Yi and Jun Imoshi. They also departed. "Ji Chang, go back to the university and get ready to be declared a champion." "Don't worry about the rest," said the leader of the clan. Ji Chang nodded and looked over at Ji Wuyo, sighing to himself. In Champion University, everything was the same. Everybody was waiting for the same thing, Ji Chang's champion ceremony. The atmosphere was lively and there were many strong cultivators. However, in Tiantai, the people were very depressed. Even though Ji Chang was going to become a champion, Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group continued putting pressure on Tiantai. Tiantai had gone out and had noticed that a bunch of strong cultivators had encircled Tiantai. They had attacked him a few times and broken some of his bones. He asked Yun Chengyan, "Our second fellow disciple hasn't come out yet?" "Indeed," said Yun Chengyan, nodding. "I told you not to do anything. I can't hide in the courtyard my entire life." "We should leave Champion University then," said Tiantai, stewing with his anger. "That's what they want," said Ruoxia to Tiantai, "we can't leave otherwise. Things are deteriorating too quickly already." Ruoxia is right. Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group want to kick us out, said someone at that moment. Everybody suddenly looked happy. Ho Changlin. His chi had changed. He looked even more enigmatic and unfathomable than before. "What should we do then?" asked Tiantai to Ho Changlin. "Endure and wait for an opportunity," said Ho Changlin. His eyes were twinkling. "When we'll have an opportunity?" "During Ji Chang's champion ceremony," spoke up someone at that moment. Everybody was stupefied and gazed into the distance, where 3 people were arriving. Tiantai's people frowned. Lin Feng took off his mask and waved at them. Lin Feng. The crowd was stupefied. Finally, Lin Feng was back. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" Ho Qinglin asked him. Back then, his clone had been destroyed. Was Lin Feng injured? "I have recovered," Lin Feng nodded. He walked up to the crowd and said, "I know everything. During Ji Chang's champion ceremony, I will teach Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group a good lesson." Ho Changlin frowned when he heard Lin Feng. Ji Chang's champion ceremony was very important for them. If Lin Feng caused trouble, the consequences would be tragic. Lin Feng, Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group join hands and they are very powerful, especially Zone K, the leader of the Stone Group. He's extremely strong, he understands Dao strength. "We won't have any opportunity during Ji Chang's champion ceremony," observed Yun Qingyan coldly. "I don't want to attack them. I just want to take advantage of the ceremony to understand Champion University's position. Do Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group represent Champion University?" "That's what I want to understand," said Lin Feng icily. "All right, since you seem confident, I trust you. I will inform my parents, we can trust them," agreed Yun Qingyan. Ho Qinglin looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, are you really ready?" "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded. Ho Changlin didn't say anything else. Lin Feng continued, "Gather Tiantai's people, and for these next few days, don't fight against people from Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group." Lin Feng looked over at Aoshu and said, "Aoshu, what do you intend to do?" "I have nothing to do. I want to have some fun with you in the holy city," answered Aoshu in a free and unrestrained way. Alright, you can stay here for now, Lin Feng nodded. After finding a flat for Aoshu and Jian Mang, he left. Meng Qing was practicing cultivation alone in a room. Her room was filled with a chill colder than ice. However, at that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Meng Qing, said a warm voice. Meng Qing shivered as someone entered her room. Finally. Meng Qing smiled radiantly. The ice in her room melted as the temperature instantly rose. Lin Feng looked back at her in a warm and gentle way as he walked over to her. Are you all right? Meng Qing asked gently. As she was talking, Lin Feng ignored what she was saying and drew closer to her. She blushed. If anyone else had seen her that way, they would have been too jealous to speak. Don't talk. Lin Feng smiled. He just stared at Meng Qing, which made her laugh. Her heart was melting. You're so beautiful, Lin Feng said gently, before he kissed her. He was as gentle, as if she were made of china. They both kissed passionately. It was like they had turned into one. A mysterious qi invaded the room, and then they disappeared from there. In Lin Feng's small world, when Meng Qing saw more people she knew, she was astonished and overjoyed. She asked Lin Feng, how did you do that, Lin Feng? This is my world, our world. Smiled Lin Feng. Xiaoya quickly arrived and hugged Meng Qing. Meng Qing, sister. Xiaoya. Meng Qing caressed Xiaoya's hair and shouted, Father, Mother. Hey! Yu Menghe and Lin Hai arrived and greeted Meng Qing. They were very happy. Wu Shang's eyes twinkled and he said to Lin Hai, Dad, you look close to that celestial girl, how come I don't know her? Everybody burst into laughter when they heard Wu Shang. Lu Fei slapped Wu Shang's shoulder and said, That's your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Wu Shang was astonished and looked at Lin Feng, Brother, you're really incredible, extremely strong, and you're also amazing at courting women. I'm alright, said Lin Feng, glancing at Wu Shang. Wu Shang was already 18 years old. They were happy to be together. Lin Feng and Meng Qing spent some time in the small world. A clone was outside until the day of the champion ceremony. The atmosphere there became more and more lively, and many strong cultivators from everywhere came to Champion University. Ji Chang's champion ceremony was an incredible event in the holy city. Ji Chang's club was on everyone's lips. Their leader was going to become a champion. In Tiantai, the atmosphere was calm. It was as if they had disappeared from Champion University. The Stone Group and Ji Chang's club stood guard over the gates of Tiantai's territory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1927, Flames. Chapter 1927, Flames. In Champion University, there was a champion stage, with many people around. At that moment, on the champion stage, there was a group of elders. They all looked enigmatic and unfathomable. Ji Chang was standing there as well. Ji Chang was in the middle of them and receiving the champion crown. Some people said that Ji Chang's name was already carved in the legendary waterfall abode of the immortals, he just had to sign it. They had carved his name beforehand, as if his future success were obvious. On this day, the holy city was almost empty, very few people on the streets. Many people were going to the champion stage. They wanted to participate to Ji Chang's champion ceremony. He was the pride of the holy city. That was incredible. Many people admired him and wanted to be like him. However, at that moment, in Tiantai, many strong cultivators had gathered, Lin Feng, Ho Changlin, and the others. Aoshu and Jian Mang were there, too. Are you ready? Lin Feng asked the crowd. Yun Xingyan's beautiful eyes twinkled. She looked at Lin Feng, still hesitant. This guy was insane. This was Ji Chang's champion ceremony. Everybody was going to the champion stage, but not far from Tiantai, there were still strong cultivators from the Stone Group and the Moon Group still guarding them. "Yes, I am," said Tantai, nodding enthusiastically. He had been waiting for this day for so long. His anger had simmered far too long. "Lin Feng, what do we do with those people?" Huang Fu Long asked Lin Feng. Everybody looked at Lin Feng. Indeed, what could they do with those people? Cripple the cultivators of the Stone Group and kill those of the Moon Group, said Lin Feng icily. Everybody shivered. Cripple and kill them? Lin Feng was crazy. In a building nearby, members of Ji Chang's club were waiting. In another one, there were people from the Stone Group. Those people had been sent exclusively to monitor Tiantai's activities. Their goal was to oppress them and make them leave Champion University. So many strong cultivators will go to Ji Chang's champion ceremony. Many people are seething with excitement, and we're here. PFFFFF, said one of them with a sigh. He was annoyed. He had to monitor Tiantai, he couldn't go to the ceremony. He was leaning against the wall. Tiantai's people don't dare come out anymore. Why are we still here? Ha, they're a bunch of trash. Surprisingly, they dared to humiliate Ji Chang's club. Zone K killed Lin Feng and Tiantai has lost all their power. I wonder what Ji Chang's club will give to our leader. The two guards were talking, however, at that moment, one of them said, Wait. What's wrong? Said the other one frowning. He looked at that person. His lips twitched. He gazed into the distance and smiled coldly. Is Tiantai doing something? Are they coming to us? Humph. Do you think they could fight against us? The two cultivators gazed into the distance. Dozens of cultivators suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Their chi was ferocious. Stop! Shouted a guard of the Stone Group explosively. Other guards heard them and hurried to join him. What are you doing? Lin Feng and the others were facing them and oppressing them. The guards suddenly felt cold. Finally, one of them retreated. He realized that he couldn't do anything to these cultivators. You better think carefully before doing anything. It's Champion University here. If you attack the Stone Group, their revenge will be terrifying. Shouted a strong cultivator. However, at that moment, Lin Feng looked at him with his death eyes. Suddenly, that cultivator sensed that his body had started decaying. He turned gray. A medium-level emperor like him was so weak before Lin Feng. You're insane! Shouted that cultivator, extremely loudly. Tiantai's cultivators advanced relentlessly, their chi was terrifying. Tiantai bellowed furiously, lions appeared around him. The man he'd picked groaned with pain and coughed up blood. Tiantai landed in front of him and lifted him up in the air. Piss off! Shouted Tiantai explosively. He punched the cultivator. Explosion sounds spread in the air. His viscera exploded and he fell down from the sky limp as a noodle. His colleagues' faces turned deathly pale. At the same time, many people came out of the buildings. They were astonished. Tiantai wants to violate the rules of the university. Shouted one of them explosively. Lin Feng looked at him icily. Violate the rules of Champion University? Tiantai's people found that statement ridiculous. Violate the rules? What dogs hit rules? Another loud shout spread in the air as a building exploded. The guards of the Stone Group realized what was going on and came out. Among them was a terrifyingly strong cultivator, a high-level emperor. He was the strongest cultivator of the Stone Group. Tiantai, you want to bring about your own destruction? Exclaimed the high-level emperor icily. Then he charged Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw that, the death energy in his eyes became even more terrifying. The man's face turned gray, and he was abruptly horrified. Lin Feng charged to meet him, death strength surrounding him. The man was being corroded and death energy started flowing throughout his body. The high-level emperor almost forgot to strike back in his powerlessness. He had the sensation he was dying. "That's Lin Feng, he's not dead!" screamed a shocked cultivator of the stone group at that moment. "That's Lin Feng." Someone else looked petrified. The heart of the high-level emperor started pounding furiously as Lin Feng arrived before him, desperation tearing at his resolve. "Die!" shouted the cultivators of Tiantai in unison. They looked like ferocious tigers attacking their prey. Lin Feng punched the high-level emperor with his death fist. The cultivator's face turned deathly pale as he raised his fists and punched back. Their fists collided, and his bones creaked painfully. They had controlled themselves for too long. Tiantai's cultivator couldn't hold it in anymore. Horrible shrieks kept rising. Many people heard them in their surroundings. When the cultivators of Ji Chang's club saw that, they looked astonished and ran away to inform the strong cultivators of the two groups. Tiantai's people were insane. They dared violate the rules. Only a few guards of the stone group remained. Many corpses lay on the ground. The buildings they'd come from were destroyed. Some people's hearts were pounding. They gazed into the distance and saw some people running over. What a relief! Tiantai's people were probably going to die now, finally. The strong cultivators of the stone group and Ji Chang's club were going to avenge their friends now. The university wouldn't say anything if they got their revenge. In the distance, some people who hadn't gone to the ceremony yet arrived. When they saw the scenery, they were astonished. "Those are Tiantai's people, what are they doing? I see Lin Feng, he's not dead?" Tiantai attacked the stone group. They've been oppressed for so long now, they went crazy. Everybody was shaking. Tiantai's cultivators ran towards the buildings of Ji Chang's club. The members of Ji Chang's club were shaking. They weren't that many people there, and most of them were from the Moon Group as well. They couldn't resist Tiantai. Tiantai's people dare act that insolently, they must die, they must be wiped off the map of Champion University, shouted someone explosively in the distance. 3 high-level emperors had arrived. One of them was from the Sun Group. The 2 others were from the Stone Group. All of them were on the Celestial Champion ranking list. Ji Chang's club's cultivators were convinced that Tiantai was doomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1928, Emotionless and Merciless Killings. Chapter 1928, Emotionless and Merciless Killings. Tiantai's cultivators were going wild. They crushed the strong cultivators of the Stone Group and Ji Chang's club one after another. If the newcomers killed Tiantai's cultivators, the university wouldn't say anything. Ji Chang's club had too much influence these days. The 3 high-level emperors released their chi towards Tiantai's cultivators. A terrifying strength filled the air. In the distance, some people noticed the agitation there. Surprisingly, the battle stage wasn't the only lively place. Tiantai's people arrived in front of the high-level emperors. The 3 high-level emperors stared at Lin Feng and one of them questioned icily, "You're not dead?" "Back then, your people killed one of my clones," said Lin Feng indifferently. The cultivator smiled coldly and said, "Since it's that way, I'll kill you once again. Tiantai's people have violated the rules of the university. You crippled and killed so many of our cultivators. That's a huge offense. You must die. From today on, Tiantai won't exist anymore," shouted the high-level emperor explosively. "Kill all the cultivators from Tiantai." Boom! Terrifying energies rolled in waves. The strong cultivators of Ji Chang's club started attacking. Die, dot. Tiantai people, die. The strong cultivators looked crazed. A high-level emperor ran at the front of them. A gigantic golden hand descended from the sky, twisting the sky. Golden lights illuminated everything. Tantai roared furious defiance with his lions. Qinglin released his 9 explosive cauldrons. Tianqi turned into a golden Buddha. Ruoxia released deceleration cosmic energies. Their enemies were moving as if caught in shifting sands. Jian Mang unsheathed his swords. Ho Qinglin jumped forwards and released reincarnation energies which absorbed everything coming at them. The battle was incredible. The high-level emperor ran towards Lin Feng, his gigantic golden hand targeting Lin Feng too. Lin Feng raised his fist, a simple punch, and the golden hand exploded. His enemy was astonished as Lin Feng raced towards him. "I'll kill you once again," said the cultivator, releasing golden lights. However, at that moment, he saw Lin Feng's eyes, filled with death energies. His face turned gray as a death sword moved towards his eyes. His eyes turned gray. It felt like he was dying and going to hell. How could he be so strong? He was staring at Lin Feng and his eyes filled with death. A death sword appeared and his skull cracked, and then he collapsed. The faces of the other strong cultivators turned deathly pale. A high-level emperor had just been killed by Lin Feng? Ho Qinglin jumped forwards and released reincarnation energies above the crowd. The strong cultivators had the sensation they were dying and disappearing in the wheel of reincarnation. The reincarnation energies then disappeared. For those people, it felt as if their souls were falling into a black hole. They looked petrified, their eyes wide open as they fell down from the sky, dead. Reincarnation Tao. The 2 high-level emperors were astonished, their faces changed drastically. Ho Qinglin had comprehended reincarnation Tao. And Lin Feng could kill high-level emperors. How? And Jian Mang and Ruoxia, both were astonishing and fast. One controlled light energy, the other one controlled speed and decay cosmic energies, both rare kinds of energies. Those 2 people were particularly strong when they joined hands. Ruoxia used his deceleration cosmic energy and Jian Mang used his light sword attack. The strong cultivators of Ji Chang's club kept dying, one after another. This time, they didn't cripple people's cultivation, they just killed them. How strong! Lin Feng is back. Ho Qinglin understands Dao strength. There's also that blind assassin. Tiantai is going crazy. The onlookers in the distance frowned, all of them amazed, astonished, and stunned. Tiantai had been patient for so long. Finally, they were getting furious. They didn't care about the consequences anymore. Lin Feng jumped forwards, people around him died one after another, their lives corroded away by his death strength. Only the 2 high-level emperors were still alive. However, they remained discreet, terrified of what was happening. How come Tiantai was so powerful all of a sudden? Let's go! The 2 cultivators suddenly turned to flee. However, they sensed death strength rising around them. They released their soul strength to resist. They weren't weaker than Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's Nihility Death Sword had stamps, so it stuck on their soul. In a flash, Lin Feng jumped forwards and slapped one of those cultivators' heads. That person trembled violently. He was on the Celestial Champion ranking list, but at that moment, he looked extremely weak and couldn't withstand even a single attack. The other cultivator was terrified. This Dao intent was so powerful, even Zone K's Dao intent wasn't as strong. I don't want to die. Lin Feng had grabbed the other one, he was now begging him. Lin Feng threw him away violently. There was a clap of thunder, and his body exploded. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was only death. They had killed his clone, injured Meng Qing, and oppressed Tiantai. They had to die, all of them. Lin Feng looked like an emotionless and merciless murderer at that moment. Lead the way to the stone group, said Lin Feng to the last one icily. Death chi was still flowing in that person's body. Lin Feng could kill him at any time if he wished. All right. The cultivator nodded and headed towards the stone group. The stone group's territory was much larger than Tiantai's. However, at that moment, there weren't many people there, they were all at the champion stage. Those who remained sensed a terrifying chi invading the atmosphere and raised their heads. When they understood what was going on, they were all petrified. Tiantai. The stone group will disappear today, promised Lin Feng. He waved his hands, and mountains fell from the sky, hitting like thunderous meteors. People ran away. Cripple their cultivation, ordered Lin Feng, chasing the people who were fleeing. He released death strength and one cultivator suddenly stopped moving as a terrifying strength crushed him. However, Lin Feng and the others just passed by him. They didn't stop. At the champion stage, the ceremony had started. Ji Chang had a crown on his head now, a beautiful champion crown. Behind him, there were 9 dazzling cyan dragon totems. He looked like a king. Ji Chang, today, I declare that you are a champion. Your name will be carved in the champion palace. Don't forget to come and sign it, said the official in charge of the ceremony. Ji Chang nodded. I will never humiliate the university or tarnish its reputation. It is an honor for me to have my name in the champion palace. Hooray! At the foot of the stage, everybody shouted cheerfully as the crowd congratulated him. They had to give him face now, he had power. However, some people had decided not to give him face at all. In the distance, a group of people was flying their way quickly. Tiantai is causing trouble, said someone in the crowd. A strong cultivator suddenly rose up in the air and challenged them. You dare cause trouble during the champion ceremony? Tiantai's people have killed our people and destroyed the stone group, said someone from Ji Chang's club in disbelief. Another strong cultivator arrived. Tiantai is killing people within the university. Many people of the stone group and Ji Chang's club are injured or dead, said the 2 people. Suddenly, the air went still. On the date of Ji Chang's champion ceremony, Tiantai dared cause trouble and kill people? Many people looked amused, they loved trouble and battles. Zhong Kei's eyes flashed. Tiantai's people had dared kill his people? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1929, Trouble and Disaster During the Champion Ceremony. Chapter 1929, Trouble and Disaster During the Champion Ceremony. The next group of people arrived. The crowd frowned at them. Some people really dared go on a rampage? Tiantai has violated the rules of the university, they killed other students, shouted some people who were being chased by Tiantai's people. The elders of Champion University looked at the group of people with murder in their eyes. I'll go and crush them, said someone in a low voice. Let them come, said an old man. Everybody stopped. After a short time, Tiantai's people arrived. They looked furious. Their chi was whistling around them. Everybody was looking at them. Ji Chang looked furious. His eyes fell on Lin Feng. It was him. The members of Ji Chang's club had told Ji Chang about Lin Feng. He had gone to the celestial country, and he had been killed by Zone Quebec. Why was he here now? Ji Chang looked at Jin Mang and Aoshu, and recognizing them, grew even angrier. Zone K flashed forwards and landed not far from Lin Feng and the others. Terrifying energies pulsed towards them. You're not dead, Zone K said icily. Behind him, more and more strong cultivators from the stone group landed. Their chi shot up into the sky, trying to suppress Lin Feng and his friends. You dared cause trouble at the ceremony and violate the rules of the university. You will all die, said someone icily. It was the law enforcement officer. You bastard, said Tiantai icily. A law enforcement officer? You son of a bitch. Who chose you as a law enforcement officer? The Moon Group and the Stone Group keep violating the rules and assaulting us. Are you blind? Asshole! Tantai burst out angrily. The man looked furious. He said to the old man, Ancestor Shin Tian, please help me. Let's kill all of them, for the sake of the university. Ancestor Shin Tian looked at him and then he looked at the crowd, especially Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with death determination. He had the strength of a low-level emperor, but he looked extraordinary. I allow you to explain your situation. If your excuses are not sufficient, no matter where you go, you will be killed, said Ancestor Shin Tian. Lin Feng looked calm and composed as he replied to Ancestor Shin Tian, today, Tiantai had to do this. I am convinced you will understand. I'd like to ask you something though. The university, is it for all the students, or only for champions? The university is for all the students. They are all the pride of the university. And we believe that anyone has the potential to become a champion. On the other day, there was a fair battle organized between the Moon Group and Tiantai. Zone K got involved and killed my clone. Nobody said anything. After that, the law enforcement officer even said I deserved to die. What's that supposed to mean? Said Lin Feng calmly. Ancestor Shin Tian frowned and looked at the law enforcement officer. Did that happen, Mudut? The law enforcement officer frowned and stared at Lin Feng. Ancestor, he was in the celestial country. He asked outsiders for help. And then he killed people from Champion University. We have to stop him. He violated the rules of the university. He killed people of the university. Ancestor Shin Tian frowned and looked at Lin Feng. You are a student in Champion University. You cannot kill other people from Champion University, even in the celestial country. You have to die. I didn't represent Champion University in the celestial country, said Lin Feng to Ancestor Shin Tian calmly. Back then, I accidentally ended up in hell. After that I was told that the only way to go back to the continent of the Nine Clouds was to cross the celestial country, and unluckily, there was a war between the continent of the Nine Clouds and Hell. I ended up in Hell's army, and the army of the continent of the Nine Clouds attacked me. Ancestor, what was I supposed to do? Ancestor Shin Tian was stupefied. He had ended up in Hell by accident? Many people were astonished. How was that possible? He had ended up in hell? Since it's that way, in such circumstances, everything depends on your fate. You're right, Ancestor. In such circumstances, everything depends on your fate. Zong K really violated the rules of the university though. During a fair battle, he attacked and killed me. And the law enforcement officer didn't do anything. Do you know why Zong K asked for help to kill me? Said Lin Feng looking at the people on the battle stage with his black eyes. If the leaders of the university were like these despicable people, they deserved to die. He didn't think that Champion University would kill them. Why? Because Ji Chang is a champion now. He has a high social status. Zong K attacked me because of Ji Chang. The law enforcement officer didn't enforce the rules because of Ji Chang. So, does this university belong to Ji Chang? Asked Lin Feng. The crowd looked amused. They understood a lot. It wasn't difficult. However, those things happened everywhere. In many places, strength and talent were the most important things. Ancestor Shin Tian remained silent for a few seconds and looked at the law enforcement officer icily. Ancestor Shin Tian looked at Lin Feng and asked, since they made a mistake and you attacked their groups, you both made mistakes. Bullshit, said Tantai. Ho Chang Lin said, the atmosphere is really foul in Champion University. Everybody looked at Ho Chang Lin in a sharp way. Bastard! Shouted the law enforcement officer explosively, Ancestor, those people humiliated us and injured our people. They must be expelled from the university. If I had been able to leave before, I don't need you to tell me whether I can stay or not, said Ho Ching Lin icily. Everybody was stupefied. Ho Ching Lin didn't want to stay in Champion University anymore. Ancestor Xian Tian pulled a long face. Ho Ching Lin was humiliating the university in front of so many people. Do you know why I joined the university, Ancestor? Ho Ching Lin said to Ancestor Xian Tian. Strength. You're right, Ancestor. Students come to university for strength, but also to find a peaceful studying environment. Being a student is like having a big family at university. However, after violating the rules and killing Lin Feng's clone, Ji Cheng's club started monitoring our activities. They didn't let us walk around freely within the university. They just wanted to force us to leave. I'm sure you know what they did. My friends from Tiantai were unable to make a single step for months. Nobody helped them. Why did the university humiliate Tiantai like that? And what was Tiantai supposed to do? Ho Ching Lin asked Ancestor Xian Tian. Tiantai has been unlucky. The law enforcement officer made a mistake. The cultivation world is cruel. Strength is all that mattered. There's no such thing as fairness. Champion University is like that, other universities and groups are like that, too. Weak people should die, said Ancestor Xian Tian. Many people burst into laughter. The old man was straightforward. Tiantai had been oppressed because they were weak, but the unlucky event he was talking about was Ji Chang's influence, of course. You're right, Ancestor, said Lin Feng loudly bowing before Ancestor Xian Tian. The crowd looked even more amused. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Ancestor Xian Tian. Since the weak are the prey of the strong, Ji Chang is strong. The law enforcement officer is also strong. Tiantai has nothing to say. Since there are no rules in Champion University, Tiantai got their revenge. We crippled the cultivators of the Stone Group and killed the cultivators of the Moon Group. Ancestor Xian Tian smiled. I forgive you for the tensions between Tiantai and Ji Chang's club, as well as the Stone Group. However, if Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group get their revenge, Champion University won't get involved. Have you thought about that? This old scoundrel fought everybody. Tiantai was going to be destroyed that way. I perfectly understand and I am grateful. If you agree, Tiantai would like to challenge the Moon Group to a battle again, a battle to death, said Lin Feng, bowing again before Ancestor Xian Tian. At that moment, the whole crowd was astonished. You destroyed my Stone Group, aren't you forgetting something? Asked Zong Ke icily. Don't worry. You killed my clone. I'm not done with you yet. If you want to join the battle, I don't mind, battle to the death, said Lin Feng to Zong Quebec. His eyes were filled with death. The Moon Group is part of my Ji Chang's club, said Ji Chang on the battle stage. The crowd was astonished. What did that mean? Did Ji Chang want to join? Lin Feng slowly turned to Ji Chang and smiled. If Ji Chang's club is that shameless and wants to join, no problem. Ji Chang's club is already running wild in Champion University. But they do that just because you are the champion. However, having someone like you being revered like a deity and proclaimed as a champion is a humiliation for the university. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1930, Battle to Death. Chapter 1930, Battle to Death. Having someone like you being revered like a deity and proclaimed as a champion is humiliation for the university. Lin Feng's words resonated in the hearts of the crowd. They all stared at Lin Feng. That guy was insane. He dared talk to Ji Chang that way, a humiliation for the university. When we joined Champion University a few years ago, we were low-level emperors, and back then, we had already heard about Ji Chang. Ji Chang was maybe going to be the next champion and blah blah blah. Back then you were also the second on the imperial ranking list. So many years have passed and only now you're being proclaimed a champion? And there's a ceremony? You're a crappy cultivator. You have no talent, said Lin Feng icily. The strong cultivators of the Moon Group and the Stone Group started walking forwards and releasing terrifying energies at his words. Empty words, said someone icily. Then, Sure Hao Tian said to Ancestor Xian Tian, Ancestor, since Tiantai wants to fight, please accept. Ancestor, Tiantai's people are insolent. Ancestor Xian Tian looked calm and unmoved. He looked at the crowd and said, all right, I accept. How could I refuse? I'll act as the referee. Tiantai versus the Moon Group and the Stone Group. Battle to death. Zone K looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. How were Tiantai's cultivators going to die? Even though the Moon Group wasn't as strong as the Sun Group, they had already fought against Tiantai, they had a similar strength. And the Stone Group had 5 high-level emperors, and many medium-level emperors. How could Lin Feng act so arrogantly? Silhouettes rose up in the air and explosive energies invaded the atmosphere. Tiantai's people looked weak. How could they compare themselves with the Moon Group and the Stone Group? They had only one high-level emperor. Aoshu, you're not from Champion University, right? Said Ji Chang to Aoshu. Surprisingly, he remembered his name. What a great champion! Lin Feng said to Ji Chang mockingly. Aoshu laughed loudly and moved back. He looked at Ji Chang and said, I'm not participating. Ji Chang knew Lin Feng was making fun of him. Aoshu was too strong though. If he joined, everybody would die against him. And he had also seen how strong Lin Feng was in the celestial country. But without the help of the cultivators from hell, what could he do? Zone K could probably oppress him by himself. And Jian Mang was there too. He couldn't say much about Jian Mang, though. Jian Mang was only a medium-level emperor. Die, said Zone K, staring at them icily. A terrifying chi drove towards Tiantai's cultivators. Tiantai roared furiously. The earth and sky shook violently as he jumped forwards. Wu also turned into a terrifying supernatural bird and streaked across the sky, surrounded by a sun. In front of Wu, a sun sword appeared, slicing through the air. Ho Changlin's robe fluttered in the wind. Reincarnation strength appeared around him. Let's join hands, said Ruoxia to Jian Mang. Jian Mang nodded and they turned into 2 light beams. Lin Feng walked forwards, releasing Devamara Culpa strength. Life and death Culpa sword energies appeared around him, the air shrieking at their conflict. The closest people to him withdrew quickly. Die. Someone descended from the sky above Lin Feng and attacked. A gigantic golden cauldron slammed down with a rumble of power, and then the cauldron exploded. Lin Feng rose up into the air and stuck out with a single punch. The man exploded. Lin Feng did some hand seals. A purple tank appeared, containing terrifying life and death strength. Everything died in its path as the air tore apart before it. How strong, thought the crowd. No wonder Lin Feng dared act that arrogantly. Tiantai's people were really strong indeed. Ho Changlin understood reincarnation Tao. Lin Feng was also terrifying strong. His death strength was astonishing. Jian Mang and Ruoxia were also terrifying when they joined hands. Nobody could stop them. The strong cultivators of the Moon Group and the Stone Group kept falling from the sky one after another. A high-level emperor threw himself at Lin Feng. He released a fearsome whistling chi. Some ghosts moved towards Lin Feng, unleashed soul strength. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. He released a death sword and destroyed the soul attack. The high-level emperor was astonished. Then, a ghostly image appeared behind him and he turned into a hell ghost, moving with the weightless speed of a specter. Lin Feng released life and death lights. When the ghost lunged at Lin Feng had the sensation his soul was going to explode. Die, die. Death strength pierced that cultivator's soul and penetrated into his brain, too. Lin Feng raised his fist with a rumble of gathering thunder. He pounded his enemy's soul and watched it explode. The high-level emperor died and turned into a real ghost. He had been extremely strong. If Lin Feng didn't have life and death Dao, he would have died against the man. However, after that person died, another high-level emperor moved towards Lin Feng, a waterfall appearing behind him. Lin Feng waved his hands and his death strength turned into a river. His opponent disappeared inside it and turned into a corpse. Dao power. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng also controlled Dao strength. How powerful! He really was extremely strong. Ancestor Xian Tian's eyes twinkled. The cultivators from Tiantai were really extremely strong and talented. They weren't any less gifted than Ji Chang. Reincarnation Dao, Death Dao, Light Dao, all of them are really rare kinds of strength, thought Ancestor Xian Tian. He glanced at the law enforcement officer, who shivered. The law enforcement officer was also astonished by this display. Strength was the most important thing in that world. If they wanted the university to respect them, they had to prove how strong they really were. Their strength was precious. The law enforcement officer had cold sweats now. He looked at Zone K. Tiantai's people had to die. Ancestor Xian Tian had allowed them to fight, and a battle to death on top of that. The law enforcement officer understood that this battle was going to be tragic. If anyone died, it didn't matter, it just meant they weren't strong enough. Zong K stopped moving and released energies to pressure Lin Feng. You made it that far in this life, but now you're going to die, Zong K said to Lin Feng. His voice resonated in Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng smiled coldly. A mere brain attack? Lin Feng moved forwards, ignoring the attack, and Zong K remained silent. A bell rang, and some ancient bells appeared. The air quivered with the sound. Lin Feng appeared in the middle of them. Zong K is at the top of the Huang Qi layer and he understands Dao strength. Even though Lin Feng is really strong, he's definitely going to die this time, thought the crowd with a sigh. The bells made Lin Feng's soul shake violently. He released life strength throughout his body and released a death sword which moved towards the ancient bells. Lin Feng charged forwards, a bell broke apart. Lin Feng's death-filled eyes looked more and more terrifying. Another bell rang and exploded. Lin Feng continued moving forwards and his death chi gathered around him like a black cloak. The air around him was turning gray. Die! Shouted Zong K explosively. His bells kept ringing in unison and exploding. Further in the distance, the crowd could even sense their own souls shaking. Even the most determined ones were affected. Zong K was definitely going to kill Lin Feng. The bells kept breaking one after another. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to Zone Quebec. His death strength penetrated into Zong K's brain. Your Dao is so weak, said Lin Feng. His voice carried death strength and resonated in Zong K's brain. He released a death sword which shot towards Zone Quebec. Zong K's expression changed drastically as he went white. You're going to die, promised Lin Feng. His voice echoed in Zong K's brain, and a death sword stamp stuck to his soul. Zong K screamed furiously. However, the crowd was astonished. Lin Feng was very close to Zong K and releasing destructive death energies. It was like an ocean of death energy, and Zong K disappeared inside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1931, Arrogance. Chapter 1931, Arrogance. The death stamps moved along the Black River. Zong K was drowned inside and the water ate away his life. People's hearts pounded as they watched. "You're going to die," declared Lin Feng, using his most powerful voice. He also stamped the sound waves produced by his voice. Zone K was still buried in the Black Death River. The crowd was staring at the black water, whispering among themselves. Was Zone K dead or alive? Waves rumbled and the black water swirled around. It turned into death intent and gradually dispersed. A body appeared in the air and fell, already a corpse. Zone K, fifth on the Celestial Champion ranking list, leader of the Stone Group, was dead. Lin Feng, a cultivator ranked on the lower ranking list, had killed him. At that moment, the place became completely silent. Zone K wasn't the only one who had died. Most of the cultivators of the Stone Group and the Moon Group had died, too. Tiantai was rising again, after having been oppressed and humiliated by the Moon Group and the Stone Group for so long. Lin Feng had come back furious and Tiantai had had their revenge, and on top of that during Ji Chang's champion ceremony, right next to the champion stage. This day was supposed to be one of Ji Chang's happiest days, and it had turned into a nightmare because of Lin Feng and his group, Tiantai. The members of Ji Chang's club had all pulled long faces. Ji Chang's club had lost its two junior groups, the Moon Group and the Star Group. The Stone Group had also almost completely disappeared from Champion University. It was a terrible humiliation for Ji Chang. Many people turned to look at Ancestor Xian Tian. On the champion battle stage, the senior cultivators looked calm and lofty. The Stone Group and the Moon Group had been destroyed, but it didn't affect them. Since the Moon Group and the Stone Group had provoked, oppressed, and humiliated Tiantai, it was their fault. Tiantai had relied on their own strength to get their revenge. The cultivation world was that cruel. If Lin Feng and Tiantai had been weak, they would have disappeared. The elders probably respected them more now than they had before, after their enemies had suffered a crushing defeat. Even though the elders looked rather placid, their hearts were beating faster. That low-level emperor was probably a medium-level emperor, and his Dao was more powerful than Zone K's. That's how he had killed Zone K, the fifth cultivator on the Celestial Champion ranking list. Lin Feng understood the hidden rules of the cultivation world. Therefore, he had chosen to battle on the day of Ji Chang's champion ceremony, one of the best days in Ji Chang's life. It was the only way to be respected by the university. If they had fought on another day, the university wouldn't have paid attention to them. Zong K's corpse finally reached the ground, bouncing once and rolling over limply. Lin Feng looked at the corpse coldly with his black eyes and said calmly, "Sure Hao Tian, on that day, weren't you a little bit arrogant?" The crowd frowned and looked over to the strong cultivators of Ji Chang's club. Sure Hao Tian, the second most important cultivator of Ji Chang's club, fourth on the Celestial Champion ranking list. On that day, Sure Hao Tian and Zone K had had a conversation. Sure Hao Tian had asked Zone K for help. Sure Hao Tian was the leader of the Moon Group. Sure Hao Tian looked at Lin Feng's eyes, petrified, before looking at Zone K's corpse. His heart started pounding violently. He hadn't expected all this. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would come back and would be so strong. He had even less expected Tiantai would provoke them on the day of the champion ceremony. A dazzling light appeared. A stamp emerged from Lin Feng's hand and rose up in the air. Gigantic golden letters appeared in the air, "Battle to Death." A contract for a battle to death. Lin Feng was challenging Sure Hao Tian to a battle to death. Sure Hao Tian is fourth on the Celestial Champion ranking list, but Zone K understands Dao strength. Sure Hao Tian and Zone K were about equal in strength, but Lin Feng killed Zone Quebec. He's very strong. He can probably kill Sure Hao Tian too. Was the consensus of the crowd? Lin Feng had shown how strong he was when killing Zone Quebec. He definitely was strong enough to fight against the top 3 cultivators of the Celestial Champion ranking list. Ji Chang was probably the only one who could defeat Lin Feng. Today is Ji Chang's champion ceremony. It's supposed to be a happy day for all the students. Aren't you violating the rules by doing that? A cultivator of the Ji clan shouted out icily. Many people present today were from the Ji clan, since it was Ji Chang's champion ceremony. The leader of the Ji clan was present, too. He looked at Lin Feng icily. He knew perfectly well who Lin Feng was. He had brought Aoshu and Jin Mang to the Ji clan. Because of him, Ji Wuyo had almost been turned into a cripple. He was blind and had completely lost his confidence. He would never be as energetic and confident as before. If he didn't regain his confidence, he would never practice cultivation again. Now Lin Feng was back, and he was humiliating the Ji clan again, this time during Ji Chang's champion ceremony. There are rules in the Ji clan and there are rules at university. Champion University doesn't need the Ji clan to tell them what the rules of the university are. Retorted a young man provocatively and coldly. It was Lang Yi from the World Clan. And the university doesn't need the World Clan to tell them anything, either. Said the leader of the Ji clan furiously. Lang Yi was throwing in his 2 cents, and the leader of the Ji clan didn't appreciate that at all. I am not getting involved. I am just voicing my opinion. Besides, Lin Feng is like a brother to me. Ji Chang and Lin Feng are competing at university, which is normal and acceptable, but Ji Chang's club keeps getting involved in bullying him and his friends. That's despicable. How can the Ji clan get involved in young people's affairs? I thought too highly of the Ji clan before. There were many strong cultivators in the holy city. Competitions between people of the same generation were normal and expected, but older people couldn't get involved. Therefore, Jian Mang had blinded Ji Wuyo and nobody could say anything about it. It was cruel, but nothing could be done. The clan could support young people, but if those young people's efforts didn't suffice, then the clan couldn't do much for them. Spending one's life relying on one's clan wasn't a life, and it was impossible to become a peerless cultivator that way. Therefore, Lang Yi was traveling alone, relying solely on himself. He had chosen his own path. Ji Chang's club killed Lin Feng's clone, and now Lin Feng is back and he's challenging that little buffoon. The Ji clan has nothing to say, agreed Jun Moshi. Lang Yi and Jun Moshi were having fun at Ji Chang's champion ceremony. Jun Moshi and Lang Yi are heartless, thought the amused crowd. I wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would have so many powerful friends. It's been a long time since they've had someone with the World King body in the World Clan. Jun Moshi also has a very rare body type, and they're both Lin Feng's friends. Lin Feng is extremely strong and talented, he has no need to envy people who have king body types. The member of the Ji clan were surprised and perplexed. Ji Ping groaned icily and said, the Ji clan won't get involved, of course. However, the Ji clan is at the head of Ji Chang's club, and today is Ji Chang's champion ceremony. Some people are humiliating him and ruining this great event. Ji Chang can solve the issue himself. I'm not getting involved. He means he wants Ji Chang to fight against Lin Feng. If Ji Chang fights against Lin Feng, he will definitely crush him. After all, he's the champion. Apart from Ming Chang, nobody can compete with him, including Lin Feng. The murmurs raced through the crowd. Lin Feng's eyes were still black, but he looked at the members of the Ji clan mockingly. The Ji clan is an ancient clan, it has existed for a long time, and is really strong. You invited many people to talk about cultivation because you wanted to show how strong you were. However, the only young emperor of the Ji clan who can be considered strong is Ji Chang. I don't understand something though, how come you are so proud? I am a medium-level emperor, and at the same cultivation level, how many of your people can compete with me? Lin Feng sounded calm and indifferent. The strong cultivators of the Ji clan were furious. Lin Feng was talking loudly, and didn't sound provocative, he sounded like he was just stating facts. To the Ji clan, it was a horrible humiliation. The Ji clan was an ancient clan, they had great power, and many of their young people studied at the 4 different universities. Lin Feng was saying that at the same cultivation level, nobody in the Ji clan could defeat him. Everybody thought Lin Feng was right, it was a fact. At the same cultivation level, he could destroy anyone from the G clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1932, Power and Influence. Chapter 1932, Power and Influence. How arrogant! Blurted out many of the younger people seated behind the leader of the G clan. At that moment, their chi was terrifying, pulsing and spreading towards Lin Feng like rolling thunder. Lin Feng's hair fluttered in the wind. However, Lin Feng remained motionless. He ignored them, and as he silently stared at Shi Hao Tian, Tantai took a disdainful step forwards and jeered, "Shi Hao Tian, back then during the battle between Tiantai and the Moon Group, you attacked Lin Feng's clone. You were very arrogant. What's going on now?" Lin Feng came back with his real body. "You're the fourth in the Celestial Champion ranking list, and now you don't dare accept Lin Feng's challenge to a battle to death? Is the second cultivator of Ji Chang's club a coward?" added Qin Wu icily. Shi Hao Tian's expression changed drastically. His face even turned pale blue. "No matter whether you accept or not, you can't avoid a battle today," declared Lin Feng icily. He raced forwards, a crazy smile on his face as he released his chi towards Shi Hao Tian. Shi Hao Tian sensed the death energy surround him. Dazzling lights emerged from his eyes. Lin Feng was forcing him to fight. "How arrogant!" interrupted someone at that moment. 9 cyan dragon totems appeared behind Ji Chang as he jumped forwards to intercept Lin Feng. A terrifying destructive chi invaded the air as the earth and sky started shaking. Ji Chang's eyes were dazzling, he looked like an ancient dragon king. "Humph!" he groaned icily. A terrifying bestial chi slammed into him. The crowd heard whistling sounds as the ground cracked. A red silhouette flashed to intercept him. That silhouette had dragon scales and looked extremely aggressive. Eh? The crowd was stupefied. Aoshu was throwing himself at Ji Chang. What a powerful bestial chi. He has a blood dragon body. He looks extremely aggressive. He's a beast. The onlookers swore. That person dared attack Ji Chang because he was extremely strong and aggressive. Ji Chang's eyes glittered. A terrifying destructive Dao strength filled the air. Aoshu's aggressive strength crackled as it ground against it. Ji Chang's Dao determination is impressive. He's stronger than that guy. He can oppress him. The audience observed. Ji Chang and Aoshu had exchanged only a few attacks, and it seemed that the earth and sky were going to collapse. "Die!" shouted Ji Chang furiously. Cyan dragons shone, 9 of them charging towards Aoshu. Aoshu roared his defiance. His aggressive chi continued pulsing in building. He looked nearly berserk. He punched out with his fists, and blood dragons kept roaring and colliding with the cyan dragon with violent explosions. A dragon! The crowd was astonished. Aoshu's arms had dragon scales. He looked even more ferocious and bloodthirsty. Ji Chang jumped forwards. Each time he made a step, the ground cracked, and small craters appeared under his body. It was as if no amount of strength could stop him. Aoshu appeared wild and crazy as his strength kept rising to the skies. Ji Chang's Dao was brutal. He slowly turned into a dragon as his scales expanded, finally turning into a blood dragon. He looked astonishingly scary. "A dragon, is he from the Dragon Clan?" the crowd asked in astonishment. Lin Feng's friends were truly scary. He knew someone who had a World King body, someone who had an Imperial Immortal body, and now had a friend who was a bloodthirsty and aggressive blood dragon. The two fighters got closer, their strength kept colliding, and the air around them kept exploding. "Move!" demanded Ji Chang icily. Even if he was facing a dragon, he was fearless. His cyan dragon totems were dazzling and pressuring Aoshu. Aoshu's gigantic eyes were ice cold as he stared at Ji Chang. The champion was extremely strong, as expected, but Aoshu didn't flinch. Lights as red as blood shone and Aoshu moved forwards fearlessly. On the other side, Lin Feng released death strength on Shi Hao Tian before landing in front of him, staring him in the eyes. Shi Hao Tian retreated. Lin Feng was surrounded by life and death lights. Death strength penetrated into Shi Hao Tian's body and started eating away his life painfully. His vitality was disappearing from his body. Terrifying death lights glittered. Shi Hao Tian released even more chi to counter, looking more and more terrifying. He also released soul strength to pressure Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched out. His purple death tank rumbled as he charged forwards. Marks appeared around him as he turned into a light beam and used some empty space strength too. His life and death lights grew more and more dazzling as he also released Devamara Culpa strength to rotate around his body. Shi Hao Tian kept retreating quickly, releasing more and more chi at the same time. He attacked the tank, which started breaking. Die. Shi Hao Tian sensed death sword energy moving towards him. It contained some sword stamp strength, and his soul felt like it was going to explode. His chi gathered and turned into a gigantic glyph, courage, filled with strength. After that strength exploded, he stopped retreating and started running forwards. He looked very courageous suddenly. The earth and sky were filled with death culpa sword strength shooting towards Shi Hao Tian. However, Shi Hao Tian still didn't retreat. As he stepped forwards, he looked more and more courageous. Many courage glyphs rained down and slowly destroyed the sword culpa strength. Lin Feng just looked at him icily. It was as if he would never run out of death strength. His life and death pattern was growing bigger and bigger, blotting out the sky. More and more death swords appeared, containing an invisible sword intent. Lin Feng remained motionless, but death swords kept slicing through the sky. He made a step forwards and his sword intent became even more terrifying, fusing together with the earth and sky, and shattering the courage chi. Die! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. His dazzling death strength pulsed out and crashed onto Shi Hao Tian, eating away his life. Shi Hao Tian groaned in pain, and suddenly felt much less courageous. He was walking on the path of courage, but Lin Feng was destroying his courage. The death strength pushed the courage chi back relentlessly. Shi Hao Tian had the sensation that millions of swords were cutting apart his soul. His courage chi gradually disappeared. Thunder rumbled from nowhere as his courage broke apart, and his chi disappeared. His life wasn't in his hands anymore. Lin Feng flashed forwards, in front of Shi Hao Tian. His eyes black and cold. Shi Hao Tian had the feeling he was going to collapse. You dared bark in front of me back then," hissed Lin Feng. He stretched his hands out and grabbed Shi Hao Tian. Shi Hao Tian didn't resist, his soul had been overwhelmed by death strength. Lin Feng just had to think about it and he could crush Shi Hao Tian's soul and kill him. "Try and dare!" shouted Ji Chang icily. He forced away Aoshu, who was blocking him, and raced towards Lin Feng, releasing destructive chi. Maybe he could kill Lin Feng from a distance? What an incredible and scary battle. That's how strong a cultivator of the top of the Huang Chi layer in Champion University is, thought the crowd, sighing and staring at Ji Chang as he tried to crush Lin Feng. The senior cultivators of Champion University looked surprised, although they remained silent and still looked above it all. They enjoyed watching such battles. There weren't many opportunities to watch such fights in normal circumstances. This battle was between geniuses of Champion University. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Ji Chang. His eyes were still filled with death intent. "Let him off," ordered Ji Chang icily. His cyan dragon totems were shining brightly. He looked like an ancient god as he bore down on Lin Feng. "When I joined Champion University, I had been a low-level emperor for only a short time. I was as strong as Ji Wuyo back then. Back then, people already said that you were going to become a champion. So many years have passed, and you are just being declared a champion. You're not talented. At least, in hell, I saw many people who were much stronger than you, replied Lin Feng indifferently. Then he punched Shi Hao Tian, and bones shattered like porcelain. Shi Hao Tian was smashed away, his bones turned to mush. Lin Feng didn't even look at him, he just stared back at Ji Chang. The hearts of the audience were pounding as they watched. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1933, Changes at University. Chapter 1933, Changes at University. Lin Feng was right. Relying on his own strength, he had risen within Champion University. A few years before, he was a low-level emperor. He had fought against Puyang, Yuan Jing, and Ji Wuyo, who were on the ranking list. He had defeated Ji Wuyo, and become famous. It was also why Tian Tai had become famous. However, after that, Lin Feng had disappeared, and was rarely seen, only leaving his clone at the university. Tian Tai's strong cultivators had risen step by step, relying on their own strength too, until they fought back against the Moon Group. But then a nightmare had started. Ji Chang's club and the Stone Group had started oppressing them together. They had disappeared for 3 years, and then Lin Feng's real body had come back. Lin Feng was still in the lower ranking list, but now he had destroyed the Moon Group and the Stone Group. He had also killed the leader of the Stone Group, Zhong Kai. He had also defeated the 4th student of the Celestial Champion ranking list, Shi Hao Tian. He had become terrifyingly strong. Very few people progressed as fast as Lin Feng. Even Ji Chang hadn't progressed as quickly as Lin Feng. Lin Feng even dared fight against Ji Chang. Lin Feng had said that he had seen many people who were much stronger than Ji Chang in hell, of course at the same cultivation level. Lin Feng knew a great emperor couldn't be compared with someone like Ji Chang. But in hell, at the same cultivation level, many people were much stronger than Ji Chang. Ji Chang wasn't furious. He just looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were shining with light. When people looked at his eyes, they had the impression their souls were going to break apart. Ji Chang charged ahead. Cyan dragons shone, the air around seemed like it was going to collapse. Lin Feng sensed the destructive qi surround and pressed down on him. Lin Feng condensed both life and death qi, evading quickly, and his life and death pattern appeared under his feet. His life and death pattern looked like a yin-yang symbol with the parts being replaced by life and death energies, with Lin Feng was in the middle of the pattern. The earth and sky were suddenly filled with death strength. Dragons chanted. Ji Chang kept charging for Lin Feng as the ground kept shaking unceasingly. His destructive strength pulsed and built up. As Ji Chang ran, his strength was becoming more and more terrifying. A death sword whistled across the sky. A cyan dragon appeared above Ji Chang's body, dazzling destructive lights appeared and collided with the death sword. Competing strengths kept exploding and dispersing. Ji Chang understood Dao better than Lin Feng, and his destructive Dao was indeed powerful. Ji Chang landed in front of Lin Feng, giving Lin Feng the sensation he was going to be destroyed utterly. Annihilate. An endless amount of death strength emerged from Lin Feng's life and death pattern and attacked Ji Chang's face. His face turned gray as the death strength corroded his life. Ji Chang used the destructive strength in his body to wipe out the death stamps in his body. After a few seconds, Ji Chang's face returned to normal again. An illusionary dragon punch appeared and shot out at Lin Feng. Ji Chang kept punching out and dragons kept appearing. The weaker members of the audience started suffocating and their hearts pounded at the pressure. Lin Feng flashed away and more dazzling lights appeared as he suddenly vanished, the dragon punches striking nothing. He reappeared behind Ji Chang as his Kulpa strength materialized and turned into an endless array of death Kulpa swords. Ji Chang grunted coldly. A gigantic hand appeared, and in a flash, the death Kulpa sword strength exploded uselessly. The crowd was astonished. Ji Chang's destructive Tao was truly incredible. Lin Feng's attacks were scary enough, he could kill many people instantly, but Ji Chang was simply too strong. However, Lin Feng didn't look hesitant or scared. More intertwining death marks appeared. His body turned into shadows as more sword energies whistled. Death Chi descended from the sky. Ji Chang ran towards the life and death pattern, every step like thunder. He stomped on the life and death pattern, which started cracking. Lin Feng released more death strength. Ji Chang wasn't as strong as Juzi, but Lin Feng wasn't in his small world, so Ji Chang could attack his deployment spell directly. Besides, Ji Chang's destructive Tao was impressive. There was quite a difference between Lin Feng and Ji Chang, an entire cultivation level. However, Lin Feng had already reached his goal. Of course, he wouldn't surrender so easily. Suddenly, clones appeared everywhere. At the same time, silver wings appeared on those clones' backs, blotting out the sky. Ji Chang raised his head and smiled coldly. He shook his head, dragon tanks appeared and opened a path. He started destroying the clones. However, the remaining clones continued flying towards Ji Chang, breaking one after another. A strong wind started blowing as the last few clones arrived in front of Ji Chang. He smiled coldly and glanced at the clone in front of him. He punched it and then the other, shattering all of them. However, he sensed a sudden wave of death strength. Death strength penetrated into his body and the dragon above his head. Whistling sounds heralded the arrival of an almost invisible clone. It was Lin Feng's real body, moving so fast he seemed invisible. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. He released demon Culpa strength into his life and death pattern. Ji Chang shouted furiously in defiance. Cyan dragons appeared and moved towards Lin Feng's energies. Destructive strength kept destroying Lin Feng's attacks. At the same time, Lin Feng withdrew and put some distance between him and Ji Chang. Lin Feng struck out with his fists again, and a terrifying strength moved towards Ji Chang's head. However, Ji Chang simply turned to face him. A destructive strength emerged from his eyes as death strength emerged from Lin Feng's eyes, and the four threads of strength collided. Lin Feng sensed a dangerous strength pressing down on his soul. A dragon roared as they both collided again, explosions ringing out. A strong wind started blowing as Lin Feng used his Nihility Death Sword, slicing away at Ji Chang's soul. Without his Cyan Dragon and his destructive Tao, Ji Chang would have already been stamped to death by Lin Feng. There was another explosion, and Ji Chang and Lin Feng moved away from one another again. Both cultivators' faces had turned deathly pale. Lin Feng shook his hands and released life energy to heal his arms. Destructive strength had already almost destroyed his muscles and bones. He was staring at Ji Chang, his eyes still filled with death strength. Ji Chang also destroyed the death chi that had infiltrated his body. His face, which had started turning gray, returned to normal again. He flexed his hands. Lin Feng was a good fighter, and his physical strength was also incredible. Even though Ji Chang could pressure Lin Feng with his destructive Tao, he had to be very careful, or the consequences could be disastrous. Ji Chang released even more chi, and turned into a dazzling light beam. His chi was even more terrifying than before. Waves of energies pulsed loudly. Lin Feng released even more death strength, which turned into a river. His face was filled with demonic resolve. No matter how strong Ji Chang was, Lin Feng wouldn't flinch. "That's enough!" shouted someone at that moment. The crowd looked at the speaker. It was Ancestor Xian Tian. It was great to see such a battle. "You don't need to fight anymore," Ancestor Xian Tian said calmly. The crowd sighed. Champion University had acknowledged Lin Feng. Ji Chang couldn't kill Lin Feng anymore. Champion University didn't want to lose Lin Feng. Ancestor Xian Tian, the battle between those two young men is not over. Let them battle happily, the leader of the Ji clan disagreed. His eyes were glittering. Even though Lin Feng and Ji Chang had proved that they had a similar strength, he had noticed that Ji Chang had the advantage, so he wanted to see Ji Chang win. But even he was amazed by Lin Feng's talent. Back then, he defeated Ji Wuyo. 3 years later, he's able to fight against Ji Chang. The result of the battle doesn't matter anymore, said Yun Qingyan calmly. Tantai laughed and said, 3 years, and soon Lin Feng will become a champion. I won't be a champion any time near as quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1934, Xuefan. Chapter 1934, Xuefan. When the crowd heard Yun Qingyan and Tantai's words, they sighed. Indeed, even though Ji Chang had the advantage, Lin Feng had displayed an incredible strength. In their eyes, Ji Chang was even the loser. After all, 3 years before, he was still going to become the champion, and back then, Lin Feng was only a low-level emperor. Of course, nobody thought that Ji Chang was weak. Before knowing about Lin Feng, everybody considered him as a peerless cultivator within the university, and knew they would never be able to catch up with him. That had changed now. Now they considered Lin Feng a second Ji Chang, a second true genius. Lin Feng had already caught up with Ji Chang. From this moment on, everybody would respect him and admire him. Maybe he would surpass Ji Chang someday. They're of the same generation, they could both be proclaimed as champions, observed Ancestor Xian Tian. To Ancestor Xian Tian, both were champions. It was something incredible for the university too. Among the 4 universities, it was already rare to see a champion in one generation. For example, the ancient university and the Four Seasons University had never had a champion. 2 champions. The crowd was stupefied. This was a flourishing era for the Celestial Godly University and Champion University. Ying Chang was already a champion. Chu Chunxiu had the potential to become a champion, and might reach that limit soon as well. In the 2 other universities, those who had special bodies all had the potential to become champions. After all, having a special body was something momentous. Those who did were usually incredibly strong. The ceremony is over. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions and your participation, said Ancestor Xian Tian to the crowd politely. He looked at Lin Feng and said, we're done for today. From now on, don't try to kill one another within the university. Tian Tai has their revenge. Now let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones? The audience was astonished. Thanks to his strength, Lin Feng had managed to protect Tian Tai. Ji Chang looked at Ancestor Xian Tian and then turned around. He knew why the university was doing this. It was because Lin Feng was strong. Lin Feng, I'll see you on the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List. He shouted loudly. Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List? Lin Feng didn't understand. He had never heard of that before. The crowd looked at Lin Feng. Naturally, after a battle like that, Lin Feng was going to be on the Imperial Ranking List. He would definitely make the top 30. There were many geniuses in the Holy City, and many of them were students in the 4 universities. However, those who were acknowledged in the entire city were on 2 lists, the Imperial Ranking List and the Great Imperial Ranking List. The Great Imperial Ranking List was symbolic, it was a list of the strongest great emperors. The Imperial Ranking List was also symbolic because people on it were the future of the Holy City. The most influential groups all hoped their young members could be ranked in the Imperial Ranking List. Those who were at the top of the Imperial Ranking List often had incredible abilities, or special inheritances, such as king body types. Lin Feng had shown on the day of Ji Chang's champion ceremony. From this day forward, he would be famous. Ancestor, Lin Feng said to Ancestor Xian Tian. Yes, Lin Feng, what do you want? Ancestor Xian Tian answered calmly. I still need an explanation, Lin Feng declared. He sounded calm and serene. My people explained everything. Now, I need an explanation. Lin Feng turned and looked at the law enforcement officer, his eyes still filled with death strength. The law enforcement officer suddenly felt a bit cold, and a bit lost. Lin Feng was evil. The university had acknowledged him, and now he was using that influence against others. The cultivation world wasn't fair. Back then, Lin Feng was weak, and nobody had cared about him. Now he had just proven he was extremely strong, and in doing so proved he was important. The university wanted to protect him now. Ancestor Xian Tian looked at the law enforcement officer coldly. The man was suddenly soaked with cold sweat. A potential champion was mad at him. It wasn't good. You're a law enforcement officer, you violated the rules of the university. You know you committed an offense, right? Ancestor Xian Tian asked calmly. The law enforcement officer felt dizzy, his bones were ice cold. Ancestor, please forgive me, replied the officer, kneeling down. He didn't look furious, only rather desperate. You're a member of this university. I'll cut off one of your arms and I will expel you from the university. Do you have anything to say? Ancestor Xian Tian asked, as if inquiring about the weather. The officer was relieved. Even though he was going to lose an arm, he knew the sentence wasn't too severe. If Ancestor Xian Tian had chosen to cripple his cultivation, then his whole life would have been over. Thank you, Ancestor, answered the officer, prostrating himself. There was a cracking sound, and his left arm disappeared. Go now, Ancestor Xian Tian said indifferently. The officer stood up, bowed before Ancestor Xian Tian once more, and left. He glanced at Lin Feng when leaving, but there was no hatred in his gaze. He was just stunned. Lin Feng was an incredible cultivator, and he had offended Lin Feng, so now he had paid the price for his mistake. After he left, Ancestor Xian Tian looked back at Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, are you satisfied now? Thank you very much, Ancestor, Lin Feng bowed before Ancestor Xian Tian. He had nothing more to say, everything had turned out quite good already. Now, Lin Feng needed to make Tiantai rise. Nobody would dare offend them, at least, for a few years. Tiantai's disciples were all strong and talented, Tiantai, Wu, Qingfeng, and many others. They had all studied the celestial evolution holy scriptures, and were all incredibly talented. Ho Chang Lin understood reincarnation Tao, and was incredible. He would become like Ji Chang in the future. You can go back too, Ancestor Xian Tian waved off Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded to Tiantai and Jun Moshi, and they left with the other cultivators from Tiantai. They all clenched their fists excitedly. They had been humiliated and bullied a lot, but now they were going back happy. All of them were also pleasantly surprised by Lin Feng's strength. Nobody would dare offend them after this. The action and ceremony over, the crowd also dispersed. In Tiantai's buildings, Tiantai kept laughing wholeheartedly. 3 people arrived outside of Tiantai. They were all wearing white clothes. There were a very handsome young man and 2 beautiful women. Who are you? Some disciples from Tiantai blocked them off. Their leader frowned. What was going on? We want to see someone, stated Xuefan indifferently, continuing to walk forwards. 2 cultivators from Tiantai wanted to block them, but Xuefan released old strength and blocked them off. Everything around them froze. The 2 cultivators from Tiantai looked at them icily as the 3 cultivators continued walking forwards. In Tiantai's inner courtyard, people started feeling a chill, and couldn't help but turn around. Who were those 3 good-looking people? The 3 cultivators walked forwards, staring at Meng Qing. You're from the Snow Clan? Asked Xuefan, frowning. He had never seen Meng Qing in the Snow Clan. With her chi and beauty, she would have stood out even in the Snow Clan as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1935, Meditating in Seclusion. Chapter 1935, Meditating in Seclusion. Lin Feng looked at the trio and frowned. He had already seen Shui Fan at the Ji clan. These people were from the Snow clan. Meng Qing looked at Shui Fan and sensed that they had a similar qi. She understood where these people were from. No, replied Meng Qing calmly. Shui Fan's eyes glittered. He had seen the battle between Tiantai and the Stone Group and the Moon Group. Meng Qing had to be from the Snow clan. Let me see, said Shui Fan, reaching for Meng Qing. Lin Feng interposed himself and looked at Shui Fan coldly. She said she isn't, so she isn't, stated Lin Feng icily. Shui Fan stared at Lin Feng aloofly. Lin Feng had the sensation his soul was going to freeze. The temperature in the courtyard kept decreasing, and Tiantai's people started shivering. Lin Feng was rapidly surrounded by a layer of ice. Shui Fan said coldly, even though you are strong, it doesn't mean that you can act arrogantly in front of people from the Snow clan. Move now. Shui Fan sounded cold and detached. People from the Snow clan were very respected in the holy city. They were also very strong. These three people had come to the holy city to study, which meant they had a very high social status within their clan. And Meng Qing seemed to be from the Snow clan, so he had to make sure of her heritage. Lin Feng felt colder and colder. Suddenly, death strength appeared in his eyes and pierced through Shui Fan's brain. Shui Fan was astonished as he tried to freeze the death strength. Are we in the Snow clan or Tiantai? Lin Feng asked. A million nihility swords whistled and moved towards Shui Fan's head. Shui Fan had the sensation he was going to die, even as some threads of death sword strength started freezing. However, Lin Feng continued walking towards him and releasing Death Kulpa sword strength in waves. Insolent! Shui Fan was astonished. Lin Feng dared attack him? Snowflakes started floating around, and everything started freezing. Lin Feng felt so cold he started slowing down. The ice layer on Lin Feng's body suddenly broke apart and a river of death strength started flowing through the air. Shui Fan retreated quickly. At that moment, Tiantai's people also rushed over and surrounded Shui Fan and the two others. The three hurriedly flashed back outside of Tiantai's territory. Piss off, said Lin Feng, glaring at those three people with his death eyes. Shui Fan and the two others sensed the death energy surround them. How scary, the atmosphere around them was freezing from more than ice. How audacious, swore Shui Fan, glancing back at them. He turned around and said, let's go. Then, the three people rose up in the air and left. Snowflakes kept falling from the sky. It was beautiful. The Snow clan. Aoshu stared after them in astonishment. Then, he looked at Meng Qing, Lin Feng's wife. Her qi did look like the qi of the Snow clan. Lin Feng walked over to Meng Qing, grabbed her arm, and smiled, the Snow clan can't take you away from me. Alright, replied Meng Qing, smiling gently. Lin Feng, we won this time. But we have to be careful, it's going to be more and more difficult. As we become stronger, our enemies also become stronger and stronger, Ho Cheng Lin said to Lin Feng. Lin could feel the pressure. Ji Chang wasn't ordinary, and the Ji clan was an ancient clan. Now, the Snow clan was also causing trouble. Lin Feng and Tiantai were becoming famous, so they would only gain more enemies with time. I know, brother. Sorry for getting you guys involved in all of this. Each time someone becomes a core disciple in Tiantai, don't forget to give them the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, that's the only way we can become stronger, Lin Feng said to Ho Cheng Lin. Ho Cheng Lin nodded agreement. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures were extraordinary ancient holy scriptures. They would contribute to making Tiantai extremely strong. I need some time to meditate in seclusion. I will leave an ordinary clone outside, and leave the rest to you for now, Lin Feng to everyone. Don't worry, Lin Feng. Do your own thing, you're talented. You're almost as strong as Ji Chang, the only reason you're weaker is one cultivation level. When you reach his level, you'll easily be able to kill him and you'll become the champion, said Tantai happily. Everybody nodded. Lin Feng had helped them a lot. They all needed to become stronger, and they couldn't waste time. Brother, you also understand Dao strength. We all need to keep it up, said Ruoxia, smiling thinly. Everybody nodded again. Dao power was incredible. Lin Feng's Dao strength was greater than Zone K's, it was how he had been defeated despite the level difference. Lin Feng had killed Zone K and Shi Hao Tian thanks to his Dao strength. Lin Feng glanced around at them all and smiled. Tiantai's people were great. They knew what they had to do. Aoshu, what do you intend to do? Asked Lin Feng to Aoshu. I don't know either. Chill for a while and then leave, replied Aoshu, laughing easily. Alright, Aoshu. I want to ask you something. About the demon dragon? Asked Aoshu. Lin Feng nodded. Alma grew up in my blood, he can't be less talented than me. He has many of my powers, if he could study in the dragon clan, he would progress much faster. After all, he is a dragon. Alright, give him to me. Aoshu nodded. After that, Lin Feng looked at Jian Meng and said, Jian Meng, you can leave whenever you want. I won't force you to do anything anymore. Jian Meng said nothing. He just remained silent as Lin Feng took Meng Qing away to a hidden chamber. There, he began improving his small world, making it even better. The population of Shuiyu would increase with time. Then Lin Feng went to the imperial palace of Shuiyu, and the heavenly grace ancient tree. Many blue Uptala lotuses had started growing there was a beautiful qi all around. The surrounding area had turned into an Uptala world. The qi kept dispersing and flowing with the wind all around Shuiyu. In the middle of all those blue Uptala lotuses, there was a gigantic lotus with 9 petals. They kept dancing in the wind, and contained powerful cosmic energies. The heavenly grace ancient tree's energy kept intertwining with the blue Uptala lotuses. It was incredibly beautiful. What a beautiful scene, thought Lin Feng. The heavenly grace ancient tree and the lotuses were fusing together. The heavenly grace ancient tree gave birth to the 10,000 things of creation while the lotuses contained them all. Lin Feng jumped onto the blue Uptala lotus. There was a beautiful silhouette inside, a frozen statue. Lin Feng caressed her. Lin Feng, is that blue Uptala lotus alive? And who's that girl? Asked Meng Qing. Lin Feng sensed the qi flowing throughout his body. He was sat down quietly. Meng Qing, this flower is a teacher I had in hell. That frozen girl is his daughter. Meng Qing was shocked. Lin Feng told her what he had gone through in hell. Meng Qing was astounded and touched the frozen statue. Officer Uptala and Qing Qing were very good people. Poor them. Officer Uptala did that to protect Qing Qing, it's a good thing. I am sure he is still alive. I can feel it. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng and smiled gently. I think so too. Officer Uptala is definitely alive. That flower is his life, whispered Lin Feng. He sat down cross-legged and bathed in the energy of the 10,000 things of creation. The flower Officer Uptala had made with his life, it was like a mark of the path. Being next to the heavenly grace ancient tree was a perfect place to practice cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1936, Becoming Stronger. Chapter 1936, Becoming Stronger. Inside his small world, apart from practicing cultivation, he also spent some time with his family. Lin Feng was annoyed because Wu Shang and Xiaoya kept saying they wanted to travel in the great world. So Lin Feng allowed Meng Qing to go and travel with them a bit. Even though Xueyu kept becoming bigger and stronger thanks to the cosmic energies, some people wanted to go to other places like Lin Feng. Some others had also started creating their own clans and sections. That was a good thing for the empire. It meant it was powerful. Of course, the process was a slow one. Things couldn't happen in the frame of dozens of years. A powerful tribe could be created in dozens of years, but a powerful country needed at least hundreds of years. Time passed. In the imperial palace of Xueyu, Lin Feng was seated cross-legged inside the blue Uptala lotus. Cosmic strength kept flowing throughout his body. He was absorbing the cosmic energy of the 10,000 things of creation. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The blue Uptala lotus was humming and emitting dazzling lights. All sorts of cosmic energies surrounded him. He slowly stood up and jumped, landing down in front of the ebon Heavenly Grace Ancient Tree. Heavenly Grace Ancient Tree, it gives birth to the 10,000 things of creation. The previous owner was a demon emperor. Even though nobody or nothing submits to a demon, the tree's cosmic strength hasn't changed, it still gave birth to the 10,000 things of creation, whispered Lin Feng. Then, he shook the tree, unrooting it and putting it inside of his body. Suddenly, Lin Feng was surrounded by cosmic energies. Officer, this year, you'll come with me to the great world. I wonder if I'll understand the path of Uptala, murmured Lin Feng. He put Ching Ching inside another blue Uptala lotus and put Officer Uptala's blue Uptala lotus inside his body before rising up into the air. Many things had happened in the holy city during this year as well. Everybody had become stronger, including Tiantai's cultivators. Lin Feng was probably the only one who hadn't progressed. He had done nothing in the small world. He had studied that qi and that's all. He knew that understanding energy wasn't a waste of time, it could change everything. He didn't mind spending time comprehending such things. Above Champion University, a blue Uptala lotus appeared and moved away from the school. After leaving the university's airspace, the blue Uptala lotus disappeared into the horizon. After a short time, in a distant mountain range, the flower landed at the top of a mountain. A mysterious qi filled the air. Standing on the blue Uptala lotus was a silhouette, Lin Feng. Lin Feng was feeling the strength of the lotus. Thanks to the heavenly grace godlywood inside his body, Lin Feng realized the connection between him and cosmic energies was getting deeper and deeper. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. He was getting more and more familiar with those cosmic energies. A black light appeared in front of Lin Feng. And then lights of many other colors started flashing all around him, yellow, red, gray, they turned into threads of lights and intertwined. However, Lin Feng had a strange sensation. He knew they existed, but he couldn't control them. I can break through as a demon, thought Lin Feng. Many more black lights appeared, condensing into more and more black stars around him. They surrounded his body, and gradually drew closer. At that moment, Lin Feng looked calm and composed. The heavenly grace godly wood in his body lit brightly. Its roots grew and became bigger. The black demon lights turned into a big black ball of light. I don't care if the gods have abandoned me. My cosmic energies are more powerful than the cosmic energies of the earth and sky. The cosmic energies of both worlds need to fuse together and become solely mine. Lin Feng was determined. The cosmic energies of different types turned into a river of energies. After that, a strong wind started blowing and the river turned into an ocean of demonic strength. An incredible strength shook Lin Feng violently. The demon energies began to rotate and form a vortex of extreme purity. Lin Feng groaned with pain as the air around him flared with power. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and sensed the demonic strength. Fire started burning, dust started rising, cursing strength started whistling. All sorts of cosmic energies appeared in the air. In the sky, cosmic energies condensed. It was like a furious ocean had appeared in the sky. The cosmic energies condensed and turned into a strong wind as all the energies collided. I did it! Lin Feng raised his head, and dazzling light beams shot up to the sky. Terrifying cosmic energies surrounded him as he shouted furiously, "Since the earth and sky don't want to acknowledge me, I'll control them myself." He released more cosmic energies as his hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a cosmic god. Even though the mountain range was isolated, there were still some cultivators there. When they sensed that the sky was behaving strangely, they raised their heads in astonishment. What's going on? Those watching were puzzled, their hearts pounding violently. It looked like someone was breaking through to become an emperor, but the cosmic energies were much more terrifying than when a cultivator was breaking through to the Huang Qi layer. There were several sorts of cosmic energies too, which was extremely strange. They saw fire, earth, and all other sorts of cosmic energies, all intertwining. There were many, many threads of cosmic energies. It was a spectacular display, like a rainbow of cosmic energies. The top of the mountain. The cultivators rose up into the air and looked at the top of a certain mountain. The rainbow of cosmic energies covered its peak. However, they could see a blurry silhouette inside, and a lotus. A lotus was being cleansed by all these cosmic energies. What's going on? They were astonished, and didn't understand. They had never seen anything like this before. Dozens of cosmic energies descending from the sky and cleansing a cultivator's body? And those cosmic energies were much more powerful than when someone broke through to the Huang Qi layer, too. They had no idea what was going on. Lin Feng was bathing in the cosmic energies and enjoying it even though it was painful. He felt powerful, felt the gods couldn't stop him. From this moment on, he'd be able to use the cosmic energies of the outside world too. He would be able to use the cosmic energies of the earth and sky in addition to his own, and would become even more powerful. He would explode out. He was successfully defying the gods. More and more people rushed over to watch this astonishing sight. Finally, the cosmic energies dispersed and a young man appeared in their field of vision, standing on a great blue lotus. The young man opened his eyes, his hair still fluttering in the wind. He was still assimilating the cosmic energies he had just absorbed. A medium-level emperor? When the people saw him, they were stunned. People broke through to the Huang Qi layer when they became low-level emperors, not medium-level emperors. Had he skipped the low-level Huang Qi layer and broken straight through to the medium Huang Qi layer because his cosmic energies were too powerful? Some people started flying towards Lin Feng to question him. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled, and a black cloud congealed out of nowhere, rising with breathtaking speed. It contained terrifying amounts of Culpa strength. Crackling and shattering sounds filled the air as the Culpa strength pierced the sky. Very quickly, the crowd saw the Devamara Culpa strength moving towards that young man on the lotus. They gulped despite themselves. What kind of strength was that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1937, Great Progress. Chapter 1937, Great Progress. The demon cloud in the sky dispersed. The crowd swallowed again at the incredible show. Who was this young man? His body had been cleansed by so many sorts of cosmic energies, and then by Devamara Culpa strength. They had never seen anything like that before. Some people moved up closer to Lin Feng. One of them asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Lin Feng looked back at him. His eyes were terrifying. He made the man's soul shiver. The man thought, this guy is a medium-level emperor. Why does he look so scary? Lin Feng's lotus rose up into the air and emitted whistling sounds. People's eyes glittered. They wanted to chase him, but they had a bad premonition, so they gave up the idea. Lin Feng looked extraordinary. Offending him probably wasn't a good idea. Lin Feng had chosen that place because he had hoped he wouldn't draw too many people's attention. He headed back to Champion University and went to a secret room to re-enter his own small world. The Heavenly Grace ancient tree appeared in the Imperial Palace once again. Lin Feng jumped up on the blue Uptila lotus, and all sorts of cosmic energies rose up in the air for Lin Feng to bathe in. Afterwards, Lin Feng put the Heavenly Grace ancient tree in his body once again. He absorbed the blue Uptila lotus intent. The cosmic energies of the earth and sky in his own world fused together. Finally, he had managed to completely control the cosmic energies of the outside world. He stretched his hand and looked at the mysterious cosmic energies fusing together. He had the sensation they couldn't really fuse together though, they were just intertwined. I understand the intent of the blue Uptila lotus. Maybe I can just borrow Tao strength from it since I haven't understood it for too long a time, murmured Lin Feng. His silhouette flickered, and he left that area, stopping at the demon pond next. He dove into it, sensing the Devamara strength cleanse his body. It was painful, but he was becoming stronger. He didn't mind the pain if he could become stronger. After enduring a great deal of pain, Lin Feng could feel that his physical strength had improved again. He rose up in the air, and clenched his fists which crackled as he smiled happily. His physical body improved faster than his cultivation, and he now had the physical strength of a high-level emperor. It meant that medium-level emperors' physical attacks couldn't affect him anymore, and if ordinary high-level emperors attacked him using physical strength, it wouldn't be very efficient either. He could easily crush them using just his physical strength. Lin Feng now understood the cosmic energies of the outside world, and his physical strength had improved. Now, he needed to improve his control of Tao strength, and he also needed to fuse his cosmic energies together better. His silhouette flickered again, and he landed in front of an ancient mountain. There was a cliff in front of him, shiny moss growing all over it. Lin Feng could sense ancient imprints moving towards him, all of them quite powerful. Those were World of the Living imprints. They were just as strong as before. Lin Feng was pushed hard and slid backwards. He studied the World of the Living imprints, his eyes dark and solemn. He could sense that the World of the Living strength was mysterious. World of the Living imprints, World of the Living imprints. Lin Feng slid backwards and then walked forwards again, slowly comprehending the ancient imprints. Lin Feng forgot about time, remaining focused. Whistling sounds spread out as he visualized the imprints in his brain. An endless amount of ancient imprints moved towards Lin Feng from every direction. Each time, Lin Feng didn't picture ancient imprints, he visualized the strength of a world, the kind of strength that contained every kind of strength of that world. It was as if all sorts of strength could fuse together in a perfect way, and didn't belong to any kind of chi. I can't really understand World of the Living imprints, murmured Lin Feng. He finally stopped and left to go back to the real world. Lin Feng returned to the courtyard of Tiantai and Yun Xingyan went out to him. She looked at him, her beautiful eyes twinkling. She smiled and said, "You finally came out. Now you finally look like a medium-level emperor. You made great progress. You're quite strong too. Your chi is stable and you're at the top of the medium Huang chi layer. You'll soon be a high-level emperor." Lin Feng smiled back. Yun Xingyan was already a medium-level emperor when Lin Feng had first met her, and now she was at the top of the medium Huang chi layer. So what? I'm far from being as strong as you, Yun Xingyan pouted. A year before, Lin Feng had killed Zhong Ke, defeated Shi Hao Tian, and replaced him on the Celestial Champion ranking list, becoming the 4th student there. However, considering his battle against Ji Chang, many people considered that he should have been the 3rd student. Now that a year had passed, how strong had he become? What about Ho Qinglin? Asked Lin Feng. He's traveling with Tiantai's disciples. Each time they come back, they only stay for a few days. They don't waste time, Yun Xingyan informed him. I wonder how fast they can progress by practicing cultivation like that, Lin Feng smiled. He glanced at someone who was seated there. It was Jian Meng. You haven't left? Lin Feng asked him, surprised he was still around. The atmosphere in Champion University is good. Why would I leave? Replied Jian Mang indifferently. He always sounded indifferent and detached. He was always the same, even when facing danger. All right. You're determined and you understand light strength. You probably enjoy being here, grinned Lin Feng. There was a luxurious restaurant in the holy city where many people were gathered. Lin Feng's ordinary clone was there, too. Next to him were Meng Qing, Xiaoya, and Wu Shang. Brother, they're talking about you, Wu Shang said to Lin Feng. Some people were chatting and talking about Lin Feng nearby. Back then, at Ji Chang's champion ceremony, Lin Feng, that arrogant guy, fought against the Moon Group and the Stone Group. It was a great battle. He looked crazy. He even fought against Ji Chang. He wasn't as strong as Ji Chang, but he didn't flinch. A year has passed now. Lin Feng is 30th on the Imperial ranking list. That's not fair. We will see how many people he can defeat on the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list. On the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list, I'm sure Ji Chang will settle accounts with Lin Feng. People who are on the Imperial ranking list are terrifyingly strong, especially the top 30. They all understand Dao strength and they are almost all at the top of the Huang Qi layer. Even if they aren't, like Chu Chunxiu, they're still terrifying. Even though Lin Feng had one great battle, he's lucky to be in the top 30. They were comparing the cultivators of the Imperial ranking list. Chu Chunxiu is extremely strong indeed. He is already in the top 20 of the Imperial ranking list. His cultivation speed is impressive and his sky-absorbing Dao power is incredible. Some people say he can absorb people's willpower and use it. But he's very discreet. Maybe, but Chu Chunxiu isn't the only strong cultivator. There is an incredibly strong cultivator from the Snow Clan, too. They were put in the Imperial ranking list directly. You probably know that already, though. Lin Feng was stupefied. A strong cultivator from the Snow Clan? He didn't know that. Was it Meng Cheng? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1938, Great Imperial Palace. Chapter 1938, Great Imperial Palace. But all of them are new. We'll see how strong they can be. Someone else broke in at that moment. Everybody became silent and looked at the person who had said that strangely. He was extremely young, maybe 17 years old. However, he had an extraordinary chi. He was drinking fine liquor and eating snacks. A young man who isn't even an emperor dares say that. That's a bit arrogant and insolent. A middle-aged man spoke up. Chu Chunxiu, Lin Feng, and so on were all incredible cultivators. How did that trivial young man dare talk that way? How arrogant! You're only considering the present situation. Have you forgotten about the past? Back then, there were some incredible cultivators in the Imperial ranking list. For example, Feng Tian, his sword attacks were shockingly incredible. He killed geniuses from ancient clans without hesitation. He's valiant and heroic. There's also Pei Dong Lai, his purple chi is a propitious omen. His cosmic energies are terrifying. Those people achieved much more than those people you're talking about, said the young man. The people in the restaurant were all staring at him. Feng Tian, Pei Dong Lai, and so on really were powerful and influential. They had shaken all of the holy city. However, they were now great emperors. Those two people were both in the same place, the Great Imperial Palace. The Great Imperial Palace was incredibly powerful, and managed the Imperial ranking list. There are geniuses in every generation. Feng Tian, Pei Dong Lai, and so on are really incredible cultivators. But now they belong to a different world. You can't compare them with people like Chu Chunxiu, Lin Feng, and the others. And anyway, who says Lin Feng and so on won't surpass them someday? It's maybe only a matter of time, someone predicted. People of different generations couldn't be compared. Humph. As I see it, anyone who's from the great imperial palace is better than those outstanding people you're talking about. You just keep forgetting about the past, retorted the young man coldly. As he said that, a woman in a white and silver dress came in, attracting all eyes. Her dress was very tight around her perfect body, and complemented her cleavage. She was very beautiful. Miss Yin Yu. When Lin Wushang saw that girl, he smiled at her. Miss Yin Yu nodded back at him. It made Wushang very happy. Lin Feng looked at his brother. He could imagine how his brother felt. Young men loved women, and were easily aroused. My brother goes out every day for her, right? Said Lin Feng to Xiaoya telepathically. Xiaoya laughed. It's difficult to compare people of different generations. Feng Shantian, Pei Donglai, and so on were extremely strong, and now they're even stronger than before, obviously. Are you from the great imperial palace? Asked the young woman to the young man, smiling thinly. You are the princess of the Yin clan. You are experienced and extraordinary. I am Pei Dongcheng from the great imperial palace, the young man introduced himself. He stood up, walked to the young woman and waved to a chair. Please have a seat, princess. Oh, so you're Pei Donglai's nephew, he's your uncle. No wonder you keep saying good things about him. I'm just stating facts, princess. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's my uncle, said Pei Dongqing, his smile just a bit strained. But you can't help but show off, said the young woman from the Silver Clan. She didn't sit with him, glancing over at Lin Wushang and smiling. Silly boy, you came. He. Lin Wushang scratched his hair and giggled in a silly manner. Lin Feng looked at his brother and laughed. His brother loved beautiful women, too. He looked completely different from normal. Tell her to have a seat, said Xiaoya, glancing at Wushang angrily. Wushang could be so stupid sometimes, he just let the princess stand there. Yin Yu, please sit, said Lin Wushang, waving at a chair and smiling at Yin Yu. She sat down and smiled at him. You seem like you've recovered. Of course, I'm strong, said Lin Wushang giggling. He didn't even dare look at her in the eyes. Stop showing off, thought Xiaoya, rolling her eyes. Wushang looked stupid in front of a woman. You were injured? Lin Feng asked his brother. Small injury, it wasn't serious, replied Lin Wushang. Lin Feng looked over at Xiaoya. Xiaoya told him using telepathy, last time in this restaurant, Wushang saved her. When Lin Feng heard Xiaoya, he understood. No wonder the Xin clan princess was so nice to Wushang. But he looked so clueless. She was a princess, she didn't need him to save her. Lin Feng had heard about the great imperial palace and the Yin clan. They had a good reputation in the holy city. Surprisingly, Lin Wushang was interested in her. That was a lot of pressure. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't control his brother's life, Lin Wushang could decide what he wanted to do. Lin Wushang, you haven't introduced me to these people, hinted Yin Yu, smiling at Wushang. You already know Xiaoya, and that's my brother, and that's my sister-in-law, replied Lin Wushang, pointing at Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful, she looks like a celestial being. And your brother must be incredible, said Yin Yu, looking at Lin Feng. Her eyes were really beautiful, with silver lights twinkling in them. Of course. He's definitely not less talented than Feng Shantian and Pei Donglai, said Lin Wushang proudly. He was angry because of the young man who had said that Lin Feng couldn't be compared with people like Pei Dongcheng and so on. Lin Feng was like a god to his brother. Pei Dongcheng frowned. He had just invited Inu to sit with him, but she hadn't given him face, and now she was sitting with Wu Shan. He was angry now. He was from the great imperial palace. Lin Wuxian was a nobody to him. And now, ridiculously, Wuxian was comparing his brother with Feng Shantian and Pei Donglai. "Ignorant little kid," said Pei Dongqing indifferently, sipping his drink and saying, "You will probably never see Feng Shantian and Pei Donglai in your life. You're extremely ignorant, like a frog in a well." Pei Dongchang was arrogant, but many people in the restaurant agreed with him. After all, Lin Feng was just a medium-level emperor. Feng Shantian and Pei Dongqing were great emperors and members of the great imperial palace. They were much stronger than a medium-level emperor. "What about you? We have similar cultivation levels." "You're bragging just because you have a strong person in your family," said Lin Wuxian mockingly. He was fearless, and he wanted to impress Inu, too. Pei Dongqing was a nobody to Wuxian, and he wouldn't let him criticize his brother. When Pei Dongchang heard Lin Wuxian, he laughed coldly. He stood up and walked over to Wuxian. He smiled coldly and said, "I'd like to ask you something. Which ancient clan are you from? We'll see why you dare act that arrogantly." "Do I need to tell you?" rebutted Lin Wuxian disdainfully. Pei Dongqing despised him. Did he need to reply to him? "Don't be ashamed of your background," retorted Pei Dongqing mockingly. "Using one's social status to compare oneself is a very bad habit," said someone at that moment. That person was also having a drink. Pei Dongqing looked at him icily. It was a middle-aged man, very clean, who looked like he took care of himself. He had an ancient sword on his back. "Who are you?" demanded Pei Dongqing sharply. The middle-aged slowly put his glass down, and turned his head to Pei Dongqing. Pei Dongqing's eyes suddenly felt extremely sore. He instantly lowered his head and his heart started pounding. The middle-aged man stood up and came over to him. Great Emperor Lu Yun, he was known as the Sword Emperor Lu Yun back in the days. The crowd was shocked when someone recognized him. Great Emperor Lu Yun. Pei Dongchang was stunned. He glanced at the man, but the great emperor ignored him. He walked over to Lin Feng and the others. He smiled at Lin Feng. "May I sit here?" Pei Dongchang was furious. He groaned icily and walked past them, saying, "There will definitely be some change." Pei Dongchang left the restaurant quickly. People were stupefied and stared at Great Emperor Lu Yun. Surprisingly, he wanted to sit with Lin Feng. Lin Feng definitely wasn't a nobody. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1939, Wu Shan's Feelings. Chapter 1939, Wu Shan's Feelings. "Master Lu Yun," said Inu. She stood up, bowed, and smiled with effortless good manners. "Princessine clan, you're too polite." "You're more polite than that little Pei Dongqing," Great Emperor Lu Yun smiled. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "A year ago, I saw you battle. Very nice, and you understand Death Dao strength. At the same cultivation level, you would have one for sure." Lin Feng wasn't surprised that Great Emperor Lu Yun had seen him battle. Ji Chang's champion ceremony had attracted strong cultivators from the whole holy city. Many people knew who he was now. "Thank you, Master." "Please have a seat," Lin Feng nodded at Great Emperor Lu Yun politely. Great Emperor Lu Yun sat down and said, "But now your chi seems to have disappeared, as if you hadn't progressed at all. Actually, it even seems like you regressed." "Master," said a voice from outside the restaurant at that moment. Then, everybody watched another Lin Feng come into the restaurant. His ordinary clone went back into his body and Lin Feng sat down where the clone had been seated. "I see," said Great Emperor Lu Yun, smiling in approval. "You're a hero. In your generation, there are Ing Chang, Ji Chang, Shu Chunxiu, a few people who have king body types, and you are all outstanding." Yin Yu's eyes twinkled. She looked at Lin Feng and smiled. You're Lin Feng? Indeed. My brother is Lin Feng, said Lin Wushang when he saw Yin Yu's beautiful eyes were twinkling. She looked at Wushang and said, no wonder you got angry at Pei Dongcheng, silly boy. I've heard that you were really strong and could compete with Ji Chang, said Yin Yu. She was curious about Lin Feng. She smiled and said, in my clan, the Yin clan, there is someone called Yin Gu Tian, he's 7th on the imperial ranking list. I wonder if you could compete with him. I admire clans like yours. If there is an opportunity, I'd love to exchange his views on cultivation with cultivators of your clan, said Lin Feng, smiling calmly. Then, he looked at Great Emperor Lu Yun and raised his glass. Master, let's toast. All right, it's a pleasure to toast with a young genius, grinned Great Emperor Lu Yun. They both clinked their glasses and drank. But Lin Feng noticed that Lin Wushang looked impatient. He smiled at Lin Wushang and said, Wushang, go and have a walk with Princess Yin Yu. When Lin Wushang heard Lin Feng, he was surprised. He looked at Yin Yu, but he didn't know what to say. Yin Yu glanced at him and said, silly boy, what are you looking at? I'm tired of sitting all the time. Let's go and have a walk. Yin Yu stood up and left. Lin Wushang was surprised, until Xiaoya kicked him in the leg. Lin Feng and Lu Yun continued chatting. After that, he left with Meng Cheng. Xiaoya left by herself and went to find Wushang. In the following days, Lin Feng didn't do too much. He normally studied a little bit every day, but this time he stopped his studying in life and death cultivation for a few days. Meng Cheng's progress was great too. Her celestial qi was extraordinary, and becoming thicker and thicker. She was improving, too. Tiantai now had great and vast buildings, and covered a large area. Lin Feng also chose a new palace for himself. There was a waterfall there, and at that moment, Lin Feng and Meng Cheng were underneath the waterfall. They gazed into the distance and enjoyed being together. Has Wushang come back? Asked Meng Cheng, looking at the waterfall. He hasn't come back for 5 or 6 days. He's in love, Lin Feng smiled. Meng Cheng looked at Lin Feng, as surprised as a little girl. Aren't you worried? After all, Yin Yu is princess from the Yin clan. Wushang is almost 20 years old. I can't control his life. He's like you and me back then. Back then, when I saw you, it was love at first sight. You looked like a celestial being back then, and you never left me, said Lin Feng, caressing Meng Cheng's face. He sounded gentle as he remembered those beautiful times. I look like a celestial being, and now? Inquired Meng Cheng, smiling at Lin Feng. Now you're a goddess, declared Lin Feng, putting his arms around her and smiling broadly. They forgot about the cruelty of the cultivation world for a short time, staying happy and carefree. They both stayed like that for a while. Meng Cheng said gently, Lin Feng, you changed again since you used the lotus. You also seem kinder when you face other people. I've never met Officer Uptila, but I'm sure he was a kind and warm person. Indeed. He was a man of righteousness. Unfortunately, the cultivation world is cruel, sighed Lin Feng. Officer Uptila was an incredible and extraordinary person. It was impossible to forget such people. At that moment, some cosmic energies rose up into the air. Lin Feng turned his head around and looked at his palace. A light beam had appeared, and some cosmic energies were condensing. Someone broke through. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. They both stood up and hurried over to the palace's courtyard. Xiao Chen was surrounded by cosmic energies. He had just broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Teacher, madam, I broke through, said Yi Chen to Lin Feng and Meng Cheng, beaming at them. Finally, he had broken through to the Huang Qi layer with 2 sorts of cosmic energies. Good, said Lin Feng approvingly. Xiao Chen was pure-hearted, with the heart and mind of a young child, otherwise he would have broken through to the Huang Qi layer much sooner, especially since Lin Feng provided him with lots of resources. After all, when he had recruited Xiao Chen as his disciple back then in Ba Huang, Xiao Chen had already reached the very top of the Zun Qi layer. At that moment, Wu Shang was still in town, and back in the restaurant. He was with Yin Yu and Xiaoya. There was also a young man with them wearing silver clothes. His robe was sparkling. He looked at Wu Shang unhappily. "It's my grandfather's birthday, I'm off," said Yin Yu to Wu Shang. "Oh," replied Wu Shang simply. "This moron," Xiaoya thought angrily. "I'm off," said Yin Yu again. "Oh," replied Lin Wu Shang again. Xiaoya ground her teeth. Yin Yu also looked angry. She glanced at Wu Shang angrily and stood up. But then she smiled, turned around and left with the young man. "It's your grandfather's birthday, I'll come and congratulate him then," shouted Lin Wu Shang. He suddenly stood up and ran after Yin Yu. Yin Yu's beautiful eyes finally twinkled. She looked happy and smiled. She said, "All right, his birthday is in 5 days, don't forget the date." "All right, I'll be there," said Lin Wu Shang, nodding repeatedly. "Humph. Yin Yu, stop talking to that moron. And who does he think he is to come and congratulate our grandfather on his birthday?" said the young man. Then, he grabbed Yin Yu's hand and walked away. Lin Wu Shang was stunned and furious. "What are you looking at, you moron?" said Xiaoya angrily. She was even angrier than Wu Shang. Hee, Lin Wu Shang scratched his head and giggled stupidly. "Sis, are you in love with Yin Yu? When you're in front of Yin Yu, you look really stupid. You've spent days with her, you don't even hold hands. I feel ashamed to know you," said Xiaoya, rolling her eyes. "That's enough, sis," said Wu Shang. He put his hands on her shoulders and smiled. Let's go and find my brother." "Humph. You need your brother to help you, you're such a baby," said Xiaoya, rolling her eyes again. "Yin Yu is from the Yin clan. Her grandfather must be an incredible person. If I go alone, he won't pay attention to me. If my brother comes, he'll recognize him," said Lin Wu Shang like a show-off. "You're really shameless. You better prepare a great gift for him. Why would he follow you?" Xiaoya stuck out her tongue. Since Lin Wu Shang liked Yin Yu, he wanted to bring Lin Feng to the Yin clan to show he had power, but Lin Feng wasn't strong enough yet. And she had a bad premonition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1940, Birthday Party. Chapter 1940, Birthday Party. Lin Wu Shang and Xiaoya went back to the university and found Lin Feng. "Bro!" Lin Feng couldn't even see his brother yet, but heard him even before Wu Shang arrived. Lin Feng looked at him sternly. "Xiao Chen has already broken through to the Huang Qi layer. When will you?" "Xiao Chen broke through?" Lin Wu Shang looked over at Yi Chen, smiled and said, "Bro, I'm not in a rush. I need your help." Lin Feng looked at Lin Wu Shang's silly smile. He could already guess what he wanted. He smiled and asked, "Is it related to Yin Yu?" "Bro, Wu Shang is a little bastard. He spent days with Yin Yu, but he has failed miserably. He lost face," said Xiaoya, looking at Wu Shang disdainfully. Lin Feng was speechless. She could be really evil sometimes. But even if Wu Shang managed to go out with Yin Yu, would the Yin clan accept their relationship? "What do you need me to do?" asked Lin Feng with a smile yet not a smile, looking at Wu Shang. Wu Shang scratched his head and said, "Bro, it will soon be the birthday of Yin Yu's grandfather. I want to go and congratulate him. Can you come with me?" "Yin Yu's grandfather?" Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He remained silent for a few seconds. Yin Yu was the princess of the Yin clan. Her grandfather was probably an incredible cultivator. Wu Shan liked Yin Yu. And Lin Feng, as Wu Shan's older brother, had to support and help him. "Alright, I'll come with you," Lin Feng agreed with an internal sigh. "Thank you, bro," grinned Wu Shan, before running away excitedly. Lin Feng looked at his brother from behind and could only smile. Wu Shan was going to go through hardships in the future. "Xiaoya, what do you think about Yin Yu?" asked Lin Feng after Wu Shan left. Even though Xiaoya played around with Wu Shang and bullied him, she was a loving and tender person. "She's cute." "Don't worry," said Xiaoya. She knew what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng nodded. Xiaoya ran off to Yi Shui. Lin Feng looked at them and smiled wryly. He said to Meng Qing, "I feel old. I don't feel like playing around like them anymore." Meng Qing glanced at Lin Feng, rearranged his clothing and smiled gently. "You've been through a lot. You're a mature man now, not a kid anymore, but..." "Maybe," said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. "By the way, I have a prisoner, I'll release her now." Lin Feng suddenly remembered someone. He stretched his hand and waved it. A golden tower appeared and became gigantic. There was a woman inside it, but she didn't look as proud as she had in the past. When he released her, she was astonished. She glanced around, not recognizing the place. Everything was different. Shi Jiao didn't look like a spoiled princess anymore, nor as happy and proud as in the past. She looked dispirited after being imprisoned for so many years. "I'll kill you." After being stunned for a few seconds, Shi Jiao suddenly looked furious. She released some empty space abstruse energies, which turned into a sharp empty space sword that flashed towards Lin Feng. The sharp sword crashed onto Lin Feng's body, and broke apart instantly. Lin Feng looked at her calmly and sighed. Poor girl. If the Qi clan hadn't done anything to him back then, he wouldn't have imprisoned her for so many years. "I destroyed the Qi clan and the celestial Qi castle in the great world. You will never be able to get your revenge in this life. You should find a peaceful place to go live," Lin Feng said calmly. Shi Jiao was stupefied. The Qi clan had been destroyed by Lin Feng? Impossible, impossible. "How long did you keep me imprisoned?" "More than 10 years. "I don't know exactly though," replied Lin Feng calmly. "You can't have destroyed the Qi clan in 10 years. Said Shi Jiao. She didn't believe it. She threw herself at Lin Feng, but Yi Chen's silhouette flickered and he landed in front of Lin Feng. Shi Jiao sensed a terrifying strength constrict her body. Yi Chen hadn't even made a move on her. Emperor's cosmic strength. Shi Jiao's expression changed drastically. She stared at the young man, so young and already an emperor. What had happened to the world? My teacher isn't lying. The Qi clan has been destroyed. Now, my teacher can also destroy a clan like the Qi clan with one finger. He's not lying. Leave now, said Yi Chen to Shi Jiao. Shi Jiao stepped backwards, her face deathly pale. Teacher? That emperor was Lin Feng's disciple? What had happened? What was going on? How come Lin Feng had a disciple who was an emperor? Shi Jiao looked at Meng Qing. Many people had stopped considering her one of the four most beautiful women of Bahuan because of this woman. Shi Jiao looked wan and sallow as she left. She walked around aimlessly. She realized that the place she had been released was completely unknown to her. There were so many young people who were astonishingly strong. Most of them were emperors. 5 days later, it was the birthday of the old man of the Yin clan. Yin Rui had a high social status in the Yin clan. 100 years old and already a celestial emperor, it was incredible even in the holy city. He was extremely strong. Many people, even in ancient holy clans, needed more than 20 years to break through to the Huang Qi layer, 30 years to break through from low to medium to high-level emperor, and then more than 10 years to become great emperors. Only geniuses managed to level up faster than that. But Yin Rui was already a celestial emperor. It was an incredible accomplishment. People who weren't talented had much lower social status than those who were. Many people wanted to come and congratulate Yin Rui. There were 9 flights of stairs leading up to the hall, and descendants of the Yin clan were standing on them. At the bottom of the stairs, the guests were waiting. Ji Jiang, the Ji clan congratulates you and wishes you a long life. There were many people at the foot of the flights of stairs. In the crowd, there was a young man from the Ji clan. All those young people looked valiant and heroic. In the Ji clan, nobody could compete with Ji Chang, but it didn't mean that they were weak. The young people of the Ji clan were almost all geniuses. 2 of them were in the imperial ranking list, both of them extremely strong. Of course, they were much weaker than Ji Chang. Brother Gutian, the Ji clan and the Yin clan have excellent relations. I'm happy to be here, replied Ji Jiang politely. Ancient clans were powerful, and even if there were tensions, they respected one another. Brother Ji, you're right. Our clans have good relations. It's such a pity that Ji Chang didn't come. We would have loved to see the champion, smiled Yin Gutian. Ji Chang is meditating in seclusion. After the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list, he'll try to become a great emperor. I've heard that Yin Chang is about to become one, Ji Jiang smiled back. Yin Gutian nodded. I wish Brother Ji Chang much success for the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list. Pei Dong Lai, I came to congratulate Yin Rui on his birthday, said a voice in the distance. People turned around and saw Pei Dong Lai. He was wearing a purple robe and flying towards them. His famous purple chi rolled in waves around him. Great imperial palace's people are here. What an honor! I am very happy, answered Yin Rui, who was at the top of a flight of stairs. He looked like a middle-aged man with a few silver hairs. You're too polite, master. My nephew, Pei Dongcheng, wanted to come too. I think he likes a princess of the Yin clan. Pei Dong Lai laughed loudly. He looked at Yin Yu on purpose. Dong Lai is outstanding, Yin Rui said to Pei Dongcheng politely. Pei Dong Lai was incredibly talented and quite strong. He was also a great emperor from the Great Imperial Palace, a famous public figure. Pei Dong Lai didn't know many people from the Yin clan, and he didn't even care about them. He came because he had one goal. He gave meaningful glances to the members of the Yin clan. Yin Rui was experienced. He knew perfectly well what they wanted. He glanced at Yin, but Yin turned her head away and gazed into the distance. She looked impatient, and seemed to be waiting for something. Lin Feng and Wu Shang were at the gate of the Yin clan. At that moment, another group of people arrived. Lin Feng was surprised, because he recognized them. They were from the Yuan clan. Yuan Jing was in the crowd, too. But she didn't dare look at Lin Feng anymore. She knew he despised her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1941, Competition. Chapter 1941, Competition. Lin Feng looked calm and serene, just glancing at Yuan Jing for a second. Yuan Jing didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Yuan Ho was there too. He looked at Lin Feng for a few seconds and sighed. How strong, how talented, he was progressing so fast. He wondered why Lin Feng was doing there at Yin Rui's birthday party. Only people from influential families of the Holy City were there. Even though Lin Feng was from Champion University, he wasn't from an ancient clan in the Holy City. He had nothing to do with the Yin clan, did he? At the top of the flights of stairs were buildings and palaces. The banquet was already ready. The Yin clan was very rich, and had only the best liquors and culinary specialties. Everybody was there for Yin Rui's birthday. "Silly boy," said Yin giggling when she saw Lin Wuxian next to Lin Feng. She looked very happy suddenly, pure, innocent, and honest. Wuxian smiled fatuously. He really looked silly when he was next to Yin Yu. Eh? Yin Rui frowned when he saw Yin Yu's expression. He then glanced at Lin Feng coldly. He asked someone next to him using telepathy, "Who are those two?" "I'll go and ask," replied the person next to Yin Rui, heading into the crowd. It was Yin Rui's birthday, and even though it was a big event and many people were invited, people who didn't have a high social status couldn't come as they wished. Lin Feng sensed that someone was looking at him coldly, and saw Ji Jiang and the others. Apart from Ji Jiang, Pei Dongqing also looked at him and Wu Shang icily. Surprisingly, they really had come. Lin Feng ignored Ji Jiang and the others, glancing over at the crowd. There were some extraordinary cultivators here today. Even Huo Jiuyang and Xia Yu, whom he had seen in the Ji clan back then, were there too. Xia Yu's qi was evil. Huo Jiuyang had a pure and scorching hot sun qi. There were many other people drinking all around them. There was someone with silver clothes, his eyes silver and looking sharp. That was the young man of the Yin clan had mentioned in the restaurant, the 7th on the imperial ranking list, Yin Gutian. He was extremely strong. Apart from him, there was a cultivator wearing a golden kasaya, a Buddhist monk. Lin Feng glanced at him a few times. Even though he was a Buddhist monk, he looked like a really strong fighter. In the holy city, there's a Buddhist temple called the Canaan Buddhist Temple. They love fighting and are really good at it. The 4th cultivator on the imperial ranking list is a Buddhist monk. He must be from the Canaan Buddhist Temple. That guy must be a Buddhist warrior, thought Lin Feng. He was right, that cultivator in a kasaya was from the Canaan Buddhist Temple and was really strong. He was also a student at the ancient university. The ancient university had a really good reputation. They had some students who had the potential to become champions. The Yin clan has existed for a very long in the holy city. Today, it's Yin Rui's 100th birthday. Pei Dongqing came with his uncle to congratulate Yin Rui. "Happy birthday," said someone at that moment. Everybody stopped talking and looked at Pei Dongqing. That guy was a young man, and had no patience. Many elders hadn't even spoken up, as taking the initiative to talk first wasn't polite. But the Pei clan was an ancient holy clan, powerful, and came from the great imperial palace. Pei Dongqing had come with Pei Donglai, so people couldn't say much. Pei Dongqing raised a box and gave it to a servant at the bottom of the flight of stairs. The person walked up the stairs. Yin Rui smiled. "You were so kind to me, Dongqing. It would be impolite to decline." It was normal to give presents on someone's birthday, so the old man couldn't refuse. The servant walked up to Yin Rui and opened the box. A powerful bestial strength rose up in the air. There was a crystal inside, as dazzling as a heavenly turtle shell. It seemed alive. Turtle heart. Yin Rui was surprised. Sharp lights flashed in his eyes. He looked at Pei Dongqing and Pei Donglai and said, "This present is way too precious. My uncle was traveling in the East Sea and killed a 10,000-year-old dragon turtle. Today is your birthday, I feel like it's not even enough," smiled Pei Dongqing. Everybody was shocked. That turtle heart seems alive. It belonged to a great imperial dragon turtle, it seems. Donglai is a really strong cultivator. Yin Rui sighed and looked at Pei Donglai meaningfully. Back in the day, Pei Donglai was already considered as powerful and influential when he was only on the imperial ranking list. He was in the top 3 and had shaken the whole holy city. Now he was a great emperor and could kill great imperial dragon turtles from the East Sea, but dragon turtles had an incredible defense, and controlled water and earth strength. It was extremely difficult to kill them. The deed proved how strong Pei Donglai was. The Pei clan is powerful, murmured the crowd. That heart was full of vitality, and could help cultivators increase their own. It was a precious treasure for a human cultivator that could help Yin Rui progress on the path of cultivation. Thank you very much, I'm moved, smiled Yin Rui. The crowd was surprised. That was the most precious gift Yin Rui had received today. No wonder Pei Dongcheng dared act that way. Still, why did he offer Yin Rui such a precious treasure? After all, there were birthday parties everywhere and all the time. Giving a normal gift was enough, just enough to show one was happy to be there and knew the person. But offering such a valuable gift meant one had something else in mind. I don't have such a priceless gift as a turtle heart, but I have a tome of the ancient heart-purifying Buddhist scriptures. I hope you enjoy it, said the smiling Buddhist warrior. He proffered a book with both hands. It would be impolite to decline, my boy. Thank you, said Yin Rui, smiling happily. The atmosphere was lively as everybody gave their gifts. At that moment, Pei Dongcheng looked at Lin Feng and Lin Wushang and said indifferently, "Two strangers here, which ancient clan are you from? I've never seen you before, ... It seems like you really care about people's clans. You asked me the same question the first time we met," said Lin Feng to Pei Dongcheng calmly. The strongest cultivators come from ancient holy clans in the holy city, Pei Dongcheng smiled back. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and shook his head, then turned around and ignored him. "What are you laughing at?" Pei Dongcheng asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored Pei Dongcheng and continued walking away. He had met so many people like Pei Dongcheng in his life. That type of person wasn't determined enough. Their determination could easily get crushed by people, and then they never recovered. On the other side of the scale, there were people like Jin Mang, where cultivation was their life, and nobody could crush their determination. Pei Dongcheng was furious when he saw that Lin Feng ignored them. He said mockingly, "You're just pretending you don't care. Today is Yin Rui's birthday party and surprisingly, people like you dared come. Ridiculous." Lin Wushang was furious and shouted back, "What the hell? Wushang, some people don't deserve getting your attention. Don't be furious because of them. Don't even pay attention to them. You understand?" said Lin Feng mildly. Wushang was surprised but he nodded, "All right, brother." Hi. Yin Yu giggled and smiled. She had thought Lin Feng would get angry, but he only despised people like Pei Dongcheng. "Even though my nephew is a bit arrogant, you are being impolite. Are you saying you despise the Pei clan?" spoke Pei Donglai slowly. Some purple chi appeared around him. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Pei Donglai. He said calmly, "Pei Donglai, from the Pei clan in the Holy City, when you were at the top of the Huang Qi layer, you were third in the imperial ranking list, the two above you could oppress you. Now you're a member of the great imperial palace and you're a great emperor." Pei Donglai wasn't surprised that Lin Feng knew about him. He said calmly, "You know about me." "Indeed, I do. But when you were at the top of the Huang Qi layer, two people oppressed you really badly. You never did better than third in the ranking list." "Even though it's okay, it's not amazing either," said Lin Feng calmly. The crowd was astonished and staring at Lin Feng now. That was insane. He was saying being third in the imperial ranking list was just okay? At that moment, someone spoke to Yin Rui using telepathy. Yin Rui looked over at Lin Feng, amused. "So it was him? So you're higher than me in the imperial ranking list?" Pei Donglai asked mockingly. Pei Donglai knew the third cultivator on the imperial ranking list. It couldn't be Lin Feng. He was even sure that Lin Feng wasn't in the top 10. He's only a medium-level emperor. Back then you were at the top of the Huang Qi layer, and you're from an ancient holy clan. What you mean is that at the same cultivation level, you were better than him, right? Master Pei Donglai, what was your rank when you were at the top of the medium Huang Qi layer? asked Yin with a smile. When I was at the top of the medium Huangqi layer, I was in the top 40 of the imperial ranking list, said Pei Donglai. And did you compare yourself with the top 3 back then? Of course I didn't. I was a medium-level emperor, said Pei Donglai. Oh, I see. So why do you compare yourself with a medium-level emperor now? Especially that 1 year ago, he wasn't even at the top of the medium Huangqi layer and was already better ranked than you back then when you were at the top of the medium Huangqi layer. He even fought against Ji Chang, second on the imperial ranking list. Giggled Yin. Everybody frowned in astonishment at her words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1942, Propose a Marriage Alliance. Chapter 1942, Propose a Marriage Alliance. Pei Donglai frowned. He was from the great imperial palace, so he knew perfectly well who was in the imperial ranking list and so on. When Yin said that, he immediately thought of one person, Lin Feng. A year before, Lin Feng had just become a medium-level emperor and he had fought against Ji Chang on the day of his champion ceremony. Unfortunately, they hadn't finished the battle. This young man was Lin Feng. Yin looked at Pei Dongqing and smiled. Pei Dongqing, so you're saying people from ancient clans are more talented than other people? So your uncle wasn't as strong as him back then at the same cultivation level. Does it mean the Pei clan is too weak, or does it mean your uncle is too weak? Little you, that's enough, shouted Yin Rue furiously. Pei Donglai was an extraordinary person from the great imperial palace and the Pei clan, and they had just given him a turtle heart. Yin was disgracing him. Pei Dongqing was frozen. Yin was humiliating him. Yin looked over at Lin Wushang, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Many people understood that Lin Wushang had come with his brother because he had hidden thoughts. Princess Yin is not wrong, but at the same time, a cultivation level is subjective. It isn't everything. And we belong to 2 different worlds, different generations, different contexts. No need to compare us, said Pei Donglai indifferently. Everybody looked amused. Anyway, congratulations, you're lucky you were born many years before him, laughed Yin. Everybody understood she was trying to get closer to Lin Feng and his brother. Yin was unhappy because Pei Dongqing had offered a turtle heart to her grandfather. She knew what he wanted. She was doing her best to reject him. Princess Yin, you're wrong, intervened Ji Jiang slowly. Back then, on the day of Ji Chang's champion ceremony, Lin Feng and Ji Chang fought. Ji Chang didn't use his full strength because he despises Lin Feng, so Lin Feng was lucky. Then, when Ji Chang really wanted to battle and use his full strength, the university made him stop. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to compete with Ji Chang. You're from the Ji clan, you're on his side of course, rebutted Yin dismissively. I'm just stating facts. Back then, Pei Donglai was the 3rd cultivator on the imperial ranking list. You know perfectly well who the 2nd and 1st were. They were incredible. You know that you're wrong, continued Ji Jiang. Some members of the Yuan clan laughed. Pei Donglai has always been amazing. Comparing him with Lin Feng is a humiliation for him. Many people understood that Lin Feng had offended many people. Everybody knew there were tensions between the Ji clan and Lin Feng. He had offended Ji Chang, but he had also offended Ji Wuyo many times, and Yuan Jing was in a relationship with him. So the Yuan clan supported the Ji clan as well. Nobody seemed to support Lin Feng. What kind of nonsense is that? You're saying that the new generation of cultivators who is on the imperial ranking list isn't as strong as the previous one? So you're saying that Ing Chang, Ji Chang, the Buddhist warrior, Xia Yu, and Yin Gutian aren't as talented as the previous generation of cultivators who was on the imperial ranking list? Yin retorted scathingly. Those people were ridiculous, their arguments groundless. They were ready to say anything to discredit Lin Feng. Inu, no need to reply to those people's nonsense, said Lin Feng calmly. Those people suddenly looked even more furious. Lin Feng looked at Yin Rui. Master, those people are much stronger than me. I have a few good things, but they're probably not good enough for you. I'd like to offer a lotus to Inu. It is made of Tao intent. A blue Uptala lotus appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It contained a mysterious Tao intent, and slowly flew towards Inu. I love this blue Uptala lotus, said Yin Rui, taking it. Yin Rui smiled and nodded. It's a precious treasure for Inu, thank you very much. Master, Pei Dong Lai came here for another reason, said Pei Dong Lai at that moment. He initially didn't intend to act this quickly, but he had no choice anymore. There is no harm in saying what one thinks, Dong Lai, said Yin Rui politely. Princess Inu is now 18 years old. Many men want to get married to her. My nephew Dong Qing is in love with Princess Inu. We came to congratulate you for your birthday and also to propose a marriage alliance between our two clans. If you accept, the Pei clan and the Great Imperial Palace will be extremely happy, said Pei Dong Lai, smiling cheerfully. Lin Wuxiang looked at Lin Feng and swore, bro. He had come here to get to know the Yin clan, he hadn't thought the Pei clan would propose a marriage alliance. No! Shouted Inu hastily. Little you! Spoke up another strong cultivator of the Yin clan, it was her father. He didn't want her to say anything insensitive. Shut up now. Let your grandpa talk. Inu looked dispirited, she looked at Lin Wuxiang in despair. Even though Yin Rui had guessed that Pei Dong Lai had come for that reason, he looked solemn and respectful. The Pei clan and the Yin clan were ancient clans. There were invisible connections between such clans, it was all about the Palace of Power. The relations between the different clans also influenced the whole city. The Pei clan was proposing a marriage alliance, that way they would never be enemies. Master, said Lin Feng at that moment. Yin Rui turned around and looked at Lin Feng. My brother Lin Wuxiang and Inu are already going out. I'd like to propose a marriage alliance, said Lin Feng to Yin Rui calmly. Ridiculous. A member of the Ji clan didn't even give Yin Rui time to reply and laughed coldly. Your brother Lin Wuxiang wants to get married with Inu? Did I hear what you said properly? Who are you? What is your social status? Does Lin Wuxiang deserve someone like Inu? Lin Feng turned around, his eyes were filled with death energies. He looked at the member of the Ji clan. Death intent emerged from his eyes and pierced through that person's pupils. His face suddenly turned gray. Bastard! Shouted Ji Jiang and the others furiously. They all started moving towards Lin Feng and released chi towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's robe started fluttering in the wind. I just glanced at you. Why act that aggressively? Is that the social status you're talking about? Being too weak to withstand a gust of wind? Said Lin Feng, recalling his death intent. He looked calm and aloof, in contrast to the furious Ji clan members. Master Yin Rui, if you give your consent for Pei Dong Qing and Inu's union, the Pei clan will use their full strength to raise Pei Dong Qing and Princess Inu. The Great Imperial Palace will also do their best, said Pei Dong Lai. Yin Rui's eyes were twinkling, but he looked expressionless. I came from very, very far away. I have just one brother. Whenever I obtain ancient scriptures, skills, techniques and other resources, I give them to my brother, and I will also give them to his wife when he has one. You dare compare your resources with the Pei clans? Said Pei Dong Qing to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him in a disdainful way and countered, can you compare the resources of the Pei clan with the resources of Champion University? Pei Dong Qing looked stunned and said, the Pei clan is my clan, you're just a student at Champion University, it's not yours. You're just a descendant of the Pei clan, you're not the leader. My social status within Champion University will be higher than your social status in the Pei clan, sooner or later. And regarding resources, I have the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Does the Pei clan have them? Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures? Pei Dongcheng was astonished. Some other people had heard about the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Lin Feng had already studied them? And now Lin Feng was proposing a marriage alliance, which meant that he definitely had them. When Lin Feng saw Pei Dongqing remaining silent, he smiled coldly and took out a tree. Suddenly, the strength of the 10,000 things of creation appeared around him, and there was a strong attraction between Lin Feng and that strength. It was an incredible sight, making people shiver with desire. That's, Yin Rui was astonished. Does the Pei clan have a Heavenly Grace ancient tree? Asked Lin Feng again. The crowd was astonished and swallowed. Lin Feng surprisingly had a Heavenly Grace ancient tree of Godly Wood Valley. Lin Feng perfectly understood that he couldn't rely on his reputation or social status to impress the Yin clan. He was talented, but he was just a strong yet random cultivator. I have many other things, but I don't need to show you everything I have. I have books, skills, techniques, items, weapons. I probably have as many good resources as the Pei clan. I even have marks of the path, more than enough, said Lin Feng indifferently. He was talking to Pei Dongqing, but actually he just wanted the Yin clan to hear him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1943, Killing. Chapter 1943, Killing. This guy comes from a small world, thought the crowd. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, the Heavenly Grace Godly Wood, Marks of the Path, many great scriptures. Lin Feng sounded arrogant, but he wasn't lying. He had already shown 2 of those things to the crowd. Pei Dongqing was from the Pei clan, but he hadn't taken anything out yet. No wonder that he was that strong. He had many treasures, talent, and experience. So show us, what do you have? Asked Lin Feng to Pei Dongqing indifferently. Pei Dongqing's face stiffened. What did he have? Apart from the fact that he belonged to a powerful clan, what did he have? Did he have items as valuable as Lin Feng's items? Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Yin Rui. Master, Pei Dongqing has a good background, but that's all. What else does he have? Even if you belong to a powerful clan, you must make efforts. And also, considering his attitude and personality, I don't think he'll go very far on the path of cultivation. Wu Shang is my only biological brother. Everything I have, I will give it to him. Yin Rui looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. Lin Feng was telling him that Pei Dongqing's promises were empty. Lin Feng could at least prove what he was saying. However, an alliance between the Yin clan and the Pei clan wasn't only about Yinyu, it was about 2 powerful ancient clans. There was a lot at stake. It was a difficult choice for the Yin clan. At the beginning, everybody thought Pei Dongqing was a better choice than Lin Feng because he belonged to a powerful clan, but now things were different. Even the Yin clan was hesitating. Lin Feng had done a great job. Yin Rui laughed indifferently and said to the crowd, Yinyu is young. Why hurry? She can also talk to her father. We need time to think. Everybody understood. Yin Rui couldn't decide within seconds. Since it's that way, I'll wait for the good news. The Pei clan is eager to have an alliance with the Yin clan, said Pei Donglai indifferently. At his cultivation level, what other people said didn't affect him that much anymore. He was self-confident, and he was convinced the Yin clan would give him face. Let's stop talking about that for now. We're here for my birthday party. There are so many geniuses today, please exchange views on cultivation, you can learn from one another, smiled Yin Rui. Everybody nodded and started chatting among themselves. Lin Feng looked at the members of the Yin clan. His eyes were twinkling. He didn't feel good about his chances. He was alone, and couldn't do much against 2 ancient clans. He was just talented, but that wasn't enough. Pei Donglai was also a genius, and on top of that he had already become a great emperor. At that moment, someone landed in front of Lin Feng. It was Xia Yu. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Last time, when I saw you, I didn't think anything, but then you fought against Ji Chang, and I was very surprised. I hope we can battle at some point." Xia Yu's eyes twinkled evilly with decay strength, however his expression didn't affect Lin Feng, who remained calm. "It will soon be the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List. You'll have the opportunity, Xia Yu," spoke up the Buddhist warrior indifferently at that moment. His eyes were sharp and extremely determined. He was the 4th cultivator on the Imperial Ranking List. "Ha, the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List will be amazing," said Ingu Tian, laughing happily. They raised their glasses and toasted. Dazzling silver lights kept twinkling in Ingu Tian's eyes. He was the 7th cultivator of the Imperial Ranking List. At that moment, some qi rose up in the air. Pei Donglai came over, surrounded by a purple qi. "The Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List will be great. I will volunteer for battle. I will show everyone how incredible the great Imperial Palace is," said Pei Donglai, glancing at the crowd and Lin Feng meaningfully. The Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List was an event organized by the Great Imperial Palace, who were in charge of the Imperial Ranking List. They had a great deal of power and influence. Lin Feng looked at those extraordinary people. Many things would change after that event. It was difficult to remain calm and aloof when thinking about it. Even though he was quite strong, there were many people who were stronger than him in the Holy City. People who were on the Imperial Ranking List were astonishing, especially those at the top of the list who all understood Dao strength. Ying Chang, Ji Chang, and so on were all terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng and Lin Wushang were quickly bored, so they left. "Bro, do you think the Yin clan will accept Pei Dongchang and Yin Yu's union?" asked Lin Wushang to Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and said, "Wushang, there is a big chance they will because the Pei clan and the Yin clan are both ancient clans. They care more about power and influence than anything else. Yin Yu isn't free to choose her husband." "So Lin Wushang's face stiffened. But Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. If Yin Yu wants to follow you, you can escape with her. You can take her to my world, and nobody will find you. Even if you don't go to my world, you can go to another place in the continent of the 9 clouds. But you need to become stronger. You're an adult now, and you understand that if you're not strong enough, you can't do anything in this world." "I understand," said Wushang, nodding. He clenched his fists. If only he had been as strong as Lin Feng, the Yin clan wouldn't have hesitated. Even though Lin Feng had said he would give him everything he had, they weren't the same person. Lin Feng being extremely talented didn't mean that Wushang was talented, and the Yin clan didn't know how strong Wushang was. At that moment, a strong wind started blowing behind Lin Feng. "Brother Lin Feng, stop." Lin Feng and Lin Wushang stopped and turned around. They saw many people following them, people from the Ji clan and the Yuan clan. A strong wind whistled. The group of people quickly surrounded Lin Feng and his brother, and their qi pressed out. Lin Wushang had already started suffocating and was instantly covered with cold sweat. "What's this supposed to mean, everybody?" asked Lin Feng, glancing around. All these people were young people from the Ji clan and the Yuan clan. They were extremely strong, high-level emperors. "Brother Lin Feng, you're extremely strong. Everybody knows about that. You can even compete with Ji Chang. We are all very weak in comparison with Ji Chang. We also know that. But we would like to know how strong you really are," said one of them. His voice and qi emitted whistling sounds. Lin Feng had the sensation mountains and oceans were pressing on him. His eyes twinkled. His celestial evolution chessboard appeared, and Lin Feng jumped on it. The deployment spell of the celestial evolution chessboard became dazzling, lights illuminated the whole crowd. However, Lin Feng rose up in the air, looking at them icily. Death Qi started pulsing. "Come," said Lin Feng calmly. His powerful qi became even more terrifying. Someone stretched out his hand and meteorites started falling from the sky towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng waved his hand, there was a rumble, and all the gigantic stones all exploded. Many people charged him at the same time. Lin Feng saw a pair of eyes, they looked evil. Evil vision. The cultivator's eyes looked particularly sinister, like those of a demon. At the same time, two other people ran towards Lin Feng, and a stone axe fell from the sky, able to easily destroy a mountain. The energies around it blotted out the sky. A cyan dragon appeared and bared its fangs. Lin Feng's robe fluttered in the wind. His death strength was explosive, his gaze terrifying. The eyes of the cultivator who had evil eyes in front of Lin Feng suddenly started bleeding and his face turned gray. He looked like a corpse. "Die!" shouted a strong cultivator explosively. The terrifying axe and the cyan dragon she fell from the sky towards Lin Feng. Golden lights intertwined around Lin Feng and under his feet. A pattern appeared. Lin Feng flashed forwards and suddenly disappeared. The axe and the dragon continued falling from the sky as a horrible shriek arose. A death sword appeared and pierced through that person's head, and his body fell down from the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1944, Demon Puppets. Chapter 1944, Demon Puppets. He's dead. Lin Feng's gaze was terrifying. He had killed a cultivator from the Yuan clan, a high-level emperor. "You dared kill a cultivator from the Yuan clan?" shouted someone explosively. Lin Feng turned around and looked at that person mockingly. "You came here to kill me? Don't you think you're ridiculous? Get ready to die." Golden lights flashed, and marks intertwined. Those people were stunned as they watched Lin Feng release cosmic energies to carve an empty space deployment spell. A terrifying wind started blowing. Lin Feng charged someone. Nihility sword. Pitch-black lights emerged from Lin Feng's eyes, his nihility sword pierced through that person's soul, and as the death strength spread throughout his body, the person was slammed backwards violently. He still managed to make some hand seals with his hands. His soul turned into a gigantic cyan dragon and bestial qi swelled. Lin Feng jumped onto his golden marks and disappeared. He punched out, and a terrifying Devamara Culpa death sword streaked across the sky. A terrifying death wind brushed against the cultivator's body, and the space around him exploded. "What's that?" The cultivator in front of Lin Feng sensed the pressure, his face turned deathly pale as his soul shook violently and his heart started pounding. Destructive Tao. Lin Feng understood destructive Tao? A terrifying dragon started roaring and flew towards Lin Feng. However, the Death Culpa sword pierced through the dragon and started corroding the cultivator's life. He couldn't do much else. There weren't only destructive energies, there was also a strange and oppressive strength. It was as if a whole world were pressing down on that cultivator. There were rumbles of air compressing, and his skull crackled. His cyan dragon exploded, and a moment later, so did the cultivator himself. However, at that moment, terrifying threads of energies pierced through Lin Feng's head, his soul shook violently, and his silhouette became distorted. Suddenly, illusions appeared in his brain. Ancient kings attacked his soul. He had the sensation he was going to die. Lin Feng was incredibly determined. He used the strength of his godly awareness to protect himself. A palace appeared and protected his soul. His willpower was indestructible. At the same time, he released even more death strength, which turned into sharp blades and attacked the illusion. The kings all exploded and disappeared. It was as if he had destroyed a mirage. More oppressive strength appeared around Lin Feng. Dragon claws slashed towards his head. Suddenly, Lin Feng's third eye flared, and they could hear waves crashing. Black water emerged from his third eye and rolled out towards them. His enemy were aghast. That death-black water was terrifying. He had seen it with his own eyes in the past. Lin Feng could easily kill people with it. He retreated as fast as he could, but the black water washed over him, and death chi penetrated into his body. To his astonishment, he didn't die. At that moment, a celestial death curtain appeared and blotted out the sky. It enveloped him, he vanished inside and disappeared. Lin Feng looked at someone who wasn't far from him, the person with evil eyes. He also had a special power, he could attack people's will and soul with his eyes. At that moment, millions of lights dazzled, and unseen waters seemed to be splashing around them. One of the strong cultivators released a golden water fork, containing great imperial strength. Ji Jiang took out a gigantic dragon axe, which looked like a real cyan dragon as it roared furiously. The last cultivator took out a terrifying demon zither, and deadly sound waves spread out in the air. Those three people were really dangerous, they all had great imperial weapons. Lin Feng looked at those three people, his eyes twinkling. He flashed forwards and landed on his celestial evolution chessboard, an illusionary mist appearing around him. The three cultivators were startled as the celestial evolution chessboard disappeared. Lin Feng reappeared on a boat and left. He's leaving. Ji Jian looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. The three cultivators started chasing Lin Feng at the same time as fast as they could move. Lin Feng was on his boat, and moving incredibly fast. He headed towards a mountain range, and immediately collided with it, the chosen mountain exploding at the impact. The stone groaned, and a tunnel appeared. The three others followed him inside. When they entered the hole, the walls around them kept exploding. Ji Jian was furious. As they moved through the corridor, Qi surged towards him powerfully. It was moving even faster than Lin Feng, and made him hesitate. He raised his great imperial weapon, but the air shrieked as the Qi surrounded him. The two others arrived, but very quickly, Qi surrounded them just like it had Ji Jiang. A mysterious Qi enveloped them rapidly. They continued moving forwards, but only collided with one another. They didn't have time to react. Suddenly, there was no sound anymore. Some weapon Qi still rose up in the air, but nobody knew what was going on inside. 7 days later, Qi was still rising in the hole. Lin Feng was bathing in the demon pond in his small world, his celestial evolution chessboard nearby. The three others were there too, seated on the chessboard, their eyes closed. A black fire was burning their souls, and their faces were pitch black. They looked horrible. At that moment, they were safe and sound, but they didn't dare resist. Lin Feng had stamped their souls with death stamps. He could kill them as he wished. Ah! The three cultivators kept shrieking horribly. Their souls were burning, but they were still alive. It was so painful that they would have preferred dying. They were all terrified. "What do you intend to do to us?" demanded Ji Jiang aggressively. "I won't kill you, but if you do anything fishy, you will die," said Lin Feng, his voice making them shudder in dread. They had no doubt that Lin Feng wasn't lying. "You dare do that to us, the Ji clan and the Yuan clan won't let you off. They will kill you," swore Ji Jiang, sounding as evil as a snake. Right after saying that, he gave out a horrible shriek. He closed his eyes and stopped talking. The pain was unbearable. When Lin Feng finished stamping their souls properly, he stopped. He used the power of the demon pawn to do it. Each of them had 81 demon stamps on their soul, from head to foot. Lin Feng tortured them for 9 days. After so many days in the pond, their eyes turned black in despair. The demon strength kept corroding their bodies. "If my soul was strong enough, I could pierce through their souls with my 9 netherworlds demonic song. I wouldn't need to waste so much time," murmured Lin Feng. He stood up and stopped torturing the trio. He wanted to turn them into demon puppets, but it took 81 days. He had been doing it for only 9 days. Ji Jiang and the two others were extremely strong, at the top of the Huang Qi layer, and only people who understood Dao strength could deal with them. Therefore, killing them would have been a pity. That's why Lin Feng wanted to use them as demon puppets. The ancient demon clan's demon puppet technique was extremely complex, and it was very difficult to use extremely strong cultivators, especially since the technique had to be used on cultivators who were fit, otherwise, the puppets were deficient. People who turned into demon puppets were the same as before, except that they listened to orders. If they were incredibly strong, they remained extremely strong. People slowly learned about what had happened at the Yin clan. Many people learned that Pei Dongqing had gone to the Yin clan with his brother Pei Donglai to propose a marriage alliance to the Yin clan. The most amusing thing in that story was that Lin Feng, a cultivator of Champion University who had fought against Ji Chang, also proposed a marriage alliance for his younger brother. Many people were excited and couldn't wait to know who the Yin clan would choose. People were excited even in Champion University. Lin Feng was already extremely famous in Champion University. Many people thought that Lin Feng's brother didn't stand a chance though, especially since there were more and more movements between the Yin clan and the Pei clan. Otherwise, the crowd was also excited about another event, the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List. The strong cultivators of the Imperial Ranking List were going to rise and fall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1945, Insolent. Chapter 1945, Insolent. Lin Feng headed back to Champion University. He entered his palace and practiced cultivation at the waterfall. He spent 9 days there, the water crashing onto his body but not bothering him. The Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List was approaching. He needed to study a lot. Today, there were many guests in Lin Feng's palace. Yin Yu was there. She had run away from the Yin clan, and wanted to see Lin Wushang. Yin Yu looked sad and dispirited. She looked at Lin Wushang and said, "Silly boy, what are you going to do if my clan wants me to get married with Pei Dongqing?" Yin Yu burst into tears. Luckily, Champion University had let her come in. She knew that her clan preferred the Pei clan. Lin Feng was strong and talented, but so what? He wasn't from a strong clan. In the Holy City, ancient clans preferred making alliances with one another. "I'll take you away," said Lin Wushang, clenching his fists. His nails pierced through the skin of his palms. "But the Yin clan is so powerful, you can't imagine," said Yin Yu. She was very happy on the inside when she heard Lin Wushang. This silly boy loved her. But a few seconds later, she was depressed and dispirited again. There was no solution. And Champion University was a university, not Lin Feng's clan. It wouldn't get involved in such things. "We'll escape," declared Lin Wushang. "If the Yin clan doesn't let you get married to who you choose, then escape," said Xiaoya, completely unruly. "Yes, don't go back, stay here," Lin Wushang said to Yin Yu, not hiding his anger. Yin Yu was overwhelmed. She remained silent for a few seconds, and then smiled and nodded. "All right, I'm not going back for now." The following days, Lin Wushang was really happy. Yin Yu was always with him. They spent lots of time at the waterfall. Meng Qing was with Lin Feng and watched them. They were a perfect match. Meng Qing smiled resplendently and sighed. She had a premonition. Yin Yu didn't think like Wushang. Maybe in her eyes, they were spending their last days together. "Silly boy, if you never see me again, you'll have to forget about me and lead the same life as you did before," said Yin Yu sadly. When Meng Qing heard that, she smiled. She remembered how hard it had been for her and Lin Feng to be together. Much more difficult than it was for these two. No, we will always be together. How could I live without you? Said Wu Shang, shaking his head. You silly boy, I'm saying if dot. Said Yin Yu doing a cute face. She gazed into the distance, stretched her arm and said, the landscape is so nice here. If we could stay here forever, that would be great. Life would be like a dream. Unfortunately, my life will never be that peaceful. Water from the waterfall splashed around Lin Feng. He stretched his hand out and grabbed a drop of water, putting it between his fingers. Surprisingly, it didn't drip down, staying there between his two fingers, glittering and translucent. One flower, one world. One sutra, one bodhi. One drop of water. Why couldn't a drop of water contain a world with its own rules? Lin Feng released the drop of water and it continued falling. However, Lin Feng continued looking pensive. The world of the living was like a dream, world of the living, world of the living, world of the living imprints. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. World of the living imprints, a world contained everything. A world could also contain nothing at all. Thinking too much was useless anyway. Lin Feng slowly stood up and stretched out his hand. Imprint strength appeared in his hand and began to whistle. There was absolutely no cosmic energy inside. The waterfall even stopped flowing halfway. The atmosphere became empty where the waterfall stopped, really empty, it contained no energy at all. The waterfall just ceased to move. Meng Qing and the others heard the whistling sounds. They turned around and looked at Lin Feng, frowning in surprise. Cultivators could easily attain an explosive strength. Lin Feng could easily destroy mountain ranges, rivers, lakes, and so on. Cultivators had that power using cosmic energies, qi, strength, intent, anything. But they couldn't do it just like that, without using any kind of strength. Even great emperors couldn't do that. But now Lin Feng had put his hand into the waterfall and made it stop. What kind of strength was that? When Lin Feng saw them, he laughed. After a short time, the waterfall started flowing again as if nothing had happened. Meng Qing's silhouette flickered up next to him and asked, Lin Feng, have you broken through? I understood a mysterious thing, said Lin Feng, smiling at Meng Qing. He was astonished on the inside though. It felt like that mysterious world of the living imprint could bring him to another world, and only people like him could go to that mysterious territory. Maybe he could create his own world, and his own Tao. Maybe his Tao could surpass the Tao of the Blue Uptala Lotus. Of course, Lin Feng didn't really understand what was going on. It was too mysterious, for now. Meng Qing beamed. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand and looked at the waterfall. Lin Feng, you have to help Wu Shang and Yin Yu stay together. Lin Feng was surprised, but he smiled and said, of course, Wu Shang and Yin Yu are in love with one another. I hope they can stay together. If the Yin clan doesn't accept their union, I'll just make them disappear. Good, said Meng Qing nodding. However, at that moment, terrifying threads of qi emerged. The temperature went down. Lin Feng frowned. Nobody dared attack his people these days in Champion University, but... Lin Feng, get the hell out here! A voice shouted furiously. Lin Feng was amused. They're looking for me, said Yin Yu, looking terrified suddenly. Lin Feng flew up and left Tian Tai's territory. There was a group of people outside, clearly sent on a punitive expedition. What do you want? Asked Lin Feng indifferently, glancing over the crowd. Lin Feng, you're audacious. You dared kidnap Yin Yu, said Pei Dongqing icily. Flames of fury were burning in his eyes. He was in love with Yin Yu. How could those people kidnap his woman and let her live with Wu Shang? What a humiliation! Lin Feng, let the princess come out, said a strong cultivator of the Yin clan. Yin Yu had ran away and come to this place. It was very irritating. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly and said, Princess Yin Yu is free to go wherever she wants. If she comes here, I won't kick her out. Saying I kidnapped her and telling me to release her as if she were my prisoner is insolent. Fuck off now. His chi picked up, radiating out at them as they gaped at him. Lin Feng was insane. In the distance, many people rushed over to watch. They were all astonished. What were the strong cultivators of the Yin clan and the Pei clan doing there? I knew that Lin Feng was insane. Ji Jiang disappeared, and some strong cultivators from the Ji clan and the Yuan clan have been killed. You're the one who did it, right? Demanded a strong cultivator from the Pei clan icily. Let me see if you were strong enough to act that insanely. The strong cultivator of the Pei clan darted forwards. A strong wind started brushing against Lin Feng's body as his strength pressed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also flashed ahead, his robe fluttering about him. His chi was incredible. He stretched out his hand, and ancient imprints appeared to envelop the whole area. Very quickly, the cultivator was surrounded by the imprint strength. He was stunned, and shouted furiously, a tornado appearing behind him and howling forwards. But the ancient imprints blotted out the sky and immediately absorbed the wind. The imprints then continued moving towards the cultivator. His face turned deathly pale and thunder groaned as the ancient imprints drove into him. His muscles, flesh, and soul crackled and exploded, and he died on the spot. The onlookers all swallowed. What a terrifying imprint technique! Lin Feng was really strong, much stronger than a year before. What kind of imprint technique was that? They didn't understand. Lin Feng had just crushed a really strong cultivator like he was nothing. Another strong cultivator had started moving towards Lin Feng, but when he saw that, he was stunned, and stopped and blankly stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're a bastard. Then, he released an explosive strength which drove down on Lin Feng. He was a great emperor. You're the bastard. A new silhouette appeared. That person's strength was extremely oppressive, and he immediately grabbed that cultivator. The great emperor's face turned deathly pale. Overwhelming strength bombarded him and he coughed up blood. It's Champion University here, piss off, said that person icily. The strong cultivators of the Yin clan and the Pei clan all pulled long faces. They had managed to infuriate Champion University. They were definitely being insolent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1946, Ancestor Shi Tian. Chapter 1946, Ancestor Shi Tian. The great emperor's face stiffened. He looked at the silhouette in the sky. Master, you saw it. Lin Feng is extremely arrogant. He killed the people of my clan. We have to do something. Lin Feng is a student here. You came here, it's your offense. If you attack again, I'll kill you, said the cultivator in the sky icily. The strong cultivators of the Pei clan and the Yin clan realized they couldn't do much now. They couldn't attack Lin Feng within the university. The university had realized Lin Feng was extremely strong back when he had fought against Ji Chang, and they didn't want to lose him. Alright, fine, we're leaving, said the strong cultivator of the Yin clan before he shouted, Inu, come out now. Inu was frozen with indecision for a moment inside the palace. She looked at Lin Wushang and said, silly boy, I'm off. Don't go back with them. Stay here, they won't do anything to you, said Lin Wushang, grabbing her hand. Silly boy, you underestimate them. Do you think we can escape? Said Inu, smiling and shaking her head, don't worry, I won't get married with Pei Dongcheng. I prefer dying over marrying him. Then, she let go off Lin Wushang's hand and ran out. She said to those people, I wanted to come here. It was my own decision. Now I'm going back with you. Let's go. One of them grabbed her hand and pulled her after them as they left. While flying away, Inu turned her head around and smiled at Wushang. She said, silly boy, don't be sad. Little you, shouted Lin Wushang. His face had turned deathly pale. He felt so powerless, and bit his lips so hard he almost bled. Lin Feng slapped Lin Wushang's shoulders. Lin Wushang turned around, his face going red, shouting, "Bro!" Lin Wushang felt so weak. Maybe that at that moment, he understood for the first time what it meant to be really powerless. "Nothing will happen to little you," said Lin Feng firmly. For Lin Wushang, this was an experience. Lin Feng used to feel powerless all the time in the past, and he was the way he was thanks to his experiences. Lin Wushang couldn't grow up in a gentle and docile environment. He had to go through hardships to become stronger. "Lin Feng, come with me to the celestial mountain," the cultivator in the sky said to him. Lin Feng nodded and followed the illusion towards the celestial mountains in the distance. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived in the forbidden area of the university. They crossed a mysterious mist, and Lin Feng saw many celestial mountains around him. Finally, they arrived on one mountain with no palace or castle, just a strong cultivator seated cross-legged. The strong cultivator slowly opened his eyes. He was the same as the illusion which had appeared in the sky and led Lin Feng here. "Greetings, master," said Lin Feng, bowing before the old man. Even though he looked old, he seemed as strong as a dragon or a tiger. His body kept absorbing qi, and his vitality was incredible. This kind of people just had to shout and could kill entire cities. "Lin Feng, using someone else's memories, I watched your battle against Ji Chang on the day of his champion ceremony. As a medium-level emperor, you already control the Tao of life and death. You are an incredible cultivator and can fight against entire groups of people, which indicates you are very talented too. Among the people of this generation, you are probably the only one who could surpass Ji Chang," the old man smiled. It was an incredible compliment. "Thank you, master. Even though Ji Chang is the champion, I will definitely surpass him," said Lin Feng calmly. The old man's eyes were sharp, and he burst into laughter. "All right, young people have to be ambitious and determined. I'm one of the ancestors of the university, Ancestor Shi Tian. Would you like to become my disciple?" When Lin Feng heard him, he remained silent. Ancestor Shi Tian continued, "In Champion University, there are 8 ancestors. We all have different powers. I've heard that Zhu Tian missed his chance with you, and Xian Tian and the others aren't a good match for you. You should become my disciple, it would be the best thing for you." "Who's criticizing me?" said a loud voice at that moment. Ancestor Xian Tian flashed in and arrived in front of Ancestor Shi Tian. "Buddy, you're being disrespectful. We said we would wait, and now you're not keeping your promise. You're a liar." "I'm just being honest." "I'm not a liar," rebutted Ancestor Shi Tian loftily. "You think I'm weaker than you? You want to try and fight?" challenged Ancestor Xian Tian furiously. "Let's try then. You haven't fought for dozens of years, let's see how strong you've become," said Ancestor Shi Tian, standing up. Suddenly, everything changed. The wind began to whistle, clouds appeared, and a strong wind started blowing as the heavens seemed to press down. It was incredible. "Masters," said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. The 2 ancestors looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I noticed you a long time ago already, be my disciple." "I'm not like him, I don't criticize people behind their back," said Ancestor Xian Tian to Lin Feng. "Masters, cultivators have to rely on themselves. Teachers are just guides, and my path is different from yours. I'm really grateful to both of you. If you both agree to give me some tips sometimes, I'd be extremely happy already," said Lin Feng with a smile. The 2 ancestors were surprised. "Lin Feng, this kind of opportunity is really rare. Many people have never seen us," Ancestor Shi Tian said to Lin Feng. "I understand," nodded Lin Feng. The 2 ancestors remained silent for a few seconds. Then, Ancestor Xian Tian laughed and said, "All right, little boy. We can both guide you. But wanting two teachers, hey, you're insatiably greedy. You're very wise, masters. Laughed Lin Feng. The ancestors were actually being nice. Lin Feng, go back. If you need anything, you can come and find me, said Ancestor Shi Tian to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had many thoughts, but he left for now. Lin Feng understood that he had influence in Champion University now. If he became one of the ancestors' disciples, they would do all they could to help him, but if only one person helped him, it wouldn't be beneficial. Everybody was different on the path of cultivation. He understood different sorts of strength and so forth. He couldn't blindly follow one person. He needed to learn from different people and walk on his own path. Lin Feng spent some time in Champion University. Many influential groups in the Holy City started harboring evil intentions against him. The Ji clan, the Yuan clan, the Pei clan, and some people of the Yin clan predominantly. They hated him even more after what had happened with the ancestors. In the Ji clan, the leader of the group and a few people were together. Someone asked, "Do you have any news from Ji Jiang?" No. Ji Jiang, Ji Zhanyun, and some other strong cultivators of the Yuan clan chased Lin Feng and never came back. I contacted the Yuan clan. Some of their people died, but Ji Jiang's talisman as well as the talismans of some other people haven't broken, so they're still alive. But they disappeared without leaving a trace. Only Lin Feng knows where they are, I guess. The leader of the group looked furious and snarled, "We have to destroy Lin Feng." On the day of Ji Chang's champion ceremony, Lin Feng had already stood out. Unless someone of the same cultivation level killed Lin Feng, the university would be furious. They couldn't send strong cultivators to kill him. The leader of the Ji clan understood that perfectly. If someone of the same level killed Lin Feng, it would mean that Lin Feng wasn't strong enough. Even if it infuriated Champion University, it wouldn't matter, they wouldn't be able to say much. But if strong cultivators killed Lin Feng, then the situation would be completely different. The Pei clan hates Lin Feng. Contact Pei Dong Lai. The Great Imperial Palace is in charge of the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list. He can find a way to kill Lin Feng, the leader said icily. The others nodded and one of them said, "I'll go and contact the Pei clan." They'll inform Pei Dong Lai. Lin Feng is arrogant and considers everybody and everything beneath his notice, he must die. Back then, Lin Feng was unknown in Champion University and suddenly, he had become famous because of one battle. He kept getting stronger and stronger, and more famous. At that moment, he only focused on two things, what the Yin clan was doing in cultivation. He had to get ready for the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1947, Competing. Chapter 1947, Competing. In the Holy City, there was a holy mountain surrounded by a mysterious energy. In the distance, not far from the mountain, there was a flatland, forming the central part of the Holy City. It was extremely vast and occupied by many gigantic buildings. From there, and especially from one gigantic building, people could see the holy mountain in the distance. It was the Great Imperial Palace. The Great Imperial Palace had a long history in the Holy City. Some people said that it had existed for even longer than the 4 universities. It was situated on a dragon vein underneath the Holy City. The energies there seemed like they would never disappear. Many of their people had shaken the whole world. The Great Imperial Palace was in charge of deciding who could be on the Imperial ranking list. The sun was dazzling as it illuminated the buildings. There were many people looking in the direction of the mountain. Many small silhouettes appeared on the holy mountain and rushed over, gradually appearing in the people's field of vision. They were strong cultivators from the Great Imperial Palace. Some disciples from the Great Imperial Palace. People's eyes were gleaming. There were 9 people in the group, who arrived at the top of a flight of stairs. The leader waved, and a magnificent golden list appeared. On the list, there were many names. One of them was Ying Chang. Imperial Ranking List. Many people were awed when they saw that list. That list was one of the most famous lists of the Holy City, the Imperial Ranking List, the list of the strongest cultivators of the Huangqi layer of the city. They were all powerful and influential individuals. The disciples of the great imperial palace will also be on the imperial ranking list someday, just like those 9 people. Back then, they were on the imperial ranking list. Now they've become great emperors, thought the crowd, looking at the 9 disciples. They were all incredible. Feng Shintian, Pei Donglai, Ao Yunxiao, those 3 cultivators had shaken the world back in the days. The leader of the group waved again. The imperial ranking list floated in the sky and glittered. A strong wind started blowing. At the top of the flight of stairs, in front of the 9 people, a gigantic table appeared. There was a pen atop it. Every 10 years, on the Pathfinder Day of the imperial ranking list, the glorious history of the city is rewritten. Recited a voice in a solemn and respectful way. The crowd's excitement grew. They all hoped their names would be on the list someday. Even though the list could change any time, the biggest changes were every 10 years during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List. Each time, there were big changes. Everybody remained silent in the crowd, their hearts pounding. At that moment, they could see a boundless ocean of people, all staring at the list. The list contained the most incredible cultivators of the Holy City. Lin Feng was also in the crowd. Ho Chenglin, Lin Wushan, Meng Qing, and many other people from Tiantai were with him. There will be much blood today, whispered Ho Chenglin. Lin Feng appeared quite calm. He looked at the people at the top of the flight of stairs, the people from the great imperial palace. They were all geniuses from the Holy City. They were on the imperial ranking list in the past, and now they managed it. At that moment, the leader of the great imperial palace looked at the sun. He smiled and said, "1 more hour and we'll begin." "Bro, Inyu," said Lin Wushan, gazing into the distance. He could see the strong cultivators of the Yin clan, Yin Rui, Yin Gutian, and Yin Yu. Lin Feng frowned. Yin Rui was talking to someone. They looked happy and kept laughing. Behind him was Pei Dongcheng. They were with people from the Pei clan. "Brother Ren," said the leader of the Pei clan. The leader of the Pei clan and Yin Rui walked over to someone and smiled. "Just call me Tian Xing, gentlemen," said the leader of the great imperial palace with a smile. These 2 people were both older than him. Cultivators don't have to adhere to formalities and stick to rules. Cultivation and strength are the most important things, said the strong cultivator of the Pei clan, laughing. 30 years ago, you dazzled on the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List. You were the best one. Your name was at the top of the list. You have caught up with us already. You're excellent. Ren Tian Xing. Many people looked at the leader, their eyes glittering with sharp lights. Ren Tianxing used to be the first person on the imperial ranking list 30 years before, known to be extremely arrogant. Now he looked wise, calm, and serene. Many people remembered how terrifying and cruel he used to be. 30 years have passed, I feel ashamed, said Ren Tianxing patiently. The strong cultivator of the Pei Donglai smiled at Pei Donglai and said, Donglai, learn from him. Donglai is extremely talented. He'll definitely surpass me someday, said Ren Tianxing, smiling at Pei Donglai. Brother Ren, please teach the younger generation, agreed the strong cultivator of the Pei clan. By the way, after the end of the event, Yin Rui will make a public announcement. He has some good news. Is that so? Ren Tianxing looked at Yin Rui. Yin Rui smiled and nodded. Brother Ren, apart from that, after the event, I hope that Yin Gutian will be able to join the great imperial palace. He's extremely talented. I'm sure you can help recommend him. I've heard about Gutian, good. After that, I'll take him to the Great Imperial Palace, replied Ren Tianxing smiling. The Great Imperial Palace always needs more power and influence. The Yin clan, the Pei clan, and so on are very powerful. The Great Imperial Palace is happy to have people from such incredible groups. Chattered the crowd when they saw those people smiling and chatting happily. Dash. At that moment, Lin Wuxian pulled a long face. The Yin clan and the Pei clan had excellent relations. It wasn't a good thing for him. He looked at Yin, who was also looking at him. However, Pei Dongqing noticed this. He walked over to Yin and stayed in front of her to prevent Lin Wuxian and Yin from looking at one another. He said to Yin, "Little Yu, after the end of the event, my grandfather will announce the good news about us." "Bastard," said Yin icily. Pei Dongqing pulled a long face. He turned around and looked at Lin Wuxian, smiling icily and showing him his middle finger. "I'll kill that bastard," swore Lin Wuxian icily. He clenched his fists, popping his bones. "Cold and detached," said a voice in his brain. It was Lin Feng. "If you're that easily angered, how can you be a good cultivator?" Lin Feng asked Wuxian. Wuxian came back to his senses. He could remain calm when it came to other things, but he knew. "Lin Feng," said someone at that moment. Lin Feng noticed someone from the Ji clan addressing him. "Where is Ji Jun?" The leader of the Ji clan asked him icily. "How could I know about the whereabouts of the members of your clan?" retorted Lin Feng disdainfully. "After Yin Rui's birthday party, Ji Jun followed you to exchange views on cultivation with you, but then he disappeared. Some people also died. You killed them, right?" The leader of the Ji clan demanded icily. "People who attempt to kill me must die," said Lin Feng coldly, before turning away. The leader of the Ji clan was furious and said icily, "Very good, Lin Feng, you will regret what you did. So you can try to kill people, but they can't strike back," sighed Lin Feng, shaking his head. Ji Chang, Ji Wuyo, and Ji Chang's club all bullied Tiantai's people, and back then the Ji clan didn't say anything. And when people became stronger and got their revenge or struck back, they threatened them. They didn't let people of the same generation compete, they always got involved and plotted against them. Some ancient clans had no principles. It was always the same: power, influence and strength were the most important things in the cultivation world. If Lin Feng hadn't acted on the day of Ji Chang's champion ceremony, the consequences would have been tragic for him and his friends. Of course, Lin Feng could have ignored all of that, remained discreet and forgotten about those people. He could have given up, he could have stopped competing. He could have stopped becoming stronger. But that wasn't Lin Feng's personality. He was ready to die for his convictions, beliefs, and to become stronger. The Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list was about competing, too. Only the best genius would rank first, and blood had to be spilled. Maybe Lin Feng would offend even more groups on today. Maybe he would die too. But he would never give up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1948, Imperial Ranking Lists Top 10. Chapter 1948, Imperial Ranking Lists Top 10. In the distance, a group of people arrived, a strong wind blowing about them. Someone darted ahead and landed on the stage. A young man descended from the sky and looked at the people of the Great Imperial Palace at the top of the flight of stairs. "Let's begin." Ren Tianxing looked at him and nodded. The 9 cultivators started moving, and landed on the gigantic stage in 9 different places. They did some hand seals and drove their power into the stage at the same time. The stage lit up, marks appearing everywhere. Light beams dashed to the skies, dragging pillars with many carvings on them up from the ground. Celestial Imperial pillars. The people's eyes glittered. There were 100 pillars, representing the 100 people of the imperial ranking list. At this moment, the gigantic stage was dazzling everyone. The 9 cultivators rose up in the air and went back to the top of the flight of stores. One of them said, "Everybody, please get onto the celestial imperial pillars, your rank is already carved on them." When Lin Feng heard that, he gazed into the distance. Indeed, on the pillars, there were many names which corresponded to the 100 people who were on the imperial ranking list. Silver light shone. Yin Gutian jumped up, followed by many others. They all landed on the pillars. "Yin Gutian, today, we'll see if you progress," said someone loudly. A strong cultivator wearing golden armor jumped and turned into a shining golden light beam. He immediately jumped onto the 9th celestial imperial pillar as the 9th cultivator on the imperial ranking list. He was from the Huang Jin clan. Their specialty was golden energy. The Yin clan's specialty was silver energy. They were thus nicknamed the Golden and Silver clans, and were longtime rivals. The cultivator from the Golden clan was Jin Xingzi. Translator's note: Yin means silver and Jin means gold. Wang Zhong is here, too. The crowd saw the 10th cultivator of the imperial ranking list, Wang Zhong. He was from the noble Feng Tian clan. It was a powerful clan in the holy city. They controlled various spells related to defense and armor, and were very powerful. The crowd watched all those geniuses rise up in the air. Lin Feng looked at all the strong cultivators. His eyes were twinkling in anticipation. When he had just arrived in the holy city, he had spent most of his time at the university, and then he had gone to hell. But the holy city was one of the 3 main cities of the Dark Knight region. The sects and clans of the holy city were much more powerful than those in the vast celestial ancient city. There were a great number of powerful clans in the holy city, and there were also many people from rich foreign families, too. But they weren't more numerous than the strong cultivators of the holy city. At that moment, the temperature suddenly dropped as snowflakes appeared. A group of young people arrived in a slow and grandiose manner as the crowd sighed and looked on. The young men were extremely handsome and the young women were stunning and looked like celestial beings. They all looked extremely strong too. Many people admired them for their social background. 2. Their leader appeared and jumped onto the 6th celestial imperial pillar. Shueshan Feng from the Snow Clan, 6th cultivator on the imperial ranking list, he came back. The crowd looked up at Shueshan Feng, their eyes twinkling. A strong cultivator of the Snow Clan was behind him. He gazed into the distance and noticed Meng Cheng and Lin Feng in the crowd. "There," said Shui Fan sharply. Shueshan Feng's eyes were snowy white, as if they were frozen. He was staring at Meng Cheng and Lin Feng. "Whether you're from the Snow Clan or not, you'll come with me after the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List," said Shueshan Feng to Meng Cheng indifferently yet firmly. He didn't look at Lin Feng again. Even when these people were outside of the Snow Clan, few people dared go against them. Lin Feng had to behave before them. "He's extremely strong, much stronger than me," whispered Lin Feng to himself. Shueshan Feng was the 6th cultivator of the Imperial Ranking List. He was truly strong. The first 23 people of the Imperial Ranking List were all at the top of the Huang Qi layer. They had almost no enemies at the same cultivation level. And now it was the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List. Some things were going to change. "I'm going," said Lin Feng, nodding at the people who were with him. Lin Feng jumped onto the 25th pillar. He didn't know why, but the great Imperial Palace had changed his ranking in the previous days. That guy is Lin Feng. A year ago, he became famous because he fought against Ji Chang on the day of his champion ceremony. And back then he had just become a medium-level emperor. He's very talented. But he can't win against Ji Chang. The level difference between them is too big. His Dao strength is not as good as Ji Chang's. I've heard that the Ji clan wants to kill him today. I wonder if it will happen or not. Many people recognized Lin Feng, he was famous enough by now. "Brother Lin Feng, long time no see. You look as dignified as before," Shu Chunxiu said to Lin Feng. Shu Chunxiu was wearing fine clothes, he looked like a nobleman and nodded at Lin Feng. "Brother Chu, you're already a high-level emperor and you are the 20th cultivator on the imperial ranking list. I'm sure you'll end up in the top 5 today," Lin Feng replied to him. Shu Chunxiu's eyes twinkled, he rolled up his sleeves and smiled happily. "We'll see about that, Brother Lin." Shu Chunxiu has changed, fought some students of the Celestial Godly University. He looked more noble now. Many things are going to change drastically today. Brilliant lights flared. Ren Tianxing looked at the cultivators on the pillars and said, "Sure Yun Feng." Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The crowd gazed into the distance and saw gigantic monoliths moving towards the stage. The monoliths landed on the stage and fused together. A few seconds later, a gigantic stone man appeared. It looked almost alive as it took a few steps, the stage shook violently and crackled under its feet. The stone man jumped onto the 5th celestial imperial pillar, and started shaking violently, pieces of stone started falling off his body. In the end, he was only as tall as a normal human being, but still looked like a statue. The 5th cultivator of the imperial ranking list was Shi Yun Feng, a descendant of the Stone King. "Buddhist warrior," proclaimed another voice. Holy lights blazed forth. The Buddhist warrior appeared, surrounded by dazzling golden lights and a terrifying battling chi. He was from the Canaan Buddhist clan, a clan which loved fighting. The Buddhist warrior was the 4th cultivator of the imperial ranking list. After him, an evil and cold wind started blowing. The crowd could feel the chill, it pierced right down to their bones and souls. A ferocious ghost appeared in the sky, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. It turned into a young man in black clothes. He looked extremely pale, as if he had had no blood, like a ghost. He landed on the 3rd celestial imperial pillar. Hades Geely, he knows the Ghost Sutra, he practices ghost cultivation. When he kills people, there's no blood. He's the 3rd on the imperial ranking list. He's the most evil cultivator in the top 10. Nobody wants to fight against him, he's too dangerous, gossiped the crowd when they saw that young man. He looked like a real ghost, like a Death Reaper. The Ghost Sutra was a terrifying book which contained evil skills and techniques, and this man had an innate Ghost King body, allowing him to easily master the Ghost Sutra. He only had a Ghost Chi though, not a King Chi. A strong wind started blowing in the sky, the earth and sky emitted whistling sounds and roared in a thundering rage. The crowd was delighted and gazed into the distance in anticipation. Clouds appeared and the strong wind howled above them. The clouds condensed and emitted whistling sounds. It looked like the earth and sky were going to collapse. Thunder rang out, once, twice, shaking the earth and sky, roiling the clouds. Finally, 2 silhouettes appeared. Ying Chang, Ji Chang. The people's eyes were shining. Those were the 2 champions of the holy city, the 2 cultivators of the top of the imperial ranking list, the strongest cultivators of the Huang Qi layer in the holy city. The event hadn't even started, yet that they were fighting already. The 2 cultivators seemed to be far in the distance, but when they moved, a gigantic ocean of energies appeared and they immediately appeared in front of the crowd before slowly descending from the sky. Ying Chang, Ji Chang, I want to ask you about your path on this Pathfinder Day. Geely said in an evil way. Ji Chang and Ying Chang both looked at him. You're neither a ghost nor a human being, said Ying Chang, rolling up his sleeves and landing on the 1st celestial imperial pillar. He looked imposing and awe-inspiring. Ji Chang landed on the 2nd pillar. Some people still hadn't arrived. Maybe they were still traveling, maybe they had died abroad and nobody knew about it, so some other people would have to replace them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1949, The Path is Difficult. Chapter 1949, The Path is Difficult. At the top of the flight of stairs, the 9 cultivators of the great imperial palace looked at the sky before Ren Tianxing said, "It's time. People who haven't come will be erased from the list. If they come back, then they'll just have to challenge the genius who has replaced them on the imperial ranking list. Now, who wants to replace them?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became chaotic. Those people weren't there, but it might just be temporary. When Ren Tianxing said that, many people ran towards the empty celestial imperial pillars. However, first arrived, first served. Quickly, there were people on every celestial imperial pillar, 100 people, 100 imposing and awe-inspiring people. "Brother Feng, you're in charge of the first phase," Ren Tianxing said to Feng Shintian. Feng Shintian nodded and rose up in the air. He looked at the crowd and said, "How many people still want to compete for the championship?" "I'll try," said someone jumping forwards. "I'll try too," shouted someone else. After a short time, several people had jumped forwards. Dugu the winner, Lang Yi, they all came out, fought Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling. Dugu the winner had the godly imprint king body, and Lang Yi had the world king body. With both having king bodies, even though they were only medium-level emperors, they couldn't be compared with ordinary medium-level emperors. At the same time, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Tiantai's people. 2 people came out of the group, Jian Mang and Ho Qinglin. Jian Mang is really strong. He will definitely be ranked in the imperial ranking list. And Ho Qinglin understands reincarnation Dao strength. He should also be able to get ranked, thought Lin Feng, smiling to himself. Lin Feng didn't know how strong Dugu the winner and Lang Yi had become, as he had not met them for some time. Chu Chunxiu's progress was impressive. He was already a high-level emperor and he controlled sky-absorbing Dao strength. He was terrifyingly strong and was considered as a legendary cultivator in the Celestial Godly University. 13 people want to compete for the championship and replace the others. Chattered the crowd, their eyes twinkling with anticipation. As expected, the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list was going to be fun. Some people rise, some people die, but all in all strong cultivators need to find their path. "They can battle to death for that and nobody can get involved," said Feng Shintian, releasing swift sword chi. Nobody flinched. The 13 cultivators stayed there. Feng Shintian looked at them and said, "Now, if you want to challenge those at the top of the imperial ranking list, do it. If you defeat them, they'll be taken off the list. We haven't found our path yet. If we get eliminated by people who are at the bottom of the list, then we won't be able to find our path," said one of them slowly. "If we get eliminated by people who are the bottom of the ranking list, then it's useless," said another one slowly. Lin Feng was surprised. He had thought those people would immediately try to get to the top of the list, but the 13 people didn't move. They thought that if they were unable to deal with the others who weren't high up in the ranking list, then getting to the top of the list was useless. "Someone who understands Dao?" said Feng Shintian, looking at Ho Qinglin and the others. Jian Mang didn't release chi. He just walked forwards indifferently. Many people were startled. This guy was blind? "Name? You understand Dao?" asked Feng Shintian. "Jian Mang, like Dao," replied Jian Mang calmly. Many people were amazed. "Like Dao." Feng Shintian looked at the others and said calmly, "Who else wants to come? Losing against him wouldn't be a disgrace. He understands a very rare type of Dao strength, the like Dao." Agreed someone, jumping and landing in front of Jian Mang. He released his chi and strength pulsed out. Jian Mang looked calm and indifferent. Suddenly, dazzling lights appeared as suddenly moved invisibly fast. A sword light appeared, shaking everything around it. The crowd had to close their eyes. His enemy shouted explosively. Then, metallic sounds rang out amid multiple explosions. Cutting lights were flung in all directions. When the lights dispersed, the eyes of the strong cultivator who had faced Jianmang were bleeding. He was blinded. I saw your light Dao and you blinded. I will never see lights again. I will remember you, Jianmang, said the cultivator. His eyes were dripping blood as he turned around and left. Jianmang landed on the pillar where he had been standing. Jianmang's understanding of the light Dao is incredible, thought Lin Feng. His eyes were gleaming. Jianmang was really strong. He was different from people from Tiantai who had received the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, as he hadn't. He had always relied on himself to become strong. And because he was blind, he had to understand light Dao. It was the only way he could see. At the top of the flight of stairs, the cultivators of the Great Imperial Palace wrote Jianmang's name on the imperial ranking list. But it was just temporary. Ho Qinglin also won his battle. A year ago, he had comprehended reincarnation Dao. He understood it even better a year later. People who fell into his reincarnation holes never came back. The cultivator who had lost against Ho Qinglin said, "You control reincarnation strength. Within 3 years, you'll definitely be in the top 3 on the imperial ranking list." The last 2 members were eliminated from the imperial ranking list by Ho Qinglin and Jianmang. Some people had started understanding Dao strength, but not that well. Dugu the winner and Lang Yi also replaced some ranked people. Dugu the winner could already release 3,600 imprint lights. His King Qi was incredible, and he could turn it into gigantic celestial imprints. Many high-level emperors were astonished. People who had king-type bodies were incredible. Lang Yi used world strength to attack explosively. He also won that way. Lin Feng had watched his battle careful. Thanks to their king-type bodies, some cultivators could easily fill in the gaps caused by cultivation level differences. They were all incredible, and could already end up in the top 30. After the 13 battles, 7 people were eliminated from the imperial ranking list. The event hadn't even started properly, and things had already started changing. That was the cruelty of the cultivation world, and of the imperial ranking list. However, the crowd was still excited. Every 10 years, there were new people who understood Dao strength and ended up in the imperial ranking list. Feng Shantian glanced over the 100 people and withdrew back to the top of the flight of stairs. Ren Tianxing came forwards. He looked to the crowd and asked, "Among the 100 fighters, 33 understand Dao strength, plus Jianmang and Ho Qinglin, that's 35. If I have forgotten anyone, please tell me." 35 people understand Dao strength. There must not be anyone else in the holy city. The path is a difficult one, whispered the crowd. 35 people was nothing. The holy city was gigantic, and there were so many geniuses. The holy city was one of the strongest cities, and yet only 35 emperors understood Dao strength. "Since I haven't forgotten anyone, please ring the bell," said Ren Tianxing. A gigantic ancient bell appeared, and 8 disciples of the great imperial palace rang it. The sound waves rolled out with great power, and distorted the space. People had the sensation they were going to suffocate. That bell was called the Great Imperial Bell or the Pathfinder Bell. It was used to find one's path. I'm not going to talk about the rules, they're the same as before. Even though the name of the event is the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List, the Great Imperial Bell is for people who understand Dao, since the Dao is the path. Those who can't stand it can leave. Other people can replace them. If you decide to use the bell anyway, you might die. Only the first 50 people can use it, declared Ren Tianxing. He looked at the 100 people and asked, "Who wants to try first?" "I'm coming." Someone flashed forwards. It was Zhu Wuji, 23rd on the imperial ranking list. "All right, please. You'll be the first one," said Ren Tianxing, moving back. At the top of the celestial imperial pillars, many people sat down cross-legged. Their qi was terrifying. they closed their eyes in a solemn and respectful way. The Pathfinder Day was finally going to start. Zhuji landed in front of the bell, his robe fluttering in the wind. Those who were at the bottom of the imperial ranking list looked anxious. Suddenly, Zhuji jumped forwards, opened his mouth widely, and roared with rage. Arg! His terrifying shout struck the great imperial bell. Suddenly, 100 lights moved towards the 100 cultivators. The earth and sky were shaking violently. Many people's clothes were suddenly torn apart. Their heads shook violently, as if they were going to explode. Some people put their hands on their ears, trying to block the pain. Zhuji jumped forwards again and bombarded the bell with his fist, shouting furiously, "The path is hard, but I'll defy the gods to become a peerless cultivator." His explosive shout struck the bell again. Thunder rumbled, the earth and sky kept shaking violently as the sound waves rolled out. Someone was unable to resist and hurled away. His mouth bled violently and his skull started crackling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1950, Understanding the Tao and its Principles. Chapter 1950, Understanding the Tao and its Principles. Zhuji is walking on the path of violent sound waves. He understands thunderous sound waves' strength, he can shout and kill people. The great imperial bell emits an explosive strength. The last 50 people on the imperial ranking list can't ask for their path, the watchers told one another. They understood the rules of the event. Some people were going to progress on their path, some others not. At that moment, Lin Feng was shaking violently. His muscles twitched. He had the impression he was going to die. The weaker people would be eliminated immediately. Someone exploded, blood gushed out and he fell from the top of the pillar. Arg, 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 people roared furiously with pain. Many people were hurled away, they couldn't stand the Tao power. Ho Changlin released reincarnation Tao to surround his body. The Tao power couldn't pierce through. Dugu the winner was surrounded by lights. Thunder rang out, and Tao power bombarded his imprints, but couldn't pierce through. Lang Yi was surrounded by world lights. He was in another world, the attack didn't affect him. Jian Mang was surrounded by light swords, the Tao power couldn't affect him either. The strong cultivators at the top of the celestial imperial pillars resisted the Tao power. The weakest ones were struck relentlessly, injured or killed. At that moment, Zhuji shouted furiously. He kept attacking the bell, which kept counterattacking. Zhuji was suddenly hurled backwards, coughing up blood. He landed back on his pillar. He sat down cross-legged, injured and trying to recover. The terrifying Tao power disappeared. Silhouettes rose up in the air. The pillars of those who had been smashed away were now free, they were too weak to resist against Tao power. Their fate had already been determined, they couldn't ask for their path anymore. Of course, they could ask their counterparts from the ranking list for pieces of advice. It was the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List. People could ask for their path, understand Tao principles, and comprehend how to progress on the path. The strong cultivators of the great imperial palace kept writing. People looked at the cultivators at the bottom of the list, who wouldn't be able to rise up in the list anymore unless they displayed extraordinary performances after the event. That great imperial bell is so strange. Its Tao power counterattacks are powerful. Zhuji was even injured, thought Lin Feng. That bell was indeed a precious treasure. Who else wants to try and ask for their path? Asked Rin Tianxing. Someone new rose up in the air. It was Jin Xingzi. People frowned. He was in the top 10, and controlled destructive gold Tao power. His Tao was terrifying. How many people would resist his Tao on the celestial imperial pillars? Let's see how many people will resist, and how strange the great imperial bell is. Jin Xingzi proclaimed. His robe fluttered violently as he turned into a dazzling golden figure. The crowd stared at him. Some people sat down cross-legged again and released qi. They were getting ready to resist Jin Xingzi's golden Dao. Jin Xingzi was extremely strong and had an explosive strength. If anyone was careless, they could die. Jin Xingzi was surrounded by golden armor. He walked to the bell, waving his hands. His Dao power emitted whistling sounds as he hammered the bell. A mysterious Dao power rolled out from the impact. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. His arm started turning into gold before he released qi and broke it. Disperse. Lin Feng released Devamara Kulpa strength to protect himself. He also used his physical strength. Jin Xingzi had turned into a statue of gold. He didn't look like a human being anymore. He attacked the bell 3 times and 3 times, golden light beams shot out. Explosion and rumbling sounds spread in the air. A strong cultivator turned into a golden statue and exploded, dead. Back, some people knew they would die, so they ran away and jumped off the pillar. Some people rise, some people die, said someone in a solemn and respectful way. However, that cultivator remained motionless and let the golden energy surround him. He was gambling with his life. He was there to progress on the path. The bell rang again. Jin Xingzi's silhouette became distorted, like he could explode at any time. However, he looked determined and stood there steadily. His qi rolled in waves furiously and dashed to the skies. Everyone was astonished. His Dao power had just broken through. Jin Xingzi was suffering though, and his figure was also distorted. It looked like he could explode too. The Dao power there was more violent than when it arrived at the pillars, and he was at the front of it. He attacked the bell again. The bell counterattacked. Jin Xingzi's golden armor broke, his arm crackled. It was getting very dangerous. "That's enough!" shouted someone loudly. A dozen cultivators at the top of the pillars were suffering too much. Some people thought Jin Xingzi was going insane. They wanted him to stop. However, the explosive shout didn't prevent Jin Xingzi from continuing. He continued as if he hadn't heard anything. His body kept crackling as he continued his insane attack. Someone else's body started crackling, and they died. Jin Xingzi raised his arm again. The crowd started suffocating. However, at that moment, he finally stopped. It was too dangerous, even for him. "Today, I'm not here only to ask for my path. I'm also here to watch and learn from others," said Jin Xingzi, sighing. Many people took a deep breath with relief. However, 32 people had already been blown away and 2 had died. How cruel! Those people were strong cultivators from the imperial ranking list. All of them were talented, but they had died because of the Dao power. The cultivators who were in the top 10 were terrifying. In a one-on-one battle, they could kill those at the bottom of the list in one strike. At that moment, Lin Feng closed his eyes, Kulpa strength twinkled around him, and a golden qi appeared. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He understood that today wasn't about fighting. It was about something that went beyond a simple fight. A strong wind started blowing. Xiaoyu landed in front of the bell and punched it violently. A terrifying evil energy rolled out and corroded people's bodies, trying to rot them away. After Jin Xingzi's turn, it was difficult to resist him. Xiaoyu's decaying qi made them start rotting. A vile stench filled the air. Evil decaying Dao power was terrifying. Ji Chang released destructive Dao. All those cultivators' Dao couldn't affect him. He seemed indestructible. Ying Chang released chaotic Dao power, a vortex appeared around him and the decaying Dao strength disappeared into the vortex. The stone cultivators seemed invincible too. Shuishan Feng was surrounded by snowflakes, the Dao power kept freezing. Someone else drew people's attention, Chu Chun Xiu. He didn't do anything, he just absorbed the Tao power and made it flow throughout his body. The top 10 are terrifying. The Tao power of the Great Imperial Bell doesn't affect them at all. Who would win in one-on-ones? Speculated the audience very quickly. Even more people were forced away from the pillars. After such a short time, only 50 people were left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.